well, we're getting there. So we can pick up where we left off on our second space age run. Now, this is a game, for those who aren't familiar with Factorio, if you're playing the base game, no DLC, the premise of the game is you have crash landed on this planet, and your goal is to build a rocket and send a satellite up, so that way you can basically phone home and be like, yo, I'm down here and I need a ride. Now, with that, you have, with Space Age, it's a little different. So instead of the rocket being the ending, it's about like 1/3 of the way in the game. It's kind of like the end of the early game. Because instead, you build a space platform and you go to other planets to get stuff to eventually get a platform capable of effectively getting out of the solar system. So that you make your ride. Now, with our factory, you'll end up seeing that there's like lots of solar and accumulators. There is the giant wall of death we have over here, so that as the biters attack us, they just get vaporized. That's actively in work. And the factory I have set up here, it's a little harder for me to be like, oh, this is where this goes, and it's piped over there, and that's where that goes. Because I like to use trains. And I like to use trains a lot. So you'll see train tracks all over the place, and trains zipping about, doing their thing. But I'll give you a quick tour of kind of the key aspects of the factory. Which I'm just going to run over here for a minute. And I'm going to use this to do it. So this is my mall. In Factorio, we have what we call the mall. That basically the idea is you import a bunch of goods, and it's where you make all your buildings for constructing more stuff. So this isn't stuff I'm using for purposes of science or anything like that. This is, I need assemblers so I can run over to the other place and put them down. I need this so I can run over there and put that down. Like, it's for building things. Now, up here is where we're doing rocket things. Now, I don't have a whole lot happening with the rocket right this second. We just got it online, got our first platform online, like the end of yesterday's stream. And then down here, we've got oil. So we've got all of our oil coming in, we're refining it. And this looks like a completely convoluted mess. All you need to know is the oil comes in from these ducts. It goes up here into these reservoir for storage. And then all of this outside area, that basically just consumes the oil and turns it into light oil, heavy oil, and petroleum. Which is then stored in these three. And then all these chem labs down here, all they do is they're kind of balancing things. So I have this row of chem labs. If the heavy oil, if I have more of that than the light oil, they start turning heavy oil into light oil. And these chem labs, if I have more light oil than petroleum, they turn into petroleum. So that's just a balancer. Otherwise, I've got all this down here working on making rocket fuel. But that's our big oil area. And after that, it gets to be a little bit more ad hoc-y. So you'll probably notice each of these areas where I'll have a little bit of factory and then all of these stops. That's because the organization of my factory is I will have a train stop like this one here. Its only job is to make these low-density structures. That's what all of this is for. And I do it that way when I need more and more. I could just keep shimming this out to make more and more factory. We got some pretty slick train networking set up, where if we actually look at our train stop, this one's just named cargo pickup, where normally it might be like low density structure pickup or whatever, you know, telling me this is where we get the low density structure. And then this one is like copper plate drop off. That's more what you'd expect to see. And then usually it'd have like, I have my train that it goes to get the copper, and it drops off the other place, and it just repeats that loop forever. Our trains are way more fancy than that. Because we look at our trains, I have only 2 sets of trains, and they all share the same programming. Where all of my trains, you'll notice on here, I'm kind of covered over by a locomotive, the only instruction they have that's permanent is to go to a parking place. And that's because I'm using interrupts, and this is like advanced train stuff. You can, like I said, the way most people set up trains is go get the iron ore, take the iron ore to where it drops off. Okay, go back to the iron ore, take it where it drops off. And then you end up sooner or later with the train just sitting there because it doesn't need iron ore or you're out of iron ore. But I have the first instruction here that just checks to see if I'm low on fuel. And if I'm low on fuel, it goes to a train station called Refuel. Self-explanatory. It's where you go to refuel. Just feeds fuel into the side of the train. From here, I've got the next step, which is the... Oh, that's the wrong train. That one won't work for me. Or the get cargo. So basically what I'll do here is I'll check if there is nothing in the cargo, and there is a train station that is available named cargo pickup, the train will go get the cargo. So it goes there and it waits till it's full or it stops getting material. Now, that's pretty straightforward. Go get the cargo and all that. Now, with the way Factorio works, because I have a bunch of train stations with the same name, it'll just go to the closest one that's available. Now, you'll notice some of them are going to be red and some of them will be white so far as my train stations. That's because I also have logic on my train stations over here, where it tells it to turn on and off the stop based on how much is in storage. So I have all these boxes up here. So what this train station is going to do is it's going to say, okay, when these boxes have more than 1,000 blue science in it, turn on the train station, at which point it's then eligible for a train to show up. So that's how I kind of control where the trains go, is I just have all of them named, and they just go to the nearest one that's needed. If there's none needed, they sit in parking. So meanwhile, let's grab one of these trains again. And then that leaves us kind of with the last two things, which is the cargo drop-off. This is where the magic happens. So the cargo drop-off, it basically checks, hey, do you have any cargo? And if you have cargo, go to the train station, and you'll notice there's that little green icon. It might be hard to see on stream, but it's a wild card. That basically what'll happen is it'll check the storage on the train and go, what is the first item I can see in here? And it goes, okay, you put that here. So if like I have an iron plate in there, it'll be iron plate space drop-off. Which in turn means I will go to the iron plate drop-off station. In this case, this one has iron ore on it right now. So it's going to the train station that is named iron ore drop-off. And it'll do that till it's empty, and then it'll go on to whatever's needed next. So it takes a little bit to get set up, but it's kind of one of those things that once I programmed my trains to do it, anytime I just need more cargo trains, I don't have to go through and be like, okay, go from this stop to that stop to do this, wait for that, wait, you know, any of that stuff. Literally, I just plunk down a train and go, there's your, like, you are a cargo train, and it just goes. And then the last instruction is, if there's literally nothing else for you to do, go to the station named parking. And so that's all this is all these train stations are named parking, except the refuel one. So that it can keep going just forever. And so that's the reason why my factory tour is a little weird. Because normally what you'd have in a factory is you'd usually have like something like a bus factory. And the way a bus factory would work... Let me go way outside my bounds. Never mind. Normally the way a bus factory would work is you'd end up having a whole bunch of conveyor belts. That'd be like one conveyor belt, and that would be your iron ore, and the next conveyor belt would be your copper ore, and the next conveyor belt would be your iron plate. You'd probably have 2 or 3 of those because you need a ton of iron plate. Then you'd have your copper plate, and it'd go in there, and it'd make gears, and then the gears would be put on the bus. So you have this big ribbon of all your materials. That's one common strategy. Or you have a factory that looks like my mall, which is, you know, where you call it spaghetti. We just kind of wire things together wherever things are needed. It's highly inefficient. But, you know, you could just kind of keep stamping things out and splitting it off. It's unbalanced and all that, but it works good enough. Now, with all that said, where we're at right now is we're kind of getting things wound down here. So I actively am building up defensive barriers so that I don't have to be here myself to defend the factory. And so I've got a big defensive barrier being built there, one up there, one over here and down there. I've got this one is already finished mostly. And I got one to build down here. And that's a problem that needs to be addressed by me right now. So let me go ahead and deal with our unfriendly neighbors here who want to bite my face. Take my train. Because one of the other advantages of having the trains everywhere is as long as I set aside places for me to park, I have a ride that can take everywhere. You get a combination, bus, trains, and spaghetti. Yeah, you'll usually have a little bit of everything. Like, in the long run, you'll usually have, like, one thing you do the most of. Alright, so just looking for a good place I can kind of park. Because then I can just tell the train to go there, and it'll just follow the tracks. I don't have to go and maneuver around my telephone poles or anything like that. Just ride the train. And where as fast as these trains are moving, this is only operating on wood, which is the slowest of the fuels. Alright, let's not have you block that parking space. So go back home. Must be the most organized factory you've ever seen. I've definitely seen some way slicker factories than my own. But I am very proud of my factory style. So we're going to use the same trick we've been using for knocking out the biter nests. It'll hold up for pretty late game. Hey, Ultra, how's it going? Yeah, the sparks squared, as it were, have popped in here to say hi, and I really appreciate it. Alright, so we're getting pretty close to the point. Okay. So we go and poke that, make the neighbors angry. I'm doing pretty good. Making solid progress. We got our space platform set up. Okay, first nest is down. Yeah, we're going to be seeing the yellow biters very soon. The yellow biters will be a bad time. And all the yellow biters are is the biters kind of evolve as time goes on. So you'll start with these like little tiny ones that you can easily take out with just your regular old rifle and not have any extra stuff going on. And then they'll slowly get up to the second level, the medium biters. And those ones, you kind of need the armor-piercing rounds to really get much progress on them, or grenades or whatever. And then you work up to the blue ones, which is where we're at now. And the blue ones, they're really tanky, which makes them really rough. And then you get to the yellow ones, which I believe is the highest level ones. And those yellow ones take a lot to take down. Alright, now I just clean up. There we go. And that's our warning that our power grid has dropped below 25%. So pretty soon I'm going to have to expand my power grid. And that warning is something I've set up myself. So if we go up here to this, you'll notice these two little red wires here that go from that accumulator to these poles. These are programmable sirens. And so all I have is I have two of them. I have one of them that checks A. So if we look at our accumulator here, output signal is A, and that number there's the percent charge. So it goes, okay, if the percent charge is below 25, then it's going to put out a global signal that is basically a yellow battery signal that says power. It's supposed to say, like, whatever the actual percent is. It is just saying A, but I don't care. But basically, the yellow symbol means, okay, your grid is dropping to 1/4 power. And then I have another one for if it drops below 10%, it'll actually play a fairly quiet siren and make it a red battery symbol. And it's kind of just to let me kind of know, hey, you're starting to strain your power grid before it collapses. Hopefully. Let's knock down this nest while we're in the neighborhood. Be a little more aggressive than I should be on how close I'm basing. Okay. And I am using the rockets that have splash damage. The other rockets do more single target damage, but the vast majority of the time there's gonna be something nearby, and if you hit 2 targets, you're getting way more damage out than if you hit just 1. Alright, so I think we're good here. Let's go ahead, and I marked that. That's the one where the blue biters first showed up. And I wasn't ready for them, so I ran up. And it's not that I died, but it's like, I just couldn't make meaningful progress on the nest with what I had because I was still just using armor-piercing rounds at the time. So we marked it for destruction and just kind of never came back. But yeah, no, things have been really good. We've got to show space stuff. Let me go ahead and get behind my defense in case neighbors show up. We do actually have space stuff going on. Also, check out Ultrasaurus, absolutely fantastic content creator. Has also been playing a decent amount of Factorio Space Age, as well as Docked and a whole bunch of other really good games. If you like your simulation and stuff as well, which I'm assuming if you came over with Sparks, you probably do. So, absolutely. First time meeting blue biters equals I could take them, run, run, run. That is very common that you'll be like, okay, this is workable, and then just absolutely getting clobbered and going, you know what? It is in fact not workable. Oh, I missed that I screwed that up. That's annoying. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so you're waiting for that to arrive. Yeah, so this is our space platform that makes our space science. Pretty straightforward. You've got all this going on. These little stones go up. This thing will grab the stone when it gets in range. Thank you for the demonstration. And it puts it on this conveyor belt. And that conveyor belt, you'll notice it does a loop around the entire outside. That's just so that way I keep funneling this all through. And what'll happen is then some of that'll get pulled off and fed into these machines, which has two different possible outputs. They have the one output I want here, on this left side, and then they have the output that's the same thing as the input, so then it just puts it back out on the outer edge. So it feeds it back into the cycle to go around again. Then all of that, like the iron gets smelted into iron plate, and then the ice and the carbon get put through here. That goes in there to make that. Oh, good, we get to see construction happen. And it's back in functioning order. Thank you, Rocket, for that timing. That was perfect for demonstration purposes. But yeah, so you'll see these claws will grab stuff. They'll feed them into this outer line here. That's gotten backed up here, so that's a problem. Oh, I remember this problem, how to deal with this. That's right. That, so I'm gonna need some more splitters. So what we could do here is I put a splitter there, there, and there. And you'll have an output priority on your right. The reason I'm doing this is in the event that these get overwhelmed, I want to basically jettison this stuff off the side of the platform. So the plan there is straightforward. So basically what will happen is this will go around, and so what happened here is I had too much of the metallic ore, and so it just blocked up on this main road, or main access way. And so I tell it to prioritize putting it through here, but if it didn't have the capacity, shoot it off the side of the platform. It's not doing me any good. I should have way more of a lead-up conveyor belt to have more of a buffer, but it is what it is. Yep, and there goes the space science, which gets fed into this building, and then that gets launched back down to the planet, where then we go up here to my science wing, which is over here. So that'll come down there. And there's the science, which then gets fed over here. The problem is I don't have enough blue science. And that quiet siren is my power grid failing. So it looks like I need more accumulators from the looks of it. The solar's enough because we're getting flat tops here, which means we're maxing out our accumulators. And accumulators are basically batteries. But if that's dipping low, that means I'm not storing enough power to accommodate. So, I believe... yeah, this will be fine. Because now I can just go like this and say copy. That's fine. It's positioned wrong, but I'll choose to ignore it. There. That'll take them forever to do. As you add more accumulators, it should turn into a point, right? Yeah, so what'll happen is as we add more accumulators, you're not wrong. So what'll happen is as we add more accumulators, this top spike will get narrower because my solar panels are going to take longer to recharge it. At which point, you know, once it starts to become to a point, that means I need more solar panels to, you know, again, keep it maxed out. Because otherwise, and we didn't run out of power. We dipped down to about 5%, it looks like, give or take. But yeah. So let's also go ahead and while we're at it, so this stuff's still all in the way. Okay, so we do have drone coverage there. Okay, I wanted to grab one of the ones that has that. And I can go over here. Put down a little bit more solar power there. Because basically, over time, I add the solar power to the accumulators as like filler between areas that I'm not going to really use. Because I'm going to need to keep building out my defenses. It's all fine. Because this is kind of our old wall for down here that needs to be replaced. Now I can get back to what we were working on, which is going down some of these nests nearby that have been a threat for a while. Alright, so it looks like our iron mine is slowly depleting. Yeah, so our iron has 6.3 million still in it. The stone has 1.3 million. The copper has 2.5 million. The coal has 1.2 million. That's all pretty good. But as you can see, we are continuing to expand this wall over here. But the thing is I'm trying to have the goal of, like, getting the entire base kind of encased in a defensive perimeter. Because then while I'm out doing stuff on the other planets, as long as I'm able to keep some materials coming in, it'll just continue to run. Like, eventually the biters get tough enough, they'll put a pretty good push on our walls. But hopefully by then you got stuff like artillery or better weapons or something like that going on. Alright. So I got you down here. And you've been on the list of things that needs to be destroyed for a while. Okay, destroyed a bunch of nests all at once. Once you can satisfy all power demand from solar and accumulators alone, then it'll tip for a few days of cycle, eventually become flat again when they're fully charged, something like that. Yeah, no, if you're dependent, I would say, on your solar, not that it's exclusive, but if you are dependent on your solar, then, because, like, ultimately, it's accumulators or how long your power goes, because if you were using stuff other than solar, when it gets towards the bottom, nests don't respawn, do they? Not directly. So what happens is the biters will occasionally expand. So there'll be an existing nest, a whole bunch of biters will get together, they'll move to a new location and make a new nest. So they do expand and move and sort of recover. But they don't respawn in the sense that, like, there's not going to be a nest there again, most likely. They'll likely randomly choose a different spot. That's one of the reasons why it could be a good idea to take the time to just knock down a couple of nests if they're out in the periphery. To get rid of them before they start trying to make move onto your area. And then, if you're in pollution, then the biters it'll cause biters to spawn to attack you. So these are all fine. Those are all in line with my defensive perimeter. Probably want to push those nests back. I've got the resources. Let's go up here and knock these down. Because I'm kind of in a waiting pattern for my blue science anyways. Actually, I should probably check in the blue science. Right, because that's what we were working on. Blue science, where was I doing that? That's blue circuit boards. That's the low density. I need to put the labels on here like it did in my last run. That's the mall. That's red science. Alright, so let me start putting labels on these. Add tag. Steel production. Confirm. There. Alright. Green science production. And you are blue circuit boards. Blue circuits production. Your trains make you happy. Hey, Allison, can we get a shout out for Allison Adventures as well? Another fantastic content creator and friend of the channel and all that good stuff. Military, science, production. But check out Allison Adventures, another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of Project Zomboid, among other things. So if you're looking for stuff like Project Zomboid, Vintage Story, some RimWorld from time to time, that kind of thing, you can find it over there. I was going to keep adding tags until you... There, that's where we're looking for. So, iron plate, production. Drop you there. So you're waiting on engines. Fair enough. I'll add a tag here so I can find in the future, because that is the one I keep losing. Blue science. Production. So my engine units are up here. Ah, right. This just needed more buildings added to it. That's right. It was actually, we were actually actively expanding this production last stream. Engine production. Yeah, so if we... How many hours do you have in this game? In the game in general, I have a couple thousand hours in Factorio. In this particular map, I have probably like 45, 40, something like that. Well, we're what, on stream 5 and it's 9-hour stream? Sorry, it'd be 36 hours or so. Yeah, so we're waiting for the bots to get over here to get the last belts and all that put in. And that'll be a significant increase in our production capabilities of this area. And that's part of the reason I do this train stop thing, is I can keep shimming out and just making more of this as I need. You can do time? Oh, can I? Oh, man, I gotta remember what the... Slash... 36 hours, 5 minutes. I'd say it's pretty much on the money saying about 36 hours then. Now, Factorio is a game that before the DLC I had 100%ed. I am missing some achievements with the DLC, though. I hadn't had the chance to go in and do those. So I did, like, the, ever built a mega base? Oh, yeah. I have done the factory to a scale where your CPU eventually starts screaming for forgiveness. That you quote-unquote win the game because you cannot take the game farther. And Factorio will let you get pretty big before that starts becoming a problem. And what it actually does, if I remember correctly, is you'll actually get like almost a time dilation thing where the game itself runs at a slower speed so everything runs smoothly. Okay, that's gonna get annoying. There, I've opened up the forest. Books and totally code by Codemasters. Oh, they if you ever want to like really get into seeing the problems and solutions and all that you have to get into when you're doing really complicated games, Factorio, oh man, what was their, I don't know if they still maintain it like they used to, but they had like Factorio Friday newsletters or whatever it was. Yeah, Factorio Friday Facts. Yeah, it is a very interesting read of going, okay, well we need to be able to put like millions of these items in the world, but every item is an entity, which means it requires CPU and memory and all that. So here's how we tackled, you know, conveyor belts, where the conveyor belts, and you look at the conveyor belts and you see the individual items on there. That's kind of not true. They do track it so it's effectively so close to accurate you would never notice. But it's actually like once it gets on there, it almost keeps like this is the saturation of the conveyor belt with these items and all that. And like it kind of turns that like what would be like, you know, eight armor piercing ammo on a unit of conveyor belt, and it kind of hand waves that's like, no, this is just a, you know, armor piercing ammo conveyor belt. And it does a whole lot of really cool information. I'm gonna have the details wrong because I read that forever ago. But they do a whole lot of really neat things to take what would otherwise be 10, 12, 13 objects and effectively make it into one object. There's also a good read on how not to have your project ruined by bad management decisions that understood nothing of the actual project. Nancy, I'm certain there would have never been able to have multiplayer in that game with all those moving parts. They made it happen and it runs smoothly. Yeah. Like, they do some ridiculous things. But yeah, so it's stuff like I said, you can go up here to one of the conveyor belts. So you see like this conveyor belt here that's got on it right now, it's got 8 sulfur. If I remember correctly, on the back end, that's one object. Like those 8 sulfur, they're not real. But they are effectively real because then when it gets over here to the inserter and it gets pulled in, it effectively changes the state of the belt and all that. There's some really wild stuff they do under the hood. I'm sure people will be like, well, no, you got all these details wrong, and I probably do. But it is fascinating the way they tackle things. I hadn't heard about the mismanagement things on Factorio. Multiplayer works because the game is fully deterministic. Every client runs the entire simulation. Yep. So, like, the only place you'd run into issues would be, like, weird desyncy things where someone interacts on their side and that communication doesn't get across correctly. That'd be about the only way it can get really out of whack, and it would still be so hard to notice that. And then, you know, with all the, like, they just have to have, like, sanity check, catch-up commands, that kind of thing, so when a command doesn't get through, it knows to resend it. There's a game called Farm Together. Your friend caused the game to crash by linking together pawns over the entire farm. There's these things which get auto-reported fixed. Yep. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yeah, no, exactly, as Burning's saying. Because what they'll do is they use kind of the TCP kind of functionality where they go, okay, I told you that this person built this building. And then it turns around and goes, okay, can you verify that you got that communication? And then the other person goes, yes. You're like, cool. And if they don't, then it sends it again. So you gotta have some like real dodgy internet to notice it even at all, and it does self-correct. Like, they do an amazing job on this. It's definitely made by people who are very, very proud of the craft side of software dev. Let's see. They write how they had to take 3-4 months of time to completely refactor the UI because it had to become so tricky to add buttons to by the early UI. Not being made for it. They completely set it up new. And the only reason their technical debt was small enough to continue working on it, that's how they could possibly do it if invested shareholders had to say, oh yeah, no, that's a whole thing. Yeah. Folks were talking to you about multi-threading not being super common or being super hard. Your thoughts on that stuff? I literally used to have a course that I taught on asynchronous development, which is multi-threading. And yeah, it is a whole big basket that like not many people do. And it's one of the things that can get really nasty on the debugging is with multi-threaded code. Because you can run into bugs that only occur due to timing. And you can literally run into bugs that when you're observing the code, like you're actually trying to debug test, the bug will not occur because the timing is slightly different. But in production it does happen. You have to be very careful and meticulous when you're doing asynchronous programming. Now, there's easy ways to do it, and there's also hard ways to do it. So, like, an easier way to do asynchronous programming would be, for example, Project Zomboid's got a couple places that would work exceptionally well. If you're looking at, for example, Project Zomboid, I could have one thread that just handles the logic for the zombies. Because the zombies make all their decisions independent of basically a lot of other stuff going on. They'll check for noise or whatever. But, like, they're not actively interacting with the environment frequently and all that. Like, they're maneuvering around it, they'll bang on doors and windows, but that's fine. That could be a completely separate set of logic. So, the zombie AI can be one thread, or multiple threads depending on how you want to handle it. And then separate from that, you can turn around and go, okay, updating the world state so far as, like, should the plant grow? Should this, water turn off? All this stuff. That could be a separate thread. And so all these things that aren't really interacting with each other beyond that they're playing in the same world, those can be done really well with multi-threading. And some of those can be computationally heavy. Like, I know it was way later on that Terraria, they broke off their world update into its own separate thread and everything. Because as the world would run its passes to go, okay, load up the Plantera bulbs, do all these things. Like, all these little tiny things that had to change around the world, it could create a pretty significant performance impact. Because Terraria would kind of do this thing where it'd go and move from part of the map, and, like, update the state in the background while you're playing. And that could be an issue. So you could break all that off of the thread. The challenge comes into when you're dealing with games where you need all that computation in something that does interplay actively in the moment. Alright, so we've got the train is updating there. We got the logistics. We'll want to get the engines on the list. But yeah, so what you can run into, though, is say, like, you're making a game like, Diablo or Path of Exile. Those games are incredibly computationally heavy. You want to multi-thread those. That way you can, take advantage of multiple cores and all that and get a lot more performance out of it. At the same time, all of your calculations that are consuming all of your performance really interplay with each other, like how much damage the enemy is taking, how much damage the enemy is doing, is the enemy still alive, like the pathfinding on the enemies. Like, all of this stuff has to happen, like, in less than a second turnaround, or the whole game looks terrible. And that's where things get really tricky and messy, where you have multiple threads running computation and all that. But if one of them lags behind, you have weird things like the enemy that's, taking millions of damage and should be dead, but, like, the timing has gotten kind of funky. And so that enemy is now still running around live and shooting, despite the fact that you've done more in its total life damage because things have gotten out of sync and all that. You can run into some really wild problems with asynchronous code. It's something that has to be approached very carefully. That's fine, let's blast them. But it's also a thing that, broadly speaking, and this will be a little unfair, most game devs, especially in the indie area, most of them, the craft of software development is not their primary concern. That's a means to an end. It's not they don't try to learn to do it well or anything like that, but it is a secondary pursuit. And especially with the indie, where you're going to be wearing, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different hats between being like, you're the graphic designer, you are the developer, you are, you know, you're the game designer, you are the marketing department, you are the accountant. You don't get the time to really hone the craft quite as much most of the time. And so it's far more rare that people tackle the, People tackle more advanced stuff in software dev, like, again, asynchronous programming, multi-threading, and all that stuff. It's if they do it, it's more out of they've run into a wall where their game won't function properly unless they tackle this thing. If you have the time, yes. Thread safety and correctness would go first. For nearly every project, they can trade split tasks. But yeah, no, I used to do courses on, it was .NET code, but it was doing asynchronous thing, which is, again, how you would multi-thread in those, well, one way to multi-thread in those languages. Because you'd be like, this is an asynchronous method, it can run alongside these other methods, and that's fine. Like, you don't, because normally everything wants to work in order of operations of, like, work your way down kind of thing in code. That just goes line by line by line by line. And asynchronous is like, no, you could just keep running your other stuff and just keep following this thread down on a, or keep following this on a separate thread. But yeah. Like I said, some games it would be easy, some games not so much. So like a game like Factorio, I would probably have like the updating your various like what materials are doing what and where. That would be its own thread or threads. The stuff like, should the biters expand? What are the biters doing now? The biter pathfinding. All those would probably be stuff I would put on their own threads, because the biters figuring out how to walk up to your base and start murdering it shouldn't have any direct impact on, like, you know, where, like, the train figuring out how this is gonna go and move these things from here to there. So that'd be a really good place for some multi-threading, where you could spin off the biter logic onto its own thread and just let it do its thing. Let's see, if you have the liberty, yes, but thread safety and correctness would go first for nearly every project, and that constraints with split tasks. Yeah, so generally speaking, when you're looking at like kind of big business concerns, that kind of thing, craftsmanship stuff, like again, multi-threading, that kind of thing, you know, which is useful, but not necessarily seen as something that's going to make you money. A lot of times that's where, if you're dealing with like constrained budget, constrained time, it is one of those things like, hey, we should multi-thread this, it'll make it perform better. Okay, what's that going to cost us to do? Yeah, alright, well, you're not getting to do that because that's too big of an ask. We can't justify it. And that happens a lot, unfortunately. Like, it's hard enough that you'll have code that's been around for a very long time, It's getting really pokey, it's getting really dodgy. It needs someone to give it a once over to clean it up. And you'll be like, hey, we're running into problems that it's really limiting our ability to move forward on a timely manner. We need to go back and clean this up. And getting someone to buy in on going, okay, we'll update that code. You know, set aside some number of hours to do that. It's really hard to get someone to sign off on that because, again, it's not something that makes you money. It is just one of those things that you kind of have to do. Realistically, it's seen as something that's effectively an expense to be mitigated. You know, it's probably not the same topic, but I'm curious about memory leaking games is an issue. Do you think it will get addressed using with raising RAM prices or sort of stuff? I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so, like, I don't think the RAM prices will directly affect it. It is a software craftsmanship kind of problem, just like the asynchronous code is, so I would say there's a relationship between those. And I would argue there's probably a lot of opportunity to create memory leaks through asynchronous code. But by and large, we've never seen as an industry software optimize its code later on, like to increase the level of optimization. So, like, where we need to have a higher level of optimization previously due to having not as good hardware, as times have come on, getting to, like, taking the time to go back and optimize better has been a harder sell. And even with the rising RAM prices, I think the reality we're going to see is people who are going to be able to afford to get the RAM will still get the RAM, and simply those who can't won't have a computer. That's assuming that continues long term. But once the Gen AI bubble bursts, that should start to self-correct RAM prices. But yeah, no, it's when it comes to memory leaks, I think you're going to see less of that broadly speaking over time, because generally speaking, the ways you get memory leaks are a couple of options. One is you use a programming language where you have to handle the memory yourself, C++, Rust, these kind of languages. And broadly speaking, those are not getting used as much, which means the craftsmanship mistakes where you instantiate something, forget to you allocate something, you forget to deallocate it, and it gets stuck in memory, which then, you know, is where you get your memory leak. You keep creating new allocations of that memory without going back and cleaning it up. Broadly speaking, when you're using languages like Java and C#, they use what's called garbage collection. It's the actual framework manages the memory, and it doesn't make them immune to memory leak. It just makes it a little bit easier to avoid. But you know, if you're not doing anything that you're not overriding the memory management for some reason, it'll clean up your stuff. You can still run the problem where, like, you know, maybe you fire the gun in game and you're like messed up your thing and you're creating new instances of the bullet object without cleaning up your old ones, which is not technically a memory leak, but its impact to be the same in that you're gobbling up all your memory. But usually with those kind of games, your game's just going to stop running very quickly and you'll have to fix it. But so you saw one story where a piece of military software had a memory leak issue. So the manufacturer doubled the memory for the missile and called it complete. The missile would self-destruct before it reached the memory limit. Yeah, no, I can see that. There are cases where it's like, oh, this has a memory leak, but in production environment, you know, whatever, like, there's something that ultimately cleans up the problem before it escalates too much. So, like, you're running some report and the report has a memory leak, but then the report ultimately finishes before that memory leak becomes too big of an issue, at which point then the report stuff is dumped from memory. So even though you have a memory leak, it's not able to escalate. Whereas when it's something like a browser that your tabs have a memory leak in it, it can be a thing where it just keeps getting worse and worse because you'd have to close your browser to stop the memory leak. Or for a game where you might sit down and play for like 8-9 hours, where a minor memory leak gradually builds up to a big problem. But you'd say refactoring clean coding preserves the value of code and the ability to earn from it, which is hard to measure, so it's ignored. The Factorio dev blog could be a good management study in how these decisions are earnings, at least preserving profits in the long run. But my understanding is it won't topple business practices large scale. Yeah. Well, it's the same thing, like, historically, IT as a department is seen as an expense for organizations. So, broadly speaking, companies want to run as lean on IT as they can manage without having problems. And so it's kind of one of those things. All right. So we do have to make the decision about what planet am I going for? Because once we get the rocket engine, we're good. I'm leaning towards Fulgora. So your 3 planets you have that you can go to first is you have Volcanus, which is the one we went to the last time I did Space Age. It's the lava planet. We have Gleba, which is awful. It's the planet where everything rots. And then we've got Fulgora, which is the zappy planet. Now, for me, the reason I'm going with the decision is this gives me a lot of tech that will help with the biters as the primary thing I get out of it. Gleba, what was it that Gleba gave me? There's a bunch of cool, like, all the planets give you cool stuff. I'm just trying to remember what it was. Oh, you gave me, like, fusion power and all that. Ah, you're the one that, well, that's a cryogenic. Oh, you're Spidertron and the rocket turret. So you also give me some really good combat tech. That's right. You also give me better productivity modules and a bunch of other stuff good. Stack inserters. Yeah, so this gives us a lot of efficiency stuff, and then the Spidertron is amazing. But we go over here, and this one gives you all the recycling stuff. But, like, the big kind of advantage here is you can get the quality module. It says, these days, too many indie devs would have released Factorio back in its 0.14 days as complete, then taken their few bucks and walked away. Well, I think you're not wrong. I think a more fair way of saying it would be most of the developers would have released Factorio in early access at 0.14, and if it didn't hit immediate commercial success, would have walked away. Before it had a chance to, like, get its legs out from underneath it. Alright. So this one can give me the mech armor, which is the best suit for running around and all that. But it's the quality module 3 that's a big one, and the scrap recycler. That's the big one from here. So it'd be the armor, and then these 2 are the big ones as far as I'm concerned. Because if we get those, I can start going out of my way to quality stuff up, where I could, like, feed materials in, and if it doesn't quality up, I scrap it and try again. To, like, gradually up tech. And the quality stuff gets absurdly powerful. It's just very hard to take advantage of until you have the recyclers. Because you just end up with a whole bunch of quality stuff all over the place that you can't really use. I'm trying to remember vaguely how You never done the other planets? Would you rate it fun? Yeah, no, the other planets are really fantastic, because it's kind of like you're still playing Factorio. Like, the base knowledge you have of the game still has some value, but each one of these planets takes the way you approach the game and says, what if you just burned all that and had to figure it out all over again? So, like, in Factorio, there's a concept of sushi belting. It's very frowned upon. The idea of sushi belting is where you take a bunch of different materials and you shove them on one belt. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yeah, same game, new challenges. All on one belt. You like sushi. Yeah. Fulgora forces you to sushi belt. You don't get a choice. You are sushi belting on Fulgora. Which means you just have to deal with that nightmare. Gleba, on the other hand, everything rots. So you have stuff you can turn into iron, but you have to do it fast enough, or it turns into mold. And mold has a purpose. Mold is a useful resource. What's up? Can't you use bots to sort the trash out for you? Yes, once you get the bot set up on that planet, you can. It'll be highly inefficient. And then Volcanus, you have the lava, which you just cannot work with. And Fulgura also has terrain you just cannot work on. But Volcanus has the worms. And it won't spoil the worms other than they, where most of the other enemies in the game defeat you with numbers, the worms don't need those stinking numbers. They're gonna roll into your neighborhood by themselves. And you best be ready. To be fair, I'm making it sound a little worse than it really is. The worms have numbers in their health bar. Yes. The worms are the first time I was like, no, actually, a nuke would be handy now. And I don't mean one. So let's go ahead and see here. We've got all your stuff going. I don't want to queue up more stuff. You're already struggling. But we're going to want to go to our space platforms and start working on that. I keep checking to make sure I don't have my rocket selected, because one misplaced rocket and we're dealing with a bad time. Alright, so we could definitely use more of these. So what I'm going to do here is, because I don't want to take the time to build this out, I'm going to grab all that. Okay. Let's change our approach, because it's going to be weird about it, isn't it? Okay, we could just do this. So grab this belt, rip it up. Grab you with the belt. Okay. So I'm basically giving it a little bit more area coverage. I can't... Oh, so you ram into the platform, if I recall correctly. You love returning to Volcanus once you've got your personal railgun. It's satisfying to go big game hunting. So I should be able to go up here now, grab all of you. Alright. And I'm gonna leave this side exposed, because we will run into problems where it'll just grab the stuff I'm ejecting off the side. Oh, that's not fixing my problem. You're still backed up. It needs to be over here. Okay. I can make this work anyways. Trimming off some of the tiles that don't need to be here. Yeah, so that should work now, where they'll prioritize there, they'll take it around the outside. Eventually, it'll start to back everything up. Oh, I also realized you're backed up here. Now, eventually this will get overwhelmed where we have one material out of whack blocking the whole thing up. Alright. But that'll help for now. Okay, so that should fix our space science. Yeah, we'll definitely eventually need to go and do that. What are your opinions on trains currently in Space Age? My entire factory is based on trains. If you need to know if they have an endorsement by me or whatever, my entire factory is based around trains. Take that for what you will. Okay, so you need blue circuits. You need, I think it's 20. Actually, that's plenty right there. Because we're going to want to start working on getting our space-worthy platform going. And there's going to be a whole catch. Now, I gotta remember... Oh, I can't remember... Yeah, I don't think we can go out to look at the other planets until we get there. Let's see... Oh, I missed the any tips. Any tips for building spaceships? Your first playthrough, you just stole blueprints? So, like, when you build your first spaceship, you have all the time to experiment right here. That you can just kind of work on your area. I do know one mistake I made the first time I played is I based my ship's entire defenses around lasers because, like, hey, I'll be in space. I should be careful about not being dependent on lots of, you know, lots of resources and all that. That was a mistake. And a pretty big one for that matter. I'm trying to remember how I can check the power on here. I thought there was a button up here. Main building power icon. Power icon, top right. Thank you. Okay, so power's fine. Not a lot of wiggle room on the power, but fine. Okay. But yeah, so I made everything based around lasers for my very first one. That was a mistake. Alright. Logoro Flotilla. But it is a thing that, like, basing too heavy around lasers, if alarm goes off at all, then at that point you're already screwed. I mean, depending on how you set up your things. Let's see, you ended up stopping last time right after making a platform for space science. Yeah, and that's kind of like it's right after that that the that this DLC really kind of opens up. Now go ahead and I'll queue up the other planets. That way, as everything else gets done, we can keep all that going. Because science on the main planet's going to grind to a halt while we wait for the other stuff. When it comes to collecting the ore, one of the things you have to be careful about with your space platforms is you are going to want to have the ability to put more than one of these grabbers on here. When you get to other locations, you'll want defenses on more than one side. But it's also a thing that you need ways to unstuck it if things get backed up. Which is kind of not set up right here. I think what I'm ultimately going to want to do is make a buffer location and then chuck stuff off on the buffer location. Yep. Alright, so we got you. So, we're definitely going to have to do a little bit of work here. Because we got Epoch here. Epoch, all it does is make the science. We don't need to be making science while we're traveling. But, unlike this one, the Fulgora Flotilla does need to have the ability to have defenses. Alright. So let's see. I'm trying to remember as we look at the different planets. You can see what ores you'll find where. To make sure I have the materials along the way to make my different ammo and that on the way. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's check you. So you allow me to make water. You allow me to make thruster fuel. You allow me to make thruster oxidizer. That's fine. Oh, I need to stop yawning. I got good night's sleep and everything. So you're carbon and water, and you're iron and water, and you're both in the chem plant. Okay, so let's go back up top here. So the engine will be back here somewhere. So we're going to need at least 2 chem plants. And that's fine. Actually, I think it's 3 chem plants, right? Because we have water as well, right? Yeah, so it'll be 3 chem plants we'll need up here as an absolute minimum. Physically can't run the engine without at least 3. So we're going to start by making an area to actually filter out our various materials. So that's one buffer there. Then we're going to need some grinders. So I'm leaning towards so that'll be our first set here. Oh yeah, that was I definitely remember that. Well, that was Spiffing Brit, I think, who did that. Basically had people manually building the rocket kind of thing. There's a certain point you can't quite keep manually building that you have to, Oh, that's not right. You're not right. Alright. So I can shove some solar panels in here for our power. Okay, so with that, we have what I would need here to filter everything out, because then ore would come in from here, ore would come in from there, and ore would come in from there. And I've given it enough room that we could scale it a little bit more if needed. And then you would be making water. Should have given that more space, but that's okay. Get away with it like this for right now. So you get fed here. Alright, so that gives me water. And then we would need, for our thrusters, we would need fuel, which is carbon, and oxidizer, which is iron. So the thruster would be in the middle here somewhere, presumably. So put you here. And you there. So we got those both one tile wired in that. Actually, let's turn it that way. So those will be the water lines. Okay, so we got our water line connecting all this. And then you'll go and cross down here. And most likely with a lot of this, by the way, I am going to be splitting that off to put more because I'll need to make ammo production. Alright. And so with this, these would give me my 2 fuels, we'd have our thrusters back here, and that'd all be powered in there. So that's basically our powertrain minus the thrusters since we're actively working on researching it. So, that does bring up the next problem we have. The next problem is we need to be able to defend that. Now, I don't know if we're going to have copper plate available. So we're going to work on just using regular old bullets. Just plain old bullets. So the plain old bullets just happens to be a whole lot of iron. So we're definitely going to go and need that. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bring this. We'll pretend that this is going to be the iron line right here. And 3 is probably enough of you. Oh wait, we have to smelt them first. Change of plan. So I can put 3 smelters here. So that makes a bunch of iron plates. So I'll bring that all down here. Trying to think of the best way to shift this material around in a way that makes sense for... There, so at least a little bit of belt balancing, so we're taking at least some advantage of both sides of the belt. Alright, so then you would be making bullets. You're doing your thing. I can't queue those up yet. I don't know how fast that'd be nowadays. I used to be a much, much faster typer, but I haven't exactly tried to speed type on a meaningful capacity in a while. Got some solar panels to go in here. Alright, so this puts out the bullets onto the outside, and hopefully that'll be enough bullets for our purposes. So the way we're going to deal with this is I'm going to go ahead and have you go like this. And then we're going to put a splitter here. And that'll belt balance it out there. So, what we want to do from here is we have two conveyor belts. We have one conveyor belt that just loops the ammo around. And that'll eventually come in from this side. Don't worry about the back once that's done. So that'll be the first conveyor belt. Alright. So the problem with using the filter belts like I was the last set is the filter belts will block up if we have it set to be like that material split it off. And the way I can work around that problem is something like this. So I can tell you, so this is the ice track. So go to this one, we'll tell it to check for ice shards. You'll put those on that side. And then this one, we'll prioritize outputting here. So basically, if there's room for any ice on the track, you put it out that side. If not, you just pass it through if that's blocked up. That should prevent everything getting jammed. You are going to be the carbon. So let's go ahead and set you to the carbon cluster. And output priority right. You're on the wrong side. That leaves you. Be that. Okay. And then I'll merge it back onto that belt. And that is our... And this is our stuff we've grabbed belt. Okay, like I said, the back half will get sorted out once I have the engine, because I don't remember the exact dimensions of the engine. Alright, so in theory, all that should be wired up. So now's the next step, which is going to be putting our grabbers on here. So I do want some overlap for the grabbers to make sure we grab what we can. But between the grabbers, we need guns. Because unlike the first time, we are going to be dealing with issues of stuff getting hit. I will need to do this nonsense still, because you're going to keep putting in the far lane. All right. I can put a little bit of wall, so if anything does get through, it slams into the wall first. Okay, so you get the idea here. I can make this much better. All right, let's clean this up. We want that set up, but I might as well make it so it's actually, like, relatively clean. What we can do here is we'll put our first grabber right in the middle. Even though it's not actually the middle, I'm going to put middle of that. It's fine. So you drop off there. There's your belt. Actually, we could fully enclose that right behind you. Okay, so that's all fine. So what we can do here now is let's grab the guns. All right. Because now I can just grab this whole thing. Go like this. I can put you over here for the corner. And get rid of that. I'll grab the one last gun over here in the corner. Alright. So it does give us a bit of an overlapping field in the front for the grabbers. We actually have this corner doesn't have a grabber on it, but that's fine. And now we could do is to save myself a lot of time and effort. I can grab that whole thing. We'll grab it up. I know that's going to go farther, but I don't know how far yet. And the only things that were not brought over is that. The reason why we're making this go the whole way around like this is while we're on Novice, you don't have to worry about any of that stuff going on. But once we get to the next planet, we will have asteroids that will damage us coming from all sides. And that'll just be a thing we deal with. Now, the next unfortunate reality is I can't leave all that open. So I'm just going to have to go here and fill in all this space. And it also tells me I got room for a bunch more solar panels over there. Keep our power up and running. Oh, you just realized the factory class is novice? Novice? That is crazy. Yeah, no, I didn't notice that for the longest time as well. People had to be like, you know the first plant's named with a reason. I'm like, what? Oh, we also need more, there. So we have fuel and oxidizer storage. Eventually, like I said, we're gonna want to, we're gonna want to have a way to, like, jettison extra material off of the entire system if it backs up. And I'm leaning towards somewhere around here having another splitter that basically prioritizes one lane, and if that lane ever stops, it just starts ejecting anything else off the side of it. But we'll see. So like you can see, this is taking a little while to get done because it takes time just to make the platform and all that. Now I want to go in here, give yourself a little bit of a defense on the corners there. Do you give the Meyer quality of life tip? Sure. What you got? It's like I've done a full playthrough of this before. I'm very familiar with that. And you can tell it the filter chunks, which could even be a thing, is the ability... Well, because it's still one of them grabbing, even if these are backed up. I could buffer chest it as well. Shift, control, and pasting. Shift, control, and pasting. What does that do, just out of curiosity? I don't have a good opportunity to do it right now. Oh, you're saying shift control overrides pasting these, I'm assuming. Because I was noticing with the shift, which usually overrides shoves, it wasn't willing to put on the building. Yeah, gotcha. So shift control, like, shift is just like, hey, put this here, and then control's like, no, really, I freaking mean it. Yeah, that's good. That's a good one. Especially with a lot of those shortcut keys, the game is not... It's not that it hides them or anything, I don't want to overstate it. It can be pretty hard to notice them at times. Alright. So then the question now is, do I build a second rocket to speed this up? Because this is going about as fast as it can. One thing I am debating doing is we could put productivity modules on this to effectively get free parts out of it, because blue circuits and all that are expensive. I don't want to just go with the straight-up speed modules. Yeah, no, the beacons with the speed modules could speed up a lot. What are the benefits of the modules? Yeah, so when you go to the different module types, here, let me get all these things that we've unlocked kind of out of the way. So we look, for example, at the speed module. What it does is each speed module will make the building go 30% faster, but it will reduce the quality, which just basically quality is an upgrade you don't need to worry about at the beginning. Like, you can't go negative quality as far as I'm aware of. But, it'll make it so that building will operate 30% faster per speed module, but it has the negative of it consumes way more power. And then with the efficiency module, it just massively reduces the energy consumption and nothing else. And then you have the productivity module, which makes it consume more power, operate a bit slower, but it makes it so you get like an extra one every so often. And then last you have the quality module, And quality module has a % chance of making it a higher quality. So there's like your base quality, like, I don't remember the tiers, but it goes up to like common, uncommon, rare, epic, legendary kind of thing. And the higher the quality, just the overall better the final product is. And there's a lot of things that don't care about quality. It just doesn't do anything for them at all. But there are also a lot of things that it can be massively better. Like if we go to, I wonder if we can actually check it this way. So like if we look at the asteroid collector recipe, so the base quality, it just has like one little claw that kind of goes like this. I want to say with the legendary quality, it's like 5 of those little claws are going out and they can go almost twice as far. So it's just like, it's almost like mashing 5 of those. Alt-click. Then highlight the diamond icons. Yeah, so you can go here. That's right. So, like, the base quality gives us a 15 by 15 area that claw can cover, where the legendary gives us a 25 by 25, so not quite double. The storage size is not quite double, but, like, that's not as important. But the collector arm count, yeah, it gets up to 6 at the highest level. And then the base health is not really that important. And then the collector arm speed is about a little bit shy of 25%. Yeah, to be fair where you were at in the game, if you just got to space, it's kind of hard to take advantage of quality at that stage. You can do some quality at that stage, but it's a bit trickier to do much of meaning at that point. Right, yeah, exactly. Quality lets you build tall versus wide. Even if you're not going to use quality for, like, your main buildings or whatever, the place where quality can also shine is stuff like, I have the rocket launcher I've been using. If we look at our rocket launcher here, the quality gives it range, and it gets to not quite twice the range. At that range of the rocket launcher, you can hammer at a nest from way far away, and then just literally stand behind your defensive line and just hammer at the nest before, like, and just let your turrets just kind of do stuff. And for that matter as well, you can go into, say you have your explosive rockets, which is what I've been using. If we go into there, the explosive rockets, the direct damage I do gets to be 2.25, so like 2.5 times as much damage from the base damage, and almost twice on the explosion. And then the area of effect on it also gets to be like 2.5 damage. So you get the idea. I could shoot almost twice as far for like 2.5 times the damage, which is pretty big. That's actually why I want to go to Fulgora first. Is one of the things it gives you is a recycling machine. So like right now, if I build something, I'm stuck with it. With a recycling machine, I could break it back apart. And so it's kind of a way to go, okay, you know, when you're trying to quality up, because it's an RNG on if you get the higher quality. So you give your better self, you could, like, when you fail to upgrade it, you can just put it right back into the shredder and spit back out some more ingredients. It's something like half as much material you get back, but you can keep trying it again and again to get the better quality. If you get the legendary laser turret, its range ends up again being about 1.5, so it goes from 24 to 36. The shooting speed and damage isn't affected much. It's actually one of the disadvantages of the laser turret, is it only gains range, which is still really useful. But if we compare that against, say, for example, the gun turret, while it gets its range, and sure, this is a case where its range is about half, because it has bullets, and those bullets, when they're quality up, get more damage. So in this case, you go from, you actually get a lot with that. You get almost 3 times the damage, not quite. So yeah, that's kind of where the other guns, they get ahead of the laser turret when quality comes into play. Factorio's gameplay is like Malcolm in the Middle sketch. where Hal comes home to find a burnt-out light bulb and winds up having to work on his car. You remember saying quality power poles being good, but you never processed what that meant. Yeah, the power poles, those can be good. You're not wrong. The big thing there is they have like a larger area of coverage, so it's almost 3 times, and then the wires can go longer over like almost, well, it's almost double. So everything that quality helps matters, but there are things that it doesn't matter. Like if you look at the conveyor belt, for example, it just gives it more max health. So that's the cases of a quote-unquote useless quality. Now, that gets complicated when you start looking at that is a material used in other things that may benefit from quality. And you can also quality your science, but that just gives you more, like, makes the science have a higher output. Which, now that I think about it, there wouldn't be a reason to not quality the actual science and material. Huh. Because ultimately it'll just get used the same way. Huh. Because, yeah, then we could sit there and just, you know, make the quality modules for all my science to... Can you quality iron sheets? Yes. That's kind of the way... So that's the way you actually work through quality. Is so you make the iron sheet, it doesn't benefit at all from quality in itself, but it will get marked as higher quality. The way quality works in the game is if I have a base, like say I'm making a gear. If my input material is already an uncommon quality, I am guaranteed at least an uncommon quality output. If all of the materials going in, that'll be the minimum you can go. So it's actually a very good strategy to go to your plates, quality those up. That way you can roll the dice as many times as possible, separate out your higher quality ones to then take on to what you're trying to make, and doing that tiers up. It can be a bit of a mess for the train, since the train won't fill up if you don't have a full stack of quality. Yeah, no, that's where I'd have to get a lot more leaning on the timing of being like, how long does it take to fill the train? If these containers are full, okay. Make it so, like, it won't last more than a second or two longer than that. More than likely, for my early game quality, the way I'll probably handle it is I'll go someplace like here, we'll have all the quality stuff there, and I'll have a set of splitters down here to just separate all the higher quality off into its own area, to then be dealt with just however. And it'll just be a bunch of buffer chests there, so that I could grab the quality stuff, run it over to another place. You can also not handcraft your way up quality. You have to use the quality modules, which means putting into assembler. And you're just slowly building that up. That's fine. And we're getting our thrusters built. And then our stuff is going to stall out for a bit. Meanwhile, just need to keep leaving it alone. Our defensive walls are still getting built. Could probably add up train contents with circuits and use the circuit condition to train schedule. Yeah, so the comment that Darava is giving us is right now, if we look at my train logic, the problem I'm going to run into is this. If we look at the cargo trains and we look at the get cargo, you can run to a situation where I don't have enough quality stuff sitting in the box to reach full cargo, and so we'll never hit that. But at that point, 30 seconds of inactivity should fire, and the train will get on its way. So we've already got it where technically we'll handle that. Well, potentially 30 seconds of inactivity. We'll technically handle it, it just might be very inefficient. But that's a very workable problem. The other issue you run into comes with the assemblers. Do we actually look at our assembler? Here, we can go over to one of these. Yeah, it's definitely still inefficient. So look at the assembler here. What'll end up happening is I believe I have to choose the input on that, if I remember correctly, unless it's changed, that I would need to choose the input. And so if I'm trying to, like, if I say, hey, you're taking a regular quality input, and then I try and put in the uncommon quality, it won't accept it. I think that's how it did work. I'm hoping that changed. Because then with that, you can just keep kind of rolling the dice, and maybe not, you get higher. Or I think it was, oh, I think, did you... I think it's when you actually chose the, yeah, it's down here. So I would go here and say, okay, well, I want to make the cargo or the space platform, but I want to make it uncommon. And so now if I choose that, you'll notice, even though there is steel and all that available, it's not getting in here because this is regular quality material. This is looking for uncommon. So that is where, like, kind of the tricky part gets. It's like 5 times resource management, which is fun. Yeah, that's the reason why I was making the comment that Fulgora is such a good planet for doing quality stuff. Is you can look at all your techs you get, but it's this thing, the recycler. So the recycler reverses most processes except for smelting and chemistry, returning 25% of the ingredients on average. Fluid ingredients are not regained. Other items are usually returned 25% of the time, losing 75%. Or turned into spoilage if they're biological. So that's the base thing. And there's stuff you can do. And I'm trying to remember, I want to say, was it that you could put the quality modules in your recycler as well? So you can kind of like roll the dice multiple instances per hand? I want to say there was a loop you could do with that where you could basically keep rolling the dice over and over and over again with all that. But the thing is, you're burning, like, again, 3/4 of the material each and every pass. I'd probably circuit check the incoming available quality products. Those are loaded into the train too. Yeah, there's a lot you can do with that. So usually the way I've dealt with that is I'll have something specific I'm looking to make quality. Can you quality the recycler? That is an excellent question. I imagine you can. It probably just speeds up the production speed. But we can check. Because you can check this. We look at the recycler. I'll click it. So qualitying it increases the crafting speed. Gives it more health. So it makes it work faster. Is what it lets it do. Which is true of most of these things. Most of these things will craft faster. Or they do their thing faster. Almost all your production buildings, that's the magic. Is it like, and to be clear, that's 2.5 times the speed. But added bonus, it does it for the same power. Like taking iron plates, putting them into assembler with quality modules to make iron chests. Then run those iron chests to the recycler with quality, so you can get 2 passes with quality chances. Yeah. And honestly, with just that loop, you would be able to eventually get stuff up to their maximum quality of just going back and forth again and again. It'd be messy, but that's fine. You can just keep burning it through again and again and going, okay, here's the uncommon ones. Oh, that one rolled uncommon. And then when you scrap it, you have the chance each cycle of getting it up to the next level. The quality stuff, you will destroy a lot of materials if you're using the recycler. But it's one of those things, you only need 1 legendary quality mech suit. And then you've got yourself a legendary quality mech suit. They don't have a durability about it, so who cares? It gets really, really kind of messy with some of the things that you really kind of want to have quality on it. So while I can't do it meaningfully right now, getting these claws to be high quality is one of the really big things that helps with making it so you can go farther by being able to just get material that much faster. And then some of the other things that helps is like having your weapons higher quality for better range, which then you focus on the higher quality ones in the middle, the lower quality ones along the corners. Because you'll run into the weird problem where if you have all of these max quality, because the range gets like way out here, they'll shoot at stuff that was never going to get near you, which ends up being kind of a strain. Getting these qualityed up so they can produce faster. To a certain degree, your space platforms become the place where you need to build tall. Yeah, no, exactly, Infinity Simplex. That's kind of the Fulgora approach to quality is you feed the stuff in to make it. If you get the better quality, great. If not, you chuck it back over and you try again. And you just keep repeating that loop. Suddenly makes me think, let's work on starting to adjust some things. Because we did get our space logistics. In our space logistics, we can do requester chests. And with the requester chests, we can get rid of the spaghetti and become dependent on bots. And I'm down to do that. Because there's a lot of this crap that becomes a whole big headache after a while. So let's go over here. I'm gonna need to grab some of you. And start setting up the lazy bot-centric setup. So with the lazy bot-centric setup, I will need a requester chest. Where'd you go? You should be in here. There you are. So the lazy bot-centric setup goes like this. And we say you to requester chest. And so with this, we go to requester chest, and I say, I would like the steel boxes, and I only need like 10. You also need red and green circuits. Okay. I like red circuits. Those stack 200 tall. We'll say 100. And then green circuits, I would like 100 of that. So if you look at that, you can copy paste. Okay. Oh, right, and it does like 10 recipes worth. So what I've done here is I basically told it, get these materials, and then you just make it. And then you can output it over here. And you do that. Now, when you do that, you're going to get way, way, way more strain on your logistic bots. The other thing I'm going to need to do is we're going to need to make some minor adjustments over here. So these base materials end up available on the bot network. And as you can see, it's complaining because I don't have drone ports covering this area. All right. I also don't think I have any green circuit boards going into their own thing. So what I could do here is I can grab you. Copy that, clear your recipe. Copy that, clear your stuff. And so now we just make a blueprint of this. Bot building. Create blueprint. Chuck you in here. So So then what I could do here is I'll need to make a couple of those. But you can make an incredibly inefficient design. So we need green circuits, so boom, boom. That's all configured to make green circuits. We would need the copper wire. And you should not be doing this with copper wire. Because that is a huge waste of everybody's time. But, on the other hand, I can do it lazy. And I can make it a logistic bots problem. And considering the only thing I'm using the Logibots for right now is to give me stuff, getting the bots doing other stuff here helps out a ton. So now you'll see the Logibots start zipping around between all these things, slowly building, bringing this all online. Hi.
Hi. You're being the cutest little boy to ever live.
I don't think that's true.
It's true.
And you're not allowed to lie on the internet. We've talked about this. So the reason I wanted to get this started is I could turn around and go recipe module 1, recipe module 2, because that should bring it over. Oh, we don't have the blue circuits down here. This will be a terrible idea. Because the farther the Logibots have to go to do anything, the worse this gets. You can brute force it by just throwing a bunch of Logibots, but eventually you'll start running into computation stuff. Okay. If they go with dockable starships, summon out, gather a bunch of asteroids, and dock with a station over the planet to process. I mean, it'd be interesting. You never noticed novice pun over 10 years? Oh yeah, no, I only noticed that when we were playing Space Age. And so I was like, yeah, did you notice that novice is novice? Like, what? You're like, oh, so it is. But yeah, you get the ideas. Now I can start going in here and just various things we need. Like, I don't have the oil refinery being made anywhere, so just boom, boom. For the chem lab, boom, boom. I'll definitely want to make those more into the provider chests. Yeah, so you can see here where we're starting to get the wire. The wire's getting over here. Oh, do I not have the iron where they can get at it? Okay. That's good enough for right now. Okay. And that's just what we're doing while we're waiting on the space thrusters to get ready. Then get those added. Yep, so now as you can see, they're starting to make the requester chests, which are starting to go and get all that set up. They're starting to get our first quality modules made. And as soon as those done, they'll start working on the next quality modules. And you get the idea. So it is a way for, if you don't want to take the time to like wire up all your conveyor belts and get all that done, you could slowly transition to this. It, like I said, it becomes very, very heavy on your Logibots use, which can also become very, very heavy on your power use. So it is something to be kind of aware of. But on the other hand, as you can see, I can just stamp out a bunch more buildings and go like, make that for me, I don't care, just make that for me. You'll get some pretty bad bottlenecking on it, but it's a pretty decent setup for an inefficient mall, where again, every building is getting produced for you. Okay, and how are these things going over here? Yeah, so you're still filling in the gaps there. So that wall is practically done. There's a couple things still missing from it, but it's mostly sorted. That wall's got all of its guns and it's just missing a couple accumulators. So the top defense is done. This defense is mostly done. It's got some stuff missing. You're all done there, you're all done there, you're all done here. You have most of your guns and all that in place as well. So that tells me I should feel relatively okay about starting to get the next expansion in order. So I think I'm going to do is I'm going to actually daisy chain from here to start walling off this way. I don't want to push too close or I'm going to get caught moving stuff. You can also go this way. We're just going to go way too ambitious. Okay, so you're fine over here. Okay, and you're working on getting that branched over there. So we can go over here ourselves. Yeah, so you can already see, even with that little bit, the Logibots are just in full effort. Then you're giving out a few static ships that gather resources and send them down. You get a bunch of them. Well, that will not do. We had a bunch of constructor bots got destroyed because they were cutting across the corner, and the biters built a nest on the corner. That's going to happen. Unfortunately, a lot more than I wish it did. And that basically happens if you don't make your base a square or a rectangle. Anywhere it goes in as an angle, you have the risk of your bots cutting across that corner. And when they do, if there happens to be biters in the area, they can go and murder your bots. Luckily, those were bots coming from the defensive area out, so we just lost the bot. We didn't lose, like, the bot carrying something of high value. There's another nest down there destroying a bunch of my bots. Yeah, you can separate the logic networks. Oh, you're just straight up right here on top of me. Actually surprised you didn't aggro across. Okay. Alright, so we got the first nest that they were getting themselves killed on. Now, some of the good news there is also, once this defensive lines are built, it shouldn't be nearly as much of an issue. So let's go to the other nest that's killing our bots. That's fine. We're about to get our thrusters built just now, or researched just now. And they'll need to build those and send those up. Okay. Alright. So I took care of the stuff that was killing our bots. It is unfortunate that they did manage to kill a good, like, 30 or so bots, which kind of sucks, but at the same time, not much to do about it. We are producing them, so they'll get replaced. But that's actually one of those things, because we have all our bot network set up, and that's one of the reasons I like to run the bots pretty much everywhere on planets I've got established, is it can be a thing that, like, while I'm over on Fulgora dealing with Fulgora things, I could just immediately take my map back over to the planet and be like, okay, you're now building an expansion out this direction. Just do it. And that kind of thing. The biggest thing that gets tricky is getting rid of biter nests when you're not on planet. You have to get, like, a tank, you know, set up to do it and all that. But by and large, once we're over on Fulgora, this planet will almost effectively go into an idle state. Where it won't have things to be working on in the meantime. Yep, you can see we got the requester chests here. We've got our first set of the quality modules going here. So that's the quality module 2s. So I'm going to do now. Okay, so you're going to make thruster engine. You're going to take over making those. You're going to take over making this. And I don't think we care about the other stuff here, so you can just sit vacant for a moment. That's not what I wanted. What I want to do is go in here and add the quality modules. Because an end product that's never going to be used for anything other than that's intended purpose, the quality modules can be a good thing. Just waiting for the construction bots to get up here to place down these buildings. Because these ones have been highlighted as a different color, which tells me there's a bot on the way to do it. Alright. Okay, I'm just grabbing the things and moving them. So now I can go and grab our quality modules, which I've lost track of. There you are. There. So that gives me a slight chance of getting a higher quality one. Not very good, but a slight one. Oh, you know what you can be? You can be that. And where'd you go? Trying to remember how you can ghost that. Oh, I think I can go like this. That's right. I can go to you. Oh, I also forgot. You need to quality module your quality module, because your quality modules can be qualityed, and your quality modules become more quality. So you can continue to work your way up with that. Oh crap, I did that again. I'm doing the wrong keyboard shortcuts. So go here, change you over to this. Change you over to this. That's fine. So we need to not use shift click. And that'll end up causing some problems because when I get the quality, the better quality 1 production modules, they won't feed into the quality 2, and I'll need a separate quality 2. But that is a problem for us to deal with later. Now, with all that said, while everything else is going on, let's go to you, because now I can finish out building this out. So, we now have our engines. Oh, I'm trying to remember what the flip button was. Because I've been doing the rotate and all that, and I want to mirror it. I'm blanking what the mirror button was. Because we'll need to line those up. Alright. Settings. Controls. Oh, you can't mirror them? Weird choice, but okay. Right, so you can go 1, 2. Deal with that in a minute. This needs to be much better than that. Okay, so that gets... This is the yellow line. That's the blue line. So you can go over here. Go boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Up. Boom. Boom, boom. So that... all the yellows wired up. And then we just connect it up here. I just gotta remember which ones are which. The challenge is these blue ones. I think we can do like this. Or not. And I'm sure I can make this way less of a convoluted mess. But also, you know. If I had put them one space wider... Here, let's change this. If I put it one space wider, it makes all of this way less complicated. Alright. So... you are going to go up here immediately. That's what you're going to do. And you're going to be kind of in that same area. So that's straightforward. That's how you're wired up. You, on the other hand, try to go out here. And out there. Because you'll go on the bottom side. Right, because you have to go down one. That's fine. If you try and turn up, it won't work. And I'm sure there's entire blueprints that people have come up with to wire everything together. So now I've got that. What? Oh, what am I doing? That's why it's all confusing and why it didn't work the second time. You should be like this. Okay. So now I've got this. If I connect it like that, it'll be fine. If I go like this, same deal. I've got my engines. Now I would need to do is fill in to connect them up to these reservoirs. I believe this one's the oxidizer, that one's the other fuel. But right now I'm choosing to just ignore it. And just let the thing build. Regardless of what happens next, we can fill in the rest of this part here. Because I can go up here, fill all that in. Which now gives me where we're branching out to here. For defense. This does mean I've got a vulnerable back half of the ship, though. Which is a bit concerning. Okay, so let's see if we can't grab a set of guns. There we go. Let's give me a little window between there. And in the meantime, I can actually do this a smarter way. Let's grab you. That's fine. That's fine. Yoink you off. Yoink you off. Now you can just fill in the rest. That's not going to work quite the way I'm hoping it. In fact, let's just do that. Oh, I got a problem on my literal and my entire layout. My entire layout is wrong all the way through, start to finish. Cool. I'll deal with that in a second. Alright, so the problem is this would be belt mixing my bullets and my ore, or my bullets and my other stuff, which clearly is not going to work. None of these guns are going to work over here either. So what should happen is all of these ones need to be pulling from the inside belt. You're not going to work on that corner. And this whole side needs a bit of a makeover. So we're going to grab this belt. That belt is no good where it's at. And fortunately, this does create a problem over here. So this whole side is just objectively wrong. So just pull that off real quick. Alright, so problem is, I've got this doubled up belt for cycling everything around. The inside belt here is supposed to be for... The inside belt here is for bullets. Oh, don't do that. So I can go like this, go like this, go like this. We can put an underground here. How do I want to deal with it? This spot, there's not really an elegant solution. Because I need to weave the belt. We can go like this. You turn down that way. Okay, that might work. That doesn't help where we got, like, kind of a blind spot in this corner where I won't have defenses. Which is not great. I can probably work around that with a little finagling. And the other way I can work around is just push all of this up one tile and be done with it. I'm actually very quickly leaning... Yeah, let's not do it this cursed way. We can make this work in another way that won't be nearly as problematic. So let's yoink all that up. And you can just do your thing here. And what we could do here... Chuck you there. Grab you there. I believe... Oh, not that. That'll be terrible. I believe you do an underground like that. I don't think this will feed onto the underground. If it does, then we just lose a sentry gun over here. Alright, so that should work now. It's a bit on the curse side, but it should work. Okay. Now you grab from here. You grab from there. You can grab from here. Burned up that corner. Burned up that corner. Okay, and they're just gonna keep on sending stuff up here. Okay, so there's not much room to put much more defenses over here. Put you there. And that's it for what you're getting on this side. But the inserts can also pass a pass from turn to turn. That is a fair point. I could be putting a gap in between them. Oh, I see what you're saying, like on the corner itself. Yeah, that's fair. I just need to make room for it. Honestly, it's not a terrible idea. So square off the corners instead of making them whatever. I could shove one more turret over there in the corner. So I can grab you. You'll be fine there. You're good here. You're good here. Ah, crap. I know. Working on it. Where was on the factory again? Blue circuit. Aw, man, I should have taken the train. It's fine. I thought it was over by my iron production. It's all the way near the bottom. Okay, so blue science production is over here to my right now. Which is pretty annoying. But it is what it is. So let's go over here. Let's kill this biter. Figure out where it comes from and murder its entire family. So is the tax. Can you put guns on trains? Way later you can have a artillery train that could fire artillery from the train. But I don't believe there's anything like driving just a moving set of guns along. Okay. Trains are kind of like fired bullets themselves. Oh yeah, no, if the biters are on the track, until you start getting like the really, really heavy biters, like the big yellow biters, the train will go through it, take a little bit of damage, and then get back to it. Can't get that last nest down real fast.
Thank you Alta Buffalo for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. I'm Alta Buffalo, and I hope you've been enjoying the stream, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. Thank you so much for that support. Alright, so we got rid of the nest that dared attack our home. I do see that we made progress on this. Alright, so I think this marks where I want to start putting this area of defense. Now keep expanding that way too. And the reason I'm kind of start turning there is I want to put this iron node inside my perimeter, because iron will be one of the materials I'm likely to run out of while I'm out and about. And if we just already have it there, I can just go and be like, okay, stamp out a new train stop with iron mines on it. Be done with that. Alright, so back to what I was doing before I was so rudely interrupted. Actually, we could just put the platform itself here. Yeah, but now I get what everyone is talking about, where so many people are like, you can put it on the corner by just passing the ammo through. It's like, that is a very valid and fair point. Okay. Alright. So we just need to pipe all this together. We do have room for more solar panels. Someone ever thought of passing ammo from one gun to the other? Yeah, no, you could technically do it without the belt the whole way around. The problem is if one side got hammered, suddenly your ammo would just start running on the first turn in the series. But just a corner, that should be fine. How's my bot network doing? Construction bots available. Well, construction bots total 100. Available's not that many. Let's see, did we get any lucky quality modules? We have not. Is your... Oh, we don't have electric motors on the network. Right. We can fix that real easy. From way heavy science pass through, you can be a bottleneck? Yeah. Where it's gobbling up stuff as it's being passed through. So we finished researching Fulgora, and we do have our actual ship intended to fly us from one place to the other underway. And the hope is our ship will be set up enough to be able to hold out. Now the catch is, the biggest danger would be if the ship cannot replace its ammo faster than it's using it. It might be worth considering adding a couple of laser turrets on. We're not going to have the power I need to sustain a bunch of them, but it's a risky thing. Right, so your issue is we do not have the electric motors on the network. So what I can do to that end is I have you putting those over there to pass up. Where are you needed? Are you just needed? Okay, so you're just needed for those, which I'm now doing down below. Alright, so with that in mind, we're going to go over here. And going to yoink that, put you here, and stack you there. Pick you up. Pick you up. Then this whole long belt can go. Means that can go. This can go. And that can go. And then from here, we can go over to that box that has the motors in it. Oh, I see a problem. All right, 1 second. We can solve this. There you go. That's fine. Okay. That put the electric motors that they needed on the list. I'll run down here to these. We're not producing ridiculous numbers them or anything. We can go to you. And drop you in here. And go to you. And drop you in here. Now have a view. Alright, so you're working on all that stuff. That's good news. Hey, we've got our first winners of quality modules. Nice. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here... I'm going to go to this building. You use the medium ingredients. Ah, you're not going to be able to do that yet. It's fine. I'll still set you up. You just won't have anything to do yet. Because while I do have that at tier 2, I don't have the better ones. So let's grab your modules. And do that. Because you have a 1.3% chance of higher quality. Oh no, I'm sorry, you still have a higher on these. So for right now, though, we'll drop you back in here until you're needed. Alright, so all that's still coming along. We've got our new defensive perimeter starting to go in slowly. On both ends of the, both ends of our territory. Because then what I'll do is I'll turn it here so that this is inside my perimeter. We're just going to kind of loop down and go across. If we do that, we can have our full perimeter enclosed. And then we don't have to worry about that for a while. Yeah, we're running out of research I could do until I hit another planet. Which is not at all shocking. But as an added thing that'll happen when that happens, is as that goes on, the amount of pollution we're spreading out on the map will go down because a bunch of our factory will kind of shut down, as it just won't be needed. You worry about that later. And you're just doing your best. Oh, I got a tile missing there. Okay, so let's consider. You have the ice come in here, so you crush the ice. You have the carbon come in here. So you crush the carbon. Means you have you come in here. So you have that. So you cut all the way through to here. Where you... That's the iron, will be making that. Means you're making this. And you are making water. Which means, in turn, that this will be oxidizer, that'll be fuel. Let's get those wired up real quick. Of course, none of it's lined up to make it easy. Trying to see the fastest way you can plug it in. There's not really a good spot, so we'll just go over here. And that should connect all the oxidizer. And that'll connect the fuel line. Hey, Juice, how's it going? That should be a fully functional ship once we get it built. But, like, layout-wise, that should work. The next big thing we want to tackle. What's the plan for the chunk coming off the crushers? So the chunks coming off the crushers, those are getting fed into here to be made into fuel and oxidizer, as well as the bullets. Those will back up. That's fine. That gives me a buffer. Now I look at it. I don't have it set up to take advantage of both sides of the belt. So you'll want to go like this, so both sides of the belt are going. I'll get you on both sides of the belt. I'll get you on both sides of the belt. But yeah, so basically the crushers they feed in here. We've got the ice becomes water, the iron becomes, again, fuel and ammo, and then the carbon becomes the, well, which you get the idea, between the carbon and the oxidizer. But you get the idea. We get our stuff for fuel. That's the intention. So then this is our whole powertrain back here, but then we'll be making ammo over here. And if necessary, I could potentially put another smelter up there. We'll see if that's enough. We'll probably run into balance issues. I'm really debating getting a couple laser turrets. Oh, right. I am not managing that. I forgot. Right. Yeah. Okay, so change in plan here. I even managed that on my other ship, and then this one... Left alone. Okay, so if you are an ice chunk... This will not be the elegant solution, but it will be a solution. You're a nice chunk. You get fed into the next part of the system. Get you out of here. And if you are a carbon chunk... prioritize clearing that line. That takes those two out. And then if you are a metallic chunk... Okay. So it's a little messy, but that should work. That's definitely one of those ones you could sit down and you could definitely optimize that a lot. Alright, so what is the holdup here? I'm assuming it's the platform? Oh no, it's probably the rocket itself, isn't it? I'm probably hitting that point that the platform and all that's getting done in a relatively timely manner. No, it looks like it's actually the platform. You're cleaning that up, that's fine by me. Yeah, so you're waiting on platform mostly. Okay. So you're still doing your stuff down here. You're still working on it over here, so don't rush any of that. How's the power grid doing? So power grid seems to be holding up just fine. We are seeing these dips getting to be a little less frequent and all that. That's good news. Looks like we're about to get our next rocket of platform going up. As we look in here, we actually have most of the stuff needed to build the rocket are already in the inventory here. Not all, but a lot of it. And we need to get that all sorted. Oh. Yeah, we'll watch it build real fast, but I need to double check to make sure our, I need to make sure that our chem labs and all that are building themselves. Okay, so... yeah, you're waiting for requester chests. Which is interesting with them right there. The chem labs aren't getting gears. Gotcha. That checks out. I've got like going down there, but I don't have any gears being put on the network. So let's go ahead and do that. And there's stuff like this where I'm making this down here. That down the road, what you'll end up doing is you'll end up just making like a proper gear production with a bunch of passive chests or whatever. But at the moment, we're being pretty lazy about all of this. There we go. Right, and you don't actually matter on this one because you're not going to get the quality stuff. It's fine. Oh, we got a rare quality one. That's fun. None of that's going to go and do anything yet. Yeah, but ultimately the hope would be stuff like this that we would end up getting a couple of quality modules here. Yeah, and you're missing... Yeah, all that stuff's on the network as well. Yeah, so we'd be hoping that we could get the guns at a higher quality because those will end up being big. Alright. So the big question is still, for you, do I put a couple of laser turrets on there? Because we should have plenty of solar for it. And that would alleviate the strain on our ammo. I wouldn't want them to be most of them. I'd probably just set the laser turrets to be like, hey, shoot the little stuff. And then we'd tell the guns to prioritize the big stuff. So I could see, like, maybe these two guns. Let's actually do that. So you two are going to actually be laser guns. Might do it on this side as well. Yeah, put 2 laser guns on each side. That should be not too much of a power strain. And I'm trying to make it so I don't actually stick out too far. So they don't waste power shooting at stuff that's way out in the middle of nowhere. And the accumulators I'm putting back here are mostly just meant for a buffer for when the laser guns are going hard, that if we do overwhelm our power network a little bit, it gives me at least a little bit of a buffer before the power network fails. Alright, meanwhile, your issue is literally just you're bottlenecked. So if we grab some blue and red circuit boards... I have blue and red circuit boards. How many do you need? Oh, you also need the speed module. Okay. Let's grab some blue, red, and green circuit boards real quick. Yeah, but the side rear of the range is big of an issue. Limited while firing is stationary. Yeah. Two. 3, I believe. Alright, so I'm going to toss a bunch... Actually, I don't need that many. I'm going to toss a bunch of speed modules in here. With the intent of just picking up the pace in those platforms. It seems like that's our current bottleneck right now, is just getting the platforms made so we can get our ship out of here. Because everything else is built, it's on the network, it's just getting done. I don't have walls up here. Do I have the walls? We gotta be producing... Yeah, the walls are in the network, yeah. It's just not been queued up. Yep, so each load will get a little bit more done. And eventually we'll get it where it'll start filling this in, and it'll start being able to construct the fuel and the ammo and whatever else. Alright. And each one of these we make increases production speed by 30. It does hurt the quality, but the quality does literally nothing for space platform. Alright. The materials for this thing are definitely cheap. It's just, you gotta make a lot of it. Then my next guess of where my next bottleneck's probably going to end up being is probably going to be the actual rockets. Okay, so we got chem labs on the network. All that's on the network, so that's all good. Oh, I see. You weren't even hooked up, right? Alright. Okay. So you're doing your thing, you're doing your thing. Got pretty weak defenses still. The plan is at this edge, we turn that across. They bring it across there. Like wherever these would meet up. And then that's our entire wall area. We shouldn't have anything else to worry about. I'll probably need more solar and all that later, but we can worry about that when we get there. Okay. And then if this works out, what I will do is I'll just copy this entire thing and start building another one at Novice while we're doing Fulgura stuff. So that way, by the time we're done with Fulgura, we just have the platform ready to rock and roll. Let's see, are fluid tanks in the network? Surprised they're not there yet. In what regard? Like, I have where I can check the fluid on various things as I need to. The only fluid I'm moving around is sulfuric acid, which I actually need to check on that train, because that's the one train that the configuration I wasn't as confident in, that it seemed to be misbehaving on detecting the fluid and whatnot. So I can go check in on that in a moment. What was I looking at? Right, I had the other speed up thing in my pocket. So let's go check on our fluid train. Oh. Oh, the fluid tanks. Right. Right, I don't think I have those being produced here anywhere. And you're the first one that's officially out of the drone range. That's fine, we can go here. Okay. But yeah, you're correct, I don't have that. Oh, no, it definitely... Well, actually, I'm not sure. But regardless, I don't think I have those containers on the network anyways. So let's all check on our trains now. So the first thing I need to do is our blue circuits are the only ones using that. You still are good on liquid for right now. That you had 100,000 here and you still have a ridiculous amount. What does your configuration say? If you're less than 20,000, then you go. And meanwhile, you would go to pick up fluid when I've got a bunch to spare. So you are basically full. Yes, you are basically full. So you should be over there with nothing to do and a fuel tank full. So let's go see... Get fluid. Right, so this is the catch. So it's not... Our fluid parameter isn't working the way I want it to, unfortunately. So we can check you. And we'll have that. So yeah, so for some reason the fluid wildcard... Oh, because it's checking the fluid on board. And so the wildcard's coming up with nothing. There's got to be like a generic, is it fluid or whatever. So we'll top off the fluid on the train. And that should be good, because otherwise eventually the blue circuits will shut down. Alright. That's all fine. They'll get that sorted out long before this thing's done. Okay, so we got... Yeah, so you can see we're getting a little bit more and a little bit more of the platform built out. It's unfortunately just going to take time. Have cargo seems to work for you even on liquids. Gotcha. We can probably check that now because it should be sitting there. So let's go to fluid trains. Right, so get fluid. So this is the one we have, so empty cargo. So what you're saying is if I get rid of this and we tell it full cargo, and get rid of that, it'll in theory work. And for the drop-off location, we can use the wild card on both of these. And that should work. So if I cancel that, it should park. And then re-queue up to do the next thing. But we'll check. Because the good news, there's only one stop eligible for it. So I don't have to worry about gumming everything up. Okay, so that worked. It just doesn't have, like, it can't go there yet because the stop down here is currently shut off because it's already got so much sulfuric acid it doesn't have anything worth doing. Alright. So let's go check back in on the platform production. Alright, can I speed you up in a meaningful capacity? They've got circuit boards here. Got the copper wire there. I make this work. Okay. So put you here. Put you there. So that takes care of that. We're gonna need to move that power pole over one. More than one. Put a splitter there. Cool. And then if we go to our modules here, we're working getting the speed modules in that to speed that up. And I believe I need some more red circuit boards, I think. And we can go on the map. E. Not that one, you. So you'll put them in there as able. Okay, so that should massively speed up the platform production. Because it's funny, because you get like 40 of them, and it actually is a decent amount of space. But looking at it, you don't really notice it super much. Yeah, so we're missing... We're mostly just missing the thrusters. You're missing the thrusters, the claws, and just a lot of platform. And the sentry guns. So this will finish and immediately pop in. That's a 1.4K plasma required. Always surprising how big those ships are. Yeah, no, it could be a lot. And each cycle is 2% of a rocket. If I wanted to make another rocket silo, that's it's pretty costly. It's not the end of the world costly, but it is a lot. Okay, because I'd have to bring you your blue circuits. I'm gonna regret this, but... Oh, not you. Actually, no, that's fine. But you as the output. Get you a requester chest. Definitely no more than one spot. Then I can put the concrete and the blue circuits on there. Okay, and that lets me grab you now. So don't worry about steel. Pipes. You leave the electric motors on there for now. Okay, meanwhile, we can go over here. I have the concrete just sitting in boxes right here. There's nowhere for it to go. I don't really need it for much. Oh, those are the ones I'm even looking for. It's you I want the requesters on. In the meantime, let's set you back. Because it wouldn't do me very good to be like, ship these goods, and then all the logic drones just immediately nab them and run them away. Alright, so we can grab you. Okay, that'd take care of that. In the meantime, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So carry the concrete over and get a second rocket going. We're not going to need that too much now, but it just sitting there idling anyways doesn't hurt anything. And then down the road, it does end up becoming a whole thing. So I can go here, boom, there's your 1,000. Yep, and they'll just be waiting for blue circuit boards, which is going to take forever. That's fine. Okay, and you're carrying a bunch of walls up to the rocket for the next one. Because you must have gotten a platform to get that going. Okay, what got destroyed? Okay, so it was a sentry gun who got destroyed, which does check out. We're doing perfectly fine on ammunition. Let's grab our train and write it down. But yeah, no, they definitely made it so it's a major project to make your platform to another planet kind of thing. So you're not going to be needed for a long time, so we can ride you down. Which I appreciate. I think that was a good decision. Because then it kind of limits the speed at which you can just, like, boot up another and another and another platform to, like, get kind of silly with it. It also gives you time to, like, fuss and adjust and all that, your design as you're sitting here on the safety of your starting planet. Sorry, excuse me. Oh, those came from your right. That's why you fell. I was like, man, I'm a little surprised that you fell to that. All the kills you just had were from the right side. They're from over here. Okay. Where are you coming from that you attack straight from the right? The enemy's down here. Ow. Okay. So we're definitely getting attacks from there. I'm just surprised they kind of were maneuvering around the sentries. Alright. And that pushes them all back for right now. Yeah, because they had actually started attacking these railroad tracks when one of them aggroed the sentry guns and then moved over to the sentry guns. Okay, so we can shift back over here. Let's actually jump on our train and ride it back up so that I don't forget it's there and then someday go, where's my blue circuits? Realizing I've, you know, clogged up the system years ago kind of deal. and check out Passette doing some Digimon. Plays a lot of like your turn-based RPGs like Pokemon, Digimon, that kind of thing. So if you're looking for RPGs, you can find it over there. And hey, Luxray, how's it going? And how's our power been going? Power's been extraordinarily well. Okay, it looks like you're making good progress there. Okay, it looks like you've actually gotten this ready for my next set of... defenses, so you can go there. Got a little bit more distance on the network. Would that be about right for cutting across? I think it would be. And needless to say, that's going to be a lot of work that's going to take a long time to finish. Okay, so change my mind on this length of it. Oh, well, that's going to be terrible. So we can go like this. And pick that back up. All right. And the reason I did that is I realized they weren't going to line up. I'd rather use the one that's slightly to the right versus the one that's slightly to the left. Oh, it's just a rock. I thought it was like a nest or something was a red dot there. I was about to be like, don't have a nest there. All right. Yeah, so that should give me everything I need over for this corner going around this way. And in this wall, we would break it down here and just correct however the corner there is. I don't think we can quite make out where everything would line up quite yet, but we're making good progress on that end. So one other thing that'll also help. Start daisy chaining these a bit. The reason that'll help is by daisy chaining those. It just gives robo ports for the bots to recharge. Yeah, it's fine. That when they get halfway here and they run out of power, they can just pop over here and do a quick recharge when they're crossing this, like, giant expanse. Getting back over here, building out the buildings. Alright, so let's take a look at our ship. Yeah, so we're making progress. Like, I see that we got some of our walls up here built. We got, like, a bunch of this is filled in more. Just a lot of platform to be built. Yeah, it's waiting on blue circuits. I can go grab some of those. The question is the rocket my bottleneck yet? Because I was figuring it's going to be my bottleneck soon. It appears it is. Alright. Does it not hit a cat on 98 and scared the heck out of you? Not really understand my car up. That's no fun. I'm glad you're okay. It's always rough, because when you're on a road like 98, 95, those, like the speed limit's 70 miles an hour, you have no time to react to anything like that. Alright, Bassett, you sleep well. Okay, so let's drop you off. Oh, you're 200, aren't you? Ah, 200 of that. It's fine, they'll get there. We could just go ahead, speed limit 60? Yeah, there's like... If something runs on the road, there's no chance to react to it. You slam your brakes, it's just too late. Okay, we can go like this. Alright, and that'll give us a second rocket to keep building stuff out. At this stage, we've got most of the stuff up here. We're still waiting on, so we got the chem labs up here now. We're pretty close to getting some of the initial process being able to go. Like, once we get this corner of conveyors and then, like, one of these grapplers on, it'll at least slowly start, you know, building up its supplies and all that kind of stuff. We'll be able to start bringing the whole thing online. There goes the sentry guns. Yeah, no, it makes sense, Luxray. Like I said, glad you got home safe. Sorry it happened. Alright, so we got our first defensive gun on there. They won't do anything on Novice. The defensive guns come into shape when you start moving around between planets and then trying to hold up at another planet. Novice is the only quote-unquote safe planet. You had a great dinner at Olive Garden, though? Well, I'm glad you had a good dinner. Tomb likes Olive Garden quite a bit. I'm a bit more indifferent myself, but it's not bad or anything. Oh, you don't have power? Why do you not have power? Oh, I see. There you go. So that's slowly charging up, so these are now on the network, which means those should finally start getting made. Their breadsticks are epic. Yeah, no, it was actually interesting reading about the history of Olive Garden and the fun of like where the unlimited breadsticks came through. So the first Olive Garden, I believe, was in Orlando, and they had just grossly underestimated how many people were going to show up for it. And so they had way more people than they could possibly handle. And so they're like, what do we do? And they're like, just keep giving them breadsticks. Keep giving them breadsticks. Because, you know, the kitchen was just overwhelmed. So they kept just bringing out more and more breadsticks, and it just kind of became a thing that Olive Garden does. Have you decided? Fulgora. Fulgora, I think, is the first one. That way we can get the recycler so we could start abusing quality. But yeah, so it was the opening night. They had to anticipate how big the crowds are going to be. And it became a whole logistical nightmare, so their solution, at least to keep people happy, was to keep throwing breadsticks at them. And then it just stuck. It's the thing that people went to Olive Garden expecting. It's fun when you like find out those kind of things. I'm just eagerly awaiting the first of those grippers getting up here, and then getting like this part online. Because once that happens, we can actually start to see like, okay, is this set up right? Where are the parts that are going to start shaking out, not working quite right? This actually seems like a pretty decent setup. The big concern I have for this one right now is almost exclusively around, does it have, like, will it be able to replace the ammo as fast as it's using it? I think if we have it sit up here and buffer up to, like, really fill out the ammo and then go, at a minimum I can have it go there, drop me off, and then come back. I think that would be a very doable thing. I'm not sure, like, I'd have to see how well it holds up on just staying there. So one thing we can also do, we could set target priorities. Oh, I gotta remember, okay. This is the trick. So we have your different asteroid types. So we have the metallic ones. Right, so we're going to be facing the small and I believe the mediums. So they're weak to explosion. You're also weak to explosion. Okay, it seems like explosion is the bulk of the damage. Well, I was going to go through here and set priorities on them. Because then the idea is I'd have the laser ones focus on the stuff that was really fragile. Yeah, well, actually, we can do that. So the lasers, you have the priority listing to go after the little stuff. Because that doesn't have much resistance to any type of damage. And then for you, you have a priority list. Go to the medium chunks. Gives explicit order in which targets to be picked if multiple are in range. Yep. So the idea here is the lasers, when you get to the larger meteors, they have an incredibly high laser resistance, which makes the lasers just a hair above useless on them, whereas the little ones don't have any meaningful laser resistance. So the idea is I want the lasers to focus on knocking down all the little ones as they start getting in closer, whereas the other ones are going to blast the much bigger meteors that have a little bit more resistance against the lasers. We are going to run into problems where we're going to want better ammo. The problem is, to get the better ammo, I need copper. I believe as we unlock stuff with the other planets, we will ultimately get a reaction where I can create copper. Or no, I can't remember if I can create a copper. There was basically a way I could make a reaction to get the materials to make a better ammo. And then on top of that, you later on, we will, just go in here somewhere, it doesn't matter. Yeah, later on when we go in here, we'll get the... Where are your turrets? You'll get the railgun turrets. And the railgun turrets you use to smash the nastiest stuff. But remember, the electric turrets, I want to say, were pretty useless against that. Yeah, no, it's the rocket turrets, that's right. You start building the rocket turrets. And once you have the rocket turrets, which I think is Gleba you get the rocket turrets from. Once you have the rocket turrets, they do really well at knocking out just about any meteor there is. But they're a bit hungry on the ammo. And where down in the ground, I use the explosive ones to destroy a bunch of areas, I generally found up in space, it was better for me to just make the regular old rockets. And just go for the single target damage. Yeah, because the area of effect is only 6.5, which is not terrible. That would be about this width, roughly. But when the asteroids are floating in, you're not going to have very often where there's that much overlap, I don't believe. Hey, Alistair! How was your stream and all that stuff? And welcome in, Raiders. Good to have you. Let's also grab some more blue circuits and run them down there. Keep getting this going. But check it out, Alistair was playing some Timberborn on the 1.0 experimental branch. I may have taken a cheeky peeky earlier today. You secured water access for the beavers. Excellent. The beavers do like their wet fur. Okay, so that should be enough to get a rocket silo going. Which would help us out by having 2 rockets doing this. The speed of the thing. Well, welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I actually do play a lot of Timberborn as well. Tomorrow we're playing Blossom, but on the 12th I actually have a sponsored segment for Timberborn. Because Timberborn has been so kind as to sponsor this channel a number of times over the years, and it, you know, means a whole heck of a lot they would do that. But, it's actually one of the first sponsors I had on the channel, too. But I'm really looking forward to it. You'd say you did a damn good job. Fact. Correct. So I'm looking forward to that's on the 12th that we'll be doing that. I've got Blossom coming up, and this is just broadly out to the audience. Again, check out Alistair if you're looking for more Timberborn. You know, you can find over there among many other games. But, so we've got, tomorrow we've got Blossom, Seed of Life coming up. I've been looking forward to that game for a while. I said tomorrow last stream, not thinking of the fact that, like, midnight had passed. But tomorrow, like, March 9th, EST, you're going to be checking out Blossom Seed of Life. That is sort of like if you took the Planet Crafter, and you also took Astroneer, you just kind of squished them into one game. Where it's very Planet Crafter-esque in your objective. You're terraforming a, like, barren wasteland of a planet to make it hospitable for, you know, plants and animals and all that sort of stuff. But mechanically, it looks like it functions like Astroneer, where you've got, like, your vehicle with the little tethers between it, and you load stuff up on it, you move it around, and put stuff into machines to get them to operate, and so on and so forth. So it looks like that. The 12th, we're checking out Timberborn. On the... Ooh, was it the 16th? We're checking out the Rabbit Hall, which looked sort of like Cult of the Lamb, except a little less culty. And instead of, like, you build your base and then you go out and you do some dungeon crawling and bring the resources back, it's like you build your base and stuff comes to attack you. And then we got that. And then on the 25th, I've got my 4-year partnerversary. And on the 26th, I actually have a collaborative stream with SES Software, the creators of American Truck Simulator and Euro Truck Simulator 2 and all that. But that'll actually be on their channel, not my channel. So it'll be on the SES Software channel. We'll be doing like a convoy on there, and they'll be interviewing me and all that sort of stuff. So it's a very busy March. But yeah. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch. Today we're playing some Factorio Space Age. But we do a whole range of different games on the channel. We do a lot of, like, simulation, settlement builder, city builder, roguelites, slice of life, like your Stardew Valleys and your Coral Islands, and a whole wide range of stuff. We've done a decent number of factory automation games over the years as well, like we've done Satisfactory and all that. Slowly but surely we're watching this thing come together. And any time now we should see this get put in, and that'll speed up our rocket production. Because we're now bottlenecked on, we can't really do more science on Novice. Technically I could, but I'm going for the achievement where I don't get the yellow or purple science until I get another planet science. Because if I did that, it would open up a ton of things I could do. All of our, like, efficiency stuff. But we're just going to leave that alone for now. Meanwhile, we could go ahead and check on things down here. You're continuing to build the perimeter. So let me just go to one of our other corners. And just grab you. There you go. But yeah, so we're working on getting our outer perimeter wall. That way, while I'm gone, minding my own business, doing my own thing, I don't gotta deal with this. Honestly, I could just stay the way it is for the rest of it. As soon as I get this drone here, I should be able to go the entire length down here. But yeah, so we're going to have more and more issues with the biters while I'm gone. But with our solid wall built around here, until they hit the yellow ones, we should get very minimal damage to our perimeter. The biggest risk we're going to run into is like nests like that one killing my drones as they like go to repair from here and then cut across to go there. That's going to happen. And I'm kind of the mind being like, oh well. I could go out of my way to like overlap the bot networks up here and have one network there and one network here. I am way too lazy for that. And we will we'll let the really dumb drones die so that the smart drones will not benefit in any way, but you know, I don't have to deal with it, I guess. Mostly right now it's going to be focusing on the not doing the yellow and purple science until another planet. I've got a bunch of other achievements that I haven't finished yet. So just looking at my list. We haven't made a productivity module 3. Obviously we're not speed running, we've already kind of let that go. I've destroyed enemy structures with artillery. There's some of these achievements I think when the game first came out weren't working. There was getting a legendary quality 3 module. Getting a legendary mech with legendary stuff on it. There was some Shattered Planet stuff. Yeah, so it's eating a legendary fish. The speedrun ones we're not going to get because I just haven't been focused on that. The speedrun ones are the ones that are going to take me the most work of like actually planning how I want to approach it. We're working on the science on another planet. There's a legendary quality 3 module. The legendary mech. So it's honestly, a lot of it is actually quality stuff that I haven't done the achievements for. But yeah, so I think the reality is, though, getting the other planet science, like, before doing the production and all that. And otherwise, it's probably going to be quality stuff. Would be things we'd work on. A lot of that quality stuff might happen not on stream. Like, that might be when we go and wrap up, is once we hit the Shattered Planet. With how much stuff is coming out, it'll be pretty tough. Like, it'd be pretty tough to take that kind of time away. Like, just to play one game that long. Because, like, don't get me wrong, Factorio is an amazing game. But I do play a pretty wide range of games. So it can be hard to spend more than, like, 2-3 weeks on one game as a variety content creator. Like, I actually suspect, with our Stardew Valley Tom Challenge, we're probably only, like, 1.5 streams away from finishing the community center. Like, it's almost how fast can I rush through the seasons to get most of it, and then there's a handful I need to go to the mine for. Alright. Yeah, so we're basically just waiting on this thing to get done. Which is mostly waiting on the platform. We're getting our warning that our power infrastructure is below 25%. Yeah, starting to see some harder dips here. Probably getting some biter attacks that are starting to strain our laser turrets. That is consuming way more power. Oh, hey. We did get one medium quality sentry. We actually got a medium quality thruster as well. So unfortunately, I got no more research I can do. Unless we give up on the achievement, which I don't plan to. Or we get to another planet. Which is what we're actively working on. And we got all the accumulators I wanted to add built over here. Yeah, so we're still reaching the flattened out. Honestly, it didn't dip even that far. It got right below 20%. But a lot of the factory is going to kind of slowly shut down as we get everything else going on. I've just told it to turn that off. I don't really need another rocket silo. I don't think we have the throughput of the platform to make that make sense. But this will give us 2 of them. Pocket craft you real fast. Alright, so we now have 2 rocket silos going. So pretty soon we'll get the thrusters up here and the grabbers. And then we can start seeing where things are and aren't working in our design. Because it is untested. Okay. And there come the platforms. Does that mean you've already done one about minimal handcrafting? Yeah, no, all the old Factorio achievements before Space Age, I 100%ed all those. It's only Space Age stuff that I have not already 100%ed. Yeah, the minimal, like, pocket crafting achievement, that's actually one of my favorite achievements in the game. Because it is kind of finding those, like, handful of things you just can't do. Or, like, finding those handful of things you have to do before you can start assembling things. and you build just those minimum, and then like you use like the way I did is I kept one assembler that was like, this is what I need to make, and I'll just keep rotating through that anything that I need to like pocket craft. Otherwise, it's going out of your way to just keep expanding your mall and all that. Interesting that this one seems to be going faster than that one for some reason. Okay. But yeah, once we get this all set up, the plan would be to come back here, and we would start going through and setting up like a quality loop where it's like, okay, start trying to make better quality gears. And then what would end up happening is from that building, we would take like the low quality gears, they would go up to stuff that we just don't care about quality at all. And then all the higher quality gears would then get moved up to, okay, here's like the things we do care about quality that use gears. And like all that kind of stuff. So we're making a more complicated mall. Alright, so I think we've hit the point where it needs platform, and I do think they've outrun the platform. Which we did expand the platform production quite a bit. It could be expanded more. I'm hesitant to do that, though. Okay, so for right now, turn that off. Give me these back. Chuck you in here. Now give enough for another 100 going up. Alright. Yeah, so you're waiting on lots of laser sentries and accumulators and all these other things. And at 50, you get out of here. And then you're about to get out of here too. And they'll come up here, and then we'll get a bunch more built. Then we'll start being able to grab all this junk all around here, start building out our fuel supply, get our ammo starting to load up. We'll see how all this works out in the long run. Alright. There should be another one right after it with more platform. Okay, so I think we're at the point where they'll be able to deliver the first of the grabbers. And then it's other than just a handful of spots here in that corner, we'll start to be able to see some of the production line come online. Okay, they're already getting another 200 platform there. So that'll be the next wave here in a minute. But yeah, so like right now we're in this holding pattern of building the ship, that until it's done I can't go anywhere. And then also finishing and closing our defensive line, which that, you know, I can't really queue up the next length until this segment gets done. Like it doesn't need to be done like actually sealed off, I just need it to get far enough that we can see the gap. Technically I can deal with this myself right now. I can just run down to that space we don't have radar. And I can just go take a peek there real quick. and use myself as the thing to see, and then just stamp out all the walls the whole way down. How many platforms are made per minute now? Oh, I have no idea. We do have them with two speed module 2s on 2 separate assemblers 2s. So, whatever that boils down to. It's a relatively decent speed. It's not enough to keep up with 2 rockets, I know that much. But it's one of those things that I want to go and build an entire train stop to, like, make thousands of the thing, because you kind of build a platform, and then you just don't need to worry about it for a long time. So realistically, what I'd probably do is I get this platform going, and if it seems to be doing okay going to Fulgora, I will simply stamp out another platform. Okay, we've got an attack here. They built a nest so close to the wall that it's attacking the wall. That's okay. That's literally where I was going to anyways, is where that nest got built. Okay. Alright, so now I could go to our defensive position. And tell it to queue up all this as well. Okay, that'll connect all that. Then go down here. Cancel that section. Okay. That's good enough. Let's get away from that so these bots aren't wasting their time. But with that, that would fully enclose our entire perimeter. It's obviously going to take a lot of work and a lot of time to get it done. But that's fine. That also gives me this iron mine here in the middle of it all. So that when this iron mine starts to fully exhaust, I can just slam down another one and call it a day. I think that's the only ore I've got inside this perimeter. Oh, and I got some coal up here. Yeah, there's technically these two that don't have defenses set up on them that are that meaningful. I'll probably want to deal with that, but first it's enclose that, then I could double up these spots here that don't really mean anything. Okay, so now I can go ahead and run our way back up. Because what should happen is over time, our construction bots will get their work done. Get all that built out. And that should hold up the novice for pretty much as long as I would need to be on another planet. Especially when we consider the fact that with all the stuff here, I don't really have other things I need to be doing. Like, it's gonna sit here kind of idle until we get the next research going. It'll be the yellow and the purple science. Which the purple science is production modules, rails, and electric furnaces. And the yellow science is blue circuits, flying robot, and low density frame, which would just mean adding... So this one would just mean the low density, or the flying robot modules. This one I would just have to add stuff there. Be sure to leave a tank or two behind, remote control just in case. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I should probably get those queued up on our network over there. And then start getting some modules put into them. The big thing is not producing any kind of like tank ammo or anything like that, so not gonna do a whole lot. But at least with a tank and a drone port, I can go around and start building some stuff out. What would it take to do the tank shells? Yeah, so it's just explosives. Alright, that should be easy enough to do. So we can go up here. You know, just let that do its thing. But then what we could do is, actually here. I don't need to be carrying these. You can take those back. So what we could do here is you would be for the explosive shell. There's your requester chest information. You will be for the tank itself. And before they get too far, we can go here and say quality module, quality module. I'm also striking me that the tank, we also use piercing rounds as well. The same thing. Quality module. Then for these ones, for the ammo, I'll give them extra spots. Alright. So all that should be fine. Ooh, do I have the engine modules on the network? I actually don't remember. I know I have them on my train network. It's whether I have them on the logic network. Now I think about it, I could check there. I'm not going to be able to see it on the list. Right, so we have you here. It doesn't look like it, but I can fix that in 2 seconds. So, boom. Boom. There, it's on network now. Alright, so I'll take care of that. Now, next thing is I need to get the explosives on the network. That I'm making over here where my oil is. I don't know if my drones reach that far. Alright, Hulking, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. We can go over here to where I'm making my rockets. There you go. That means we should slowly get cannon shells. So we can work on trying to get a tank or two out of here while our other stuff's going on. Now, ideally, if we're lucky, we get like a rare tank or something like that. It's pretty unlikely. We're not going to be making that many tanks. But that's fine. All the other stuff is on the network. We're just basically waiting. Alright, so how are you doing with the rockets going? Okay, so we are technically grabbing ore now. Very slowly. But once we can get this little gap filled in this corner and that area, at least start our process. So we'll start seeing what breaks down. We'll also... Yeah, if we can get that area and that area done, that'll mean we'll start getting our water produced. And honestly, if we manage to get this whole area down here, that'll also bring on our fuel production. Our oxidizer, unfortunately, we don't have that much of that corner built out yet. But that's gonna take... It's gonna take a minute to get all that going. Ooh, you have run out of steel. Alright. Let's go check in our steel production. Does that need to be expanded? The answer is probably yes. Yeah, I think we're in a situation where I need to expand the steel production. It's probably overkill. You're also not in range of the drone network. Yeah, now bridge all of it. Okay, so I'll get that sorted, because none of that's super urgent. The steel is working. And especially with a lot of the other drop-offs not needing it right now. And Blue Science is doing its thing. Yeah, so I got that queued up as another project to be worked on. That's fine. We're just going through a pretty obnoxious amount of steel right there. It'll probably help us a little bit by grabbing the steel out of you, shoving what we can in here, and in there to keep it going for a minute. Grab more of you out of there. And just run over to the train and just chuck the steel in wherever the steel is brought in. Stone. You're probably steel here. You are steel. There you go. That's feeding into the system, and I'll get to a bunch of stuff. Alright, you've got all that going. You're still working on the rest of this, that's fine. That's kind of the big idea with a lot of this, is to be able to just keep feeding stuff in. Let's also check our overflow chests. Grab all the wood out of there. Grab the coal. Grab the wood. Okay. So I just want to grab all of that. Oh, you know what I could do? I can have that self-clean up if we have room for a requester chest down here. Right. That's fine. I'll deal with that in a minute. Because I can make those into requester chests, and if they're in range of the bot network, as they move along, the bots could just dump the... Yeah, that looks like it's in range. So I can go here. So you're wood. You're coal. So what I can do is change these. So you're a requester chest and you're a requester chest. Alright, so they're not technically in range. But we will tell you to... just request all the coal. And you... to just request all of the wood. And the reason I'm doing that is so I could not have to deal with that myself. Okay, so as soon as that drone port gets built, that'll mean anytime that they're lobbing down a bunch of trees and rocks and all that, we get that little trickle of stone and coal and all that. We won't have the stone pulled out of there, per se, but everything else will get pulled out of there, which will help those chests to not get overwhelmed. Alright, looks like the steel's arrived. We just had to dip a little bit below for a little bit there. That's okay. What should happen is we've already got queued to more than double our steel production. And that should help a lot. That's another project on the queue. And weirdly, they're building random spots here and there, but that's okay. Just keep building. As they expand that, will be good. Like I said, this might even be one they just tell it to keep building the wall across that water up here. It's not needed to be that way. This will be the worst one. It's got a solid defense up there for now. But, we'll want to get that brought up. Let's go ahead and start queuing that up, because I'll forget to deal with it. So I'll tell it to keep extending that way, too. And how's our power grid looking? Still getting nice flat tops, and we're not running the power very low, so we're good for now. And how does this look? It's still trucking along. Just a handful of things need to fill in, and then the reaction will start, and we can start supplying the ship. Backlog of rockets waiting there, that's fine. Come on, fill in the gaps and make it so it turns on. Nope. Getting pretty close to the point that they're going to bring the thrusters up. It would also be good to get this online now, because if we could start getting that backlog of ammo in here, it could start filling up all the sentry guns, start filling up all the conveyor belt for the ammo, so we've got the buffer. Nope, there comes the rocket engines themselves. You're still building here. And you're about to get another round of platform. We actually have the bulk of the platform. It's like we're missing this corner, and then just like scattered individual patterns here and there. There'll still be a number more rockets, but that's fine. Okay, we technically have an engine. Meanwhile, our other station's just... Okay. What do we have here that's going on? Alright. So you've got a problem. Let's see, do parts of your setup ever become obsolete? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. There's absolutely times we have problems. So it's looking like we don't have enough, like, ice coming into the system. So that's going to be something that'll be a curiosity. What would be my best way of dealing with you? So I'll tell it to do that. I probably have another... Okay. So basically... I was hoping with this whole setup that would open up room. Alright, so a way I can make this work is if I went and I had where the where these were brought in. Oh hey, for a moment they use the accumulators. So one possibility I could do with this is have it so that we make it so this goes through and it prioritizes this insert lane. Oh good, it's unjamming. It's not particularly efficient, but as we get like these little juggles it goes. Yeah, so it's probably never gonna matter. Alright, so we need a way of dumping off surplus. And honestly, it could be... Yeah, problem is the moment I prioritize the lane, because I don't want to just chuck everything for no reason. But we're not getting enough ice relative to the other things. Alright. So what would be my best way of doing this? Because my thought would be, is on here... Let me actually see if I can't set one up. Where would be a good one to set? Like, just one of these. If I can get the space. Yeah, you'll work. So what I could do here is move you, put you over there, and then have you go like this. you'll prioritize the input right. Alright, so that needs to not work quite the way it's working here. But you're going to be replaced with this. Yeah, because now it should back up over here. That only helps with this one. Can you set it up to use comparators and only dump the rocks you have too much of? I can if I have enough of a network area. You know what? Actually, I think you're right. You really need to chuck excess after your filter? Yeah. Yeah, someplace like this. Didn't really leave myself a lot of room to do it. Are these not back? Oh, because the other stuff just goes right through. Right. Yeah, so we could go down here and I can make this work. I can make this work. So for right now, sit you there. You're going to have a wire here to that. Actually, one second. Trying to remember. So we set you. Enable, disable. If any material. I don't have filter splitters. Well, that's weird. It wasn't letting them through. So what I could do here as well is you split out onto your own lane. Alright. There's no option to circuit an entire belt. Yeah, that's just trying to remember. So I already have the bypass lane. Because basically I was trying to think if there would be a way for me to get over here to where I could grab off of that. And then in the event, like, hey, I see over 1,000 of whatever this, start hucking it off. If we had the filter splitters, then I could just use a filter splitter and just have it chuck all those. Well, this actually might work. This might work right here. Where what I've done there is starting to, like, make it stutter. Yeah, because that's starting to stutter over here as more material gets introduced. Well, it was. I don't need to clear much off. I just need to have it, like, gradually take stuff off. I just need one of these to be inserting in a different way. Yeah, so it's chucking one off here and there, which isn't really what we need. Seems to be flowing nicely. Yeah, the problem is there's not room to get the ice in here, so all these claws are backed up. Oh, you know what we could do? Alright. Read belt contents. This signal is sent continuously as long as there are items on the belt directly to connected things. So, hold all belts. So I can go to you. Alright. So I don't know what that's going to be under. Because what I was hoping I could do is set filters. And have the filters... Oh, so it's going to set that. Can I set to be the inverse? Okay. So we're on the right path, but we're not quite there yet. So unset that. I'm going to need one more thing here to do the figuring out. Because what I want to do is I want to be basically like, hey, if you don't see this material, just grab the other material now. Like, forget all of the rest of this, just grab just the one material. We don't want to enable disable it, we want to set the filters. But the filters are being set by what's on this belt, which is the hold all belts. I think I'm gonna need one of our things over here. So the problem is then I gotta set up the accumulator stuff. But there's another way we could do this. Yeah, because if we use, like, the arithmetic or whatever, I could check these, and whatever's missing, again, I could change them to be filtered to only grab that one thing for a little while. Or, like, if something is under a certain amount, add that to the filter. But that requires me setting up a rocket with the arithmetic. Let's yoink that. I can probably just, read belt contents. So what I might be able to do with this, and I guess probably one of those ones that, I would probably need to go in here and bring the arithmetic thing. So read ingredients. So right now, I just manually do that. You just read the whole belt and set an inserter to huck anything over 100. I think I think we might be able to do it. The problem I have right now is I don't have access to these belts easy. If I can get to these belts easy, then I get a lot more options, because then I could have the inserter sitting right here and just chucking it off the side once the belt's over there. So that's going to let me at least filter the input. Back the filter up by 1 splitter. Like, put the filter here. Back the filter up by 1 splitter. Because when I did that before, it would lock into this spot. I mean, I guess I could do it over here. On this particular one, it would be okay. Because there is a bypass lane. No, it's not okay. It's not okay. Let's see, you could just have one chucking inserter of each type. Each of their own condition. This is true. And I'll just let that run for a minute on its own. Filter splitter, then priority splitter, low priority gets dumped. So right now we're just wheeling stuff off. So you read the belt contents, read the belt contents, read the belt contents, and enable if... Where are you at? Enable if metallic chunk is over 100. Enable if you are over 100. Enable if you... Oh, that's not going to help at all. Also... Oh, I see. Okay, meanwhile... There, everything is allowed on the belt again, which is immediately filled up. Can you make the longer belt outside prolong the process? Yeah, no, what I'm looking at doing... I mean, it very well could be. One of the other options I have is to not put any brains behind it. And just literally... We just slowly huck things out. Can I tell you to run at half capacity? So it just very slowly hucks things off of the lower priority lane. I mean, that's not a lower priority lane. It's fine. Is that sloppy and not good? Sure. But it will keep it from ever seizing up. And that's all I'm trying to accomplish here. Now, we will run to that same problem here. The good news is we are technically using all material types. So those materials should get consumed. But at some point, when it gets way too out of whack, I'm going to need to deal with that. But I could go through and, again, wire up all the grabbers. Oh yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Is I could have gone over here and taken that and basically read the contents of the belts here, maybe? And if those are overwhelmed, then that goes on the list here. That's fine. It's already giving me the science. The big thing I gotta deal with is this. Because this is going to eventually fill up as well. Now, like I said, the good news is I am consuming all materials here, but this one will likely eventually fill up, probably on the carbon. Would be the one I'd expect to run into problems with. Because we're not using it for nearly as many things. So we want to, like, have a sneaky way to offload stuff. And we do recycle to put the stuff back on the network as well. Oh, there's a gap in this belt. And I'm thinking I'd rather have the logic on here be based on these. So I could make arithmetic filters and just chuck a couple of those up there. And then hopefully that would allow me to go in here and set all the grabbers and be like, oh hey, this is out of whack, start focusing on these other materials. That's what I'm leaning towards, because it's got room for the filters. And none of it's close enough to do anything. It's fine. The worst case is I can literally just manually intervene and just purge it off. I do have an area where I could potentially dump stuff off here up here. I'm wondering if I go up here, make a splitter, underground it there, tear down that area, and have an inserter chuck stuff off. So we'll go here. We'll set that up because it at least gives me the option to Alright, and you'll focus on keeping that output right. Okay, well at least gives me the option if things start to back up and I get like one material too much, I can go on here and say filter input, yeet it off the side of the ship. That's not an elegant solution, but at least gives me an escape on it. It's also a thing, if this belt starts to back up for any reason, it'll just start yeeting everything off the side of the ship anyways. So that's at least something. Alright, meanwhile, let's see what the heck's going on here, because you're waiting a while. Have we run out of steel? Is that what's going on? I'm just burning the steel way too much? Because no, we were burning a lot of steel earlier. Yeah, so you're struggling with steel again. We are working on getting that all built out. Okay, so I'll manually intervene on this one. So let's go ahead and... I've got the furnaces on me. I've got inserters and a bunch of other stuff. We have plenty of those right now. Let's grab more inserters. There you are. So grab more inserters. Let's go to the box of the drone ports and grab those two. Okay, so let's work our way down to the steel. Plunking down any drone ports and stuff that need filling along the way. And get the steel production built up. Because once our full glower platform gets built, we can get onto our next planet. I should also check to see where our tanks are at. Okay. And that takes care of you. There's nothing else, even if we don't get this fully hooked up. Running down here, we'll get a bunch of, like, get the smelters, get the conveyors, get the inserters and all that in place. Which should help a bunch. Okay, so that's on the bot network now. Okay. Alright, so while that's going, I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here in a moment. Okay, whole factory destroyed while I was gone. Oh, I also see that the inserters need to be upgraded. That's fine. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So you can go right here and tell it to upgrade those inserters. We can hopefully get as many of these online as possible. But then this should help improve our steel output, so hopefully we're not stuck dealing with this longer than we need to. We'll want to go and get the power poles hooked up. Otherwise, a bunch of stuff won't work well. Okay. Oh, you don't have power there. We can fix that. Okay, little by little, we're bringing it all online. Okay, and that's officially enough that we're overwhelming our input, the iron input. So let's stop loading me with that and that. You probably don't need to load me with those anymore. Stop loading me with those. Don't worry about that. Stop giving me those. Those are fine. All the power stuff's fine. Okay, that is all of that material gone. We'll probably want to go in here as well and say, hey, upgrade you as well. So when the bots are able to get down here, they'll be able to put that into use as well. And just trying to get all these placed as well. Weird. It's fine, it's easy to fix. Okay. Because I still have a couple of drone ports in my inventory, I believe. Yeah, this is the last drone port. I have one more drone port in my inventory. Just run down here and plunk it down. Okay. And I'll let them just spill out anything in our inventory till this is sorted. And then that'll be good. Because all this will just save trips for the rest of our bots later. Since I have the junk in my inventory anyways. Do I still have the stone on my list of things to grab? I don't. That's good. They'll make a really crappy highway up to the rocket, I think. Okay, so dropped off all the wall segments. They'll continue working on daisy chaining that up. Alright. So one of the big concerns I'm going to ultimately need to get another drill set over on the other iron. I won't need to do that soon, though. Yeah, so I put down enough of these that the current throughput of the belts here is insufficient. That's been a long time coming. We could fix that. What I could do here, since you're not moving anyways. Actually, I can keep them as three separate lanes. The downside is only 50% is going to be able to go up there, so you actually need to be shifted over farther, so... Yeah, won't be enough room to do that. Alright, that's still more throughput than before. It's still messy here. This isn't actually doing what it needs to be doing correctly. But it will allow me to be pulling from 3 different places at the same time, which is not something I was able to do before. So that's garbage I don't need. We can take that out of my inventory. That's garbage I don't need. That's garbage I don't need. That's garbage I don't need. For right now, we will take those out of my inventory. Take you out of my inventory. Take you out of my inventory. Same with those. And you. Honestly, just clean up the inventory. Get it out of here. The train signals and all, I do plenty. Okay. Yep, so they're slowly upgrading the train station to be more efficient as well, dropping things out, picking it up. That'll hopefully get that all into being much better shape. Regardless, it'll be faster than it was. It's just a matter of, will it be fast enough to really improve things? Yeah, we're still only hitting about 40% power is what we're dipping down to. I do understand that once we start getting hammered on the biters by more, we start getting the bigger biters, the drain is going to be far more substantial on our power grid. But I also feel comfortable that as that starts to become a thing, I can just stamp out more and more and more of the solar arrays and whatnot. I'm kind of rooting on this running out of ore soon. And then when that one runs out of ore, from there we can just go ahead and rip that up and put down more solar. Okay, so you're grabbing all that. Drop off some of those sentry guns, I don't need that many. Drop off some of those radars, I don't need that many. Drop off some of the repair kits, I guess. Let's just work our way back home so they're not flying half across the universe when I really don't need them to. We can also check on our tanks and see if any of our tanks are ready to rock and roll. Oh my god, these trees. Okay, so for right now, for the tank, I don't have any special plans. You go there. Let's see. There are different guns and ammos and all that. That's fine. Got some magazines of you. So for you, keep 1,000 rounds on board. For you, keep 200 rounds on board. We also need fuel. If there's solid fuel available, go ahead and grab like 200 for me. If that's not available, you know. Basically, take what you can get on the fuel department. No need to be picky. Alright. Now there's the grid. The grid's got some opportunities. So if we look at our stuff for our grid, we can put a drone port on it. We can add laser defenses to it. A discharge electro thing. The energy shields are a good one. Like, we definitely want the energy shields as one option. Alright, so for this, give me some batteries. Give me red circuit boards. Give me some steel. Give me some solar panels. Actually, don't do any of those things. Stop it. Okay, because what we're going to do instead to run down here. The reason I was like, wait a second, let's not do it like that, is I should have these being made with quality modules, because quality matters a lot for a lot of these things. Okay, so we would have you make the shield modules. Fair enough. Let's have you make the batteries, and you make the solar panels. Now I can go like this. Get the quality stuff up there. Unfortunately, still not gotten a quality module out of that, but that's okay. We can grab those for the tank. I am tempted to get the laser defense stuff. It can be pretty brutal on the power consumption. But I'm tempted to do it. We'll let these build first, because those are the defense. That's like the, not die stuff. Can I plan your grid out ahead of time? I haven't actually tried that. So we can go here to you. Right, this way. Okay, so we can probably go in here and say, I know we want a couple of shield defenses. Pair of those. A whole lot of power. I can put a drone port in here, so we have self-repair drones. Try and balance this out a little bit. I don't think this is going to work super well. But yeah, so the idea here is just a bunch of power for the entire middle. We do have drones for repairing ourselves. We'd have 3 shield things to try and protect itself, and it would have some laser defenses as well. That's the plan. This also means I will need you to have the repair things, and I will need you to have some construction drones. Not a lot, just some. 20 is probably plenty. Okay, and it might actually be time for you to go and say, hey, have you considered 150 drones? All right. And all that's coming together on the bottom front. Slowly getting built the whole way around. Which is good because we got another nest moved in closer there. Yeah, so in theory, what should happen here is they should fill that in as it goes. I was curious if we could just copy-paste the whole tank, but it doesn't look like it. That's fine. Let's go over to where rocket fuel is being kept. and the solid fuel, and see if that's backing up at all, because then we can have that get tossed over to the tank. And the whole point of the tank is while I'm not on planet, I could jump down and give it a ride. That's what we'd like to see. Okay, so I do actually have a requester chest of rocket fuel there. And the drone ports connect and all that good stuff. So it's just the logistic bots being too busy. You can blueprint it and place it? Gotcha. You'll say 50 because I'm not sure what's a reasonable amount. Yeah, so you'll get all that going. Yeah, we'll see if it's smart enough to do that. Just saying you can blueprint it. Okay. And then meanwhile, we'll need a couple more of these. Because we need one for the laser defense. One for the roboport. Then go here. And it'll put the quality modules in there as well. Alright, so that's going to be a long time coming. That's fine. We're still hurting on steel. We have expanded the steel production a lot. Yeah, that's what you want to see. Yeah, so steel production has been massively expanded. We've more than doubled it. I could probably take it even farther. Let's push it a bit farther. I won't have to deal with a big headache with it, so let's go ahead and... Is 3 too much? Okay, so we can fit 2 more rows in until we have issues. Well, let the other drones do that. I don't think it's worth me running down there. What am I seeing here? Ah, I see the problem here. I hadn't planned for steel to be on this belt as well, had I? No, what did go on here? So this is definitely not supposed to be this way. Okay, but you also need gears. Alright. We can fix that. Ah, the green circuits. Where did the green circuits get added onto you? Right, I see. I see here. I can just do like the laziest thing in the world here and just say, hey, you filter steel on the left side. Cool. Problem solved. Yeah, so green circuits were not supposed to be on this. But you were. Okay. So we got that fixed. probably only need steel and gears since you have greens on the right. Yeah, and that's all it was. Is that I didn't realize... I bet you this belt was mostly completely cleaned out on green circuits from doing the solar panels when I set it up, and didn't realize that we had green circuits on there. Okay, so you are making the shields and the solar. The question is, will they be smart enough to put it here on their own? Will they fill those out? Or will it need to, like, automatically request it, or how will that work? Because my hope is I could just stamp it out, and the construction bots will just plunk it in here, into the grid. Enable logistics while moving, that's fine. Oh, there's the answer. And it officially has its shield generators. Okay, the rockets are still going. Alright. That's because we unstuck steel. I'm genuinely surprised you managed to get a load of accumulators up here with how much those are being gobbled up all the time. A Brunner claw into oh, wait a second. Yeah, no, that's right. Never mind. We're getting close. And then one of the questions, if we watch, will we end up getting a higher quality there? Yep, so you're very quickly getting that all online. But yeah, so then the plan here would be simply, when we run into trouble, I can go here, drive remotely, and then I got my tank. Now I can get into a fight. And I got spares in case I goof up. We'll have them all ready to rock and roll. They're not a convenient place to respond to any meaningful threat, but the bigger point isn't that we can prevent something from happening, it's just that we can respond if, like, if this nest is just hammering away at my defense, I'm like, oh crap, I gotta get over there and deal with that, or we're running out of materials that I have a tank, I can go knock stuff out. Alright, in the meantime... yeah, our steel's back in supply. We're just waiting on the, our ship to get loaded up and ready to rock and roll. It's honestly getting really close. Because, like, this corner you can see is mostly filled in now. This corner's still the biggest chunk missing. A lot of the gaps in here got filled in. We're missing a little bit back here. Let's see, how many bots are in the network? It's not a huge number. So right now we're sitting at around 100 and not quite 150 construction bots. And we're sitting at about 100 logistic bots. Which I did tell it to go ahead and start making more... like, you did give it the thumbs up to start making more construction bots to help out there. And now it's just playing catch up with all this stuff, unfortunately. It's just going to take time. Because steel ran out, and we've got that improving, but it is going to take a little while for it to play catch up with all the missing supplies. Now, that said, at this stage, we are still producing blue science here. And it is loading up these containers still. But that's just going to basically sit. So we're just gonna have this giant backfill of all the blue science happening here slowly. Yeah, so you're missing your drone port, your lasers, and your batteries. And that's just waiting on constructors to drop off the various chests and all that. Oh, we got a... I see. I'm probably gonna need 2 spots then, aren't I? Because we got lucky on the thing here, but it jammed up because of it. Hey, BS Duck, how's it going? Alright. And the tanks are just doing their thing. Okay, so we can let that slowly work, and it will potentially get us higher quality one. The factory's going good. We're getting ready to head off to our next planet. We're just basically waiting for the materials to get launched up here. Yeah, so we could do here. We can actually be greedy and use this for our own stuff. What we can do here is where we got a couple of these upgraded things. We can put those to use on some of them as they become available. What purpose do walls on stations serve other than cool? So what's going to end up happening on this one, you'll notice my regular one doesn't have walls on it. The one that's just staying here sciencing. Oh, let's you know what I can do? 1 second. Read belt. All belts. I'm trying to do real fast. Is wanted to see if we could wildcard and be like, hey, if there's more than a certain amount, chuck that off. Because basically it's you can see it's just getting too far ahead. That's slowing things down. That's fine. Yeah, no, I got that. So, like, getting it to be the whole length of it is a whole spot. Yeah, so I want to say, because I was trying to check, again, for, like, a wild card on here. And the reason I wanted the wild card is I want to be like, hey, do you see 8 things on there, which would tell me the belt is full? If so, huck something off the side. I'm not seeing the wild card options. If I choose normal, does it count anything? Lower left group? Let me go ahead and check it. Lower left group. Yeah, this one. But I wasn't seeing... if all input signals meet condition, it will pass. Well, anything. If any input signals... Not doing anything there. Right, just now I'm looking there. trying to get the quantity that's on the belt. Oh, let's try setting you to... Oh, it's... Well, no. Anything 8. Yeah, so in theory that should maybe work. The point is, at least it's not hucking everything off where the whole thing's backed. I wasn't expecting to get that much of a problem. Alright. Yes, it only works if any one thing is over 8. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the catch is, I can't just be like wildcard all the stuff on the belt. Or like wildcard belt is full. What I could do is 4. It's very, very unlikely. It's very, very unlikely this will fill up where it's, you know, 3 and 4 and like that kind of setup. And even then it'll still flow by. But it's very unlikely it'll be perfectly balanced. And if it's perfectly balanced, then we don't care because then these will work. So that should be fine. That every once in a while I'll huck off one inappropriately, but eh. It's all good. Okay, so you're coming along fine. And it'll continue to deliver stuff to the tanks, that's fine. You're waiting on steel, that's understandable. You're waiting on a bunch of things, you're waiting on steel and a bunch of things, and your requester chest. That's all fine. None of those are things that need to happen fast. They just need to happen. Yeah, the issue now is we keep running out of steel. So let's go take a peek at how things are going down with their steel production. We're reaching the point now where that's not getting its iron fast enough. Okay. Why can I not move? Oh, there you go. All right, so we had just a situation where a bunch of these got a bunch of them just got jammed up in the same spot. There's just too many trains in the area. Not sure the best solution around that either. You should use elevator rails? That's cool. We don't have those. You don't get those until you get to later planets. So, you know, I'm probably not going to do that. Yeah, you got a power tower there. Now, granted, I believe the planet we're going to is the planet that will give my elevated rails. But, yeah. The elevator rails are really cool. They're a little bit pricey. Can't use something you don't have. Definitely a skill issue. Yeah. Do you have a wait area for the trains? I do. So I've got parking up here. Where if a train isn't needed, they go up here. Yeah, no, it's just an issue where all the trains kind of came through here at the same time. And I'm just trying to think of the best way of working around that. Because ultimately what you'd do is you'd end up adding more rails onto the system. I do wonder if I have enough room here to make a, like, side-off rail that has its own signal. That's kind of annoying that I can't place it there yet. Because if I go in there... You should have that after blue science? Yeah, no, that's a later thing. But yeah, so with this though, if I get a couple of these like little fly-offs, then when the trains would get stuck, one would go over here and kind of stick in that spot. But want to actually make one that's not crap. Yeah, everything's back online. That's the important thing. It just got a jam. But yeah, so where these are all bunched up, as the base expands, some of the options I have is, one, just spacing things out more will solve that problem in its own right. But the other thing you can actually do is between stops, so you just have like a little fly off there, so that like if a train gets stuck, the other one can go right around it, that kind of thing. It's also later on having the 4 rails wide, where you have your outside rails go and, you know, take stuff to the stop, where the middle ones just kind of go through. All that stuff can help by giving trains ways to bypass each other if a train gets stuck. I do see that the nest rebuilt there. We had a nest in that area before. So that's going to unfortunately mean bots down here will cut across here and just die. But yeah. Are you using dynamic trains? I am using interrupts, if that's what you're trying to say. Like, if we look at our trains, I do use interrupts to do everything, so no trains are set to just 2 spots. Because the setup I truly, truly, really like. It's just so easy, like, you get another stop and you just put the name in and you're just like, alright, walk away. It's already sorted. Need more trains? Just shove another train in there. Give it the right name. It's good to go. Alright, so I got another one of these. I just need this slice here. That's where I needed to fill. And only out to this far, too. If they just get out to this far, that'll be enough to fill that in and get all of that done. Like, once that's sorted, it won't run forever and it won't run efficiently, but it will at least start producing the stuff we need to eventually get out of here. At this stage, we have all the grinders, we've got the smelters, we've got the assemblers, we have all this hooked up. It's literally just this little spot getting the ore into where it can all be crunched and done all that. Oh, looks like a rocket just went up. Come on, this area. Well, you did 1 box in that area. And did connect up stuff so we could start spilling more junk on the belt. Getting close. Yeah, requester-wise, it's literally just platform. Everything else is already up here. We're just waiting on platform. Which we're producing, we're just kind of getting a little choked up because of the steel. Yeah, we can check the train interrupts. So if we go to our station, or go to our trains, you can make one interrupt that says, if no path or station full, go to wait and leave a condition 5 seconds of inactive. Should help with congestion. Alright, so I've got the parking here that says destination full or no path. Go to parking. And it has no wait condition, it parks there and immediately goes on to the next spot. But I could add the 5-second inactivity. Just make it delay briefly. One thing that'd also help is make, like, right now all my parking is here. It could be an idea to make, once this is depleted, maybe put, like, a parking area there. And, like, a parking over there. Just a couple things. You're taking your time to enjoy this. You're always running and building as much as possible. You're so impatient. You need to learn to slow down instead of thinking I'm wasting time. Well, yeah, no, it's kind of one of those things, like, I could run around and just start smacking down more buildings, but some of the stuff isn't going to really help, because I've got this giant process already queued up. That's gobbling up resources. And I can get more iron going in, but that's not really the bottleneck. So it's kind of one of those things that, sure, I could expand this a lot, and we're actually actively doing that. But yeah, no, I just got way too much queued up. It's actually weirdly one of those things in Factorio that if you just build more factory on too fast, you end up just tying all your resources up in the construction. Yeah, no, absolutely. What I'd ultimately want to do is have a separate route that goes around here, like more stops and all that. So I have like the one main route here, the one main route here. It needs to have more capacity on this route. That was the very first time we've had trains get stuck. Because we don't share a lot of spots that need to go through here. It'll be alright. That should be arriving momentarily. I just need this little pocket here. Or have you already arrived? Guess must have already arrived. Okay, you're fine. But yeah, you can end up building stuff that you're just kind of wasting materials. It's one of the things when you look at like all the Factorio speed runs, one of the big things they do is they try to massively limit what they build because of the fact that you can just absolutely waste your time by building so much that your materials are all just going in the building. But, you know, I tend to be a little bit more patient on that. Like you saw, I noticed steel is getting behind, so we added more here, and I can probably add even more. But the catch is going to be the throughput on these. To expand the steel past that is going to require me to build another stop and all that, which is fine. But the catch is, the only reason my steel is getting absolutely obliterated right now is because I'm building a giant, massive platform. So what I'll end up doing is most likely, once we get this done and we're ready to leave, I will queue it up to build another platform of like the same style or whatever if it looks like it's going to work. And then just let it slowly churn and build the entire time I'm working on Fulgora. So that way when I get back, the platform's just ready for me to go on to the next place. Ultimately what I probably want is have like one that's like my Pioneer, I go to the location kind of platform. And then we'll end up having a platform that is our Trailblazer, experimenting, testing, reaching the other place versus the other one we just need to be stable enough. It's been a while since I've done Space Age, so we're going to see how this thing actually pans out. Right now, I just need that little bit of platform right up here. And then we'll start making our fuel and our bullets and all the other junk that this thing needs. Okay, you're about to send up the next set of platform. Okay. One of the nice things about going to Fulgura first is Fulgura can become an incredibly useful place for getting stuff like blue circuits and all that kind of stuff. And that you can just get to the point where you just ship your blue circuits over and drop them down. Don't even make them on Novus anymore. Because of the speed, you can pull them up over here. Come on, let's get a reaction going. It's doing all this stuff down here. It's doing like one tile at a time up here. It doesn't matter. There was a total of 300 more tiles needed on the entire platform. It's like 200 now. It's just because these ones are like in the way of each other. They do one, it just fills out everything it can on the other side. It's fine. We're still grabbing the material, so it's not completely wasting time. And you're just red circuit boarding. I'm honestly waiting for a lot of these to just stop producing because things just back up and we don't need more. And how are you doing? Still building out those tanks so we have those ready to rock and roll. For when I'm remote, I can pop back over and do whatever needs doing. Hey. Got a better drone port. Better shields and all that. That's all waiting. That's our constructor bots are just being completely used up, like consumed. Steel's already here. That's just gone fine. You're about to have another 50 ready to roll. Yeah, because part of it is I want, while I'm away, I want the factory not to shut down, but basically kind of go on a slower pacing. And the reason I want that is so I'm not continuing to escalate the pollution here and have more and more aggressive biter attacks while I'm not even home. And because we're doing the achievement where I don't do the purple or the yellow science until after we do in our planet's science, we're kind of just in a holding pattern waiting for all that. Alright, so that platform should be ready anytime now. And I could add more platform, but it's choking on the steel, so I'll just be getting to the point where it runs out faster. Yeah, there's a rocket fuel going to the stuff there. Alright. Time for the next round of stuff going up to the flotilla. Now, would you kindly fill in the one gap in that track, the one gap right here, so I can start production? Because before we can leave, it needs to actually collect a decent amount of ammo. Now, you can prepare well in advance and send, like, a whole bunch of buildings with you across. I generally found I much more enjoy kind of going to the next planet. And it's not literally starting from scratch, but it's kind of in that ballpark. So let's make sure we actually have steel and everything on us. Steel, copper, plate. The rest should be fine. Just the one tile at a time. Okay. Oh, you didn't... Yeah, okay. We actually don't have the laser turrets up there as well. And that's because the laser turrets are all being absolutely gobbled up by all this down here. Which is fine. We can deal with that as able. That's the reason why that's not getting done. Oh, let's check. How much are you is a stack for the rocket? So you can send up 25 per rocket. So we get a stack of like 25 in there. We'll send that on its way. Are you sending up more walls? That's fine. Yeah, it is expecting 4 more walls, this is true. You must have hit that point where they're actually needed. Alright. You're about to get the next set over. We got our second engine hooked up. As soon as we get this closed in, I'm pretty ready to jump off this planet so far as myself. So I can just go and just sit on the platform and deal with all my governing everything remotely. So that's all fine. No, that's backing up. Go ahead and upgrade all those to make them faster. And you're basically good to go here. If you want to do more, we have to pick up more of that. We can probably pick up that. And just in case we do want it here. Oh, it's not showing because I got set to... That's fine. Probably don't need that, but you never know. So it would be good to potentially get more of these online. I don't think we have the throughput on this part to justify it. Like, I could put a couple more here on the end if we got space for them. And that might work out. But I think right now we're just grabbing off these belts as aggressively as we can. That I need to expand my production here. Which is fine. Like, when I say production, add more train stops here. To drop off more iron plates. And how are we going on you? 155 to go. You're already halfway to getting another 50 set up. Got 11 of those. You continue to do your thing. Where am I making those laser charts? They're making them there. I'm going to grab the 4 here. I'm basically going to get enough for these to chuck them on a rocket myself. We need 9 more. But if I do that, then we can go ahead and get the laser stuff done. Because that'll otherwise just sit here and bottleneck. Now, granted, that's taking them away from going out to my defensive wall, which is probably a terrible idea, but you know. Maybe we won't be attacked by the time this becomes urgent. Or we will. I don't care. It'll take to make those. 1, 2, 3. And you need green circuits. 2. And then we're out of steel, which you'll bring me. All right. They've got 1, 2, 3, so that's 20. 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, and as soon as they go, we can go ahead and slam down one more in there. Oh, my math is off here somewhere. Okay, so that gives me 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Once I get the 25, I'm just going to literally shove them into... like, just shove them into a rocket and send them on their way. That'll be another 50, so that's really close to done. Because that'll fill in where we got the laser turrets on there. Because the idea with those laser turrets is those are mostly meant to just run attrition for little stuff. To hopefully alleviate some of the power, like some of the ammo consumption. As can't go too hard because of the power, and then also the bigger asteroids are extremely tanky against the lasers. You're blinking yellow. Never mind. I was like, why are you blinking yellow? That's fine. Okay. They're almost ready to manually fill this rocket and just send it on its way. Which will finish that up. Red inserters. And realize it's short on those. Oh. You're short by 1 red inserter. Okay, so we're dedicating a rocket to that. That's fair, I guess. Alright. Pocket crafting our last of our laser turrets. Then we shove them in here. About that time it gets done, we should be about ready for the, There we go. That's those 2 rockets off. Okay. We just need just over 2 more rockets, a platform, and then this thing is literally all done. It has tons of spare buildings on it from building itself, which I'm okay with, because then we can just take that to the other side, and if needed, that'll take care of that. And this corner's almost done. Yeah, because then we can just take all that across. If I end up needing any of that, we can just drop it down on the surface and it's whatever. Okay, we got more platform coming up already. And Epoch's doing fine. Yes, that's working out perfectly. Every once in a while, it's chucking one thing off. Probably taking more. Come on, give me these belts. So close. Got just over one more to go. And then we can finally leave. So let's pop on down here. How's this all looking down here? They're still working on this, little by little. That's fine. It's mostly the production side that things are slow. It's also checking the bots. Yeah, so we got 150 constructor bots available, and they are all actively working right now. You know what? It's probably a mistake. Get more bots out there. You can't travel space with items in your inventory. Ah. Only armor and guns are allowed. Right. That is a thing. So for right now... Yeah, my assumption is the... Oh, I have the ammo still. My assumption is the argument is that, you know, one for the balance of the game and all that. Travel the platform, Bagora Flotilla. Screw this planet. I'm out of here. But, yeah, my people need me. I am my people. But, like, the reality is with rocketry that for every additional pound, the cost of launching it becomes exponentially higher. So, my assumption with this is, especially considering you have a max amount a rocket is allowed to carry, you would be able to bypass that so easily using your character's stuff. So it is a way of kind of enforcing that. Alright, so what do you got going here? Oh, I remember this last time. Right. So... you can't underground there. Yeah, I'm one tile too far down for undergrounding. I can make this work. So, what we could do here... clean all this up. Okay, so we've got all this. So that'll work its whole way around here. Alright, so you're just waiting for that. Okay, so that did cost me some solar panels. Alright, so we're only down one solar panel then before I started that. So all we did is we just kind of snuck that route back and around the engines. So that that was available there. And the reason I had to do that is you can only go so far out on these engines before it won't let you underground or put anything behind it. That's the reason we got these big gaps back here. You've run out of steel again. You're just sending it. Looks like the train's already been on its way back. You're pretty soon you're going to need some stone block dropped off. Okay, so that's working on its stuff. We're just waiting on platform. It wants us to have 55. Can I skimp off just a little bit of platform, maybe? No, I shouldn't do that. And the reason I shouldn't do that is the fact that while we're flying, if we take any damage, it means I'd have literally no spare platform. Whereas having almost a full stack of spare platform means if I take some damage, I can kind of endure repair through it. Oh, other things to request. So we can... Oh, not here. I believe we'll want some of the repair things. Is there other things I should be requesting for on our way? I'm not going to need to do combat stuff. Not too worried about the rest. Because, like, I could request the bullets, but if I can't get it fed into the rest of the network, they won't do me any good. And it wouldn't be too hard to do, is like to make a thing to like bring that up and bring that over, but it's kind of wholly unneeded. Okay. There's the repair kits coming up. And you're about to get your stuff there. And you're starting to get your lasers going. How's this first tank doing? Alright, so some of these tanks are actually getting their full kit and all that. There's the platform. Alright, so we're down to... We have the rocket that's on its way up, and then one more rocket. And then the ship will be ready to go on to Fulgora. And by that I mean I'll probably launch, realize I made some catastrophic error in judgment, and then have to go back to the drawing board and fix a bunch of stuff. The good news is the junk already up here, as long as I don't need too much more stuff. Like if I'm just rearranging and adding a couple belts here and there and all that, like it'll just already be up here. But, you know, we'll figure it out. With only having 5 tiles left, if when this gets up here it doesn't unlock this spot, I'm gonna cannibalize a couple spots somewhere on it to get my tiles to get that going, so we have the reaction starting to run. And it's alive! Don't really need a rear wall if you want to rip it out. Yeah. Why are you not running? Oh, because you're already full. That's fair. Instantly with all that backlog stuff, filled up all of the lanes, except you're wrong. Okay. Alright. Yeah, so you got one engine and one thing in the back that are the only things not running. The entire rest of the ship is live. We're going to see the water supply slowly climbing, which is going to mean the oxidizer and the fuel supply are slowly climbing. We're slowly starting to see the guns starting to get their ammo going. I am noticing a problem here that I'll need to fix, which is that everything is going on the outside belt, not the inside, which is actually what I need to fix with our belt balancing. Oh, actually, you do want... No, you want the input priority, not the output. Alright, and... that'll balance it out. Okay. The underneath just above the crusher is backwards. The underneath just above your crusher. No, that's right there. There you go. And there. Cool. You know what? It's fine. Send me another thing of conveyor belts. Those are all going through. Right, and you're missing platforms, your issue. So it's definitely looking like I don't need this much assemblers making bullets. But this is going full tilt here, and 3 of those smelting, 1 of these machines is handling it. So with that in mind, yeah, they're literally never going to get ahead. So with that in mind, let's package you up. How many more accumulators do I have on board? Alright, I have plenty. And we still have 23. Basically, if it's already in the cargo and it can help with power, it might as well be sitting out here. Just in the off chance that when those lasers kick in, that we need more power to run it. Alright, so everything's running now. Basically, what we're waiting on is twofold. One, we're giving our fuel a chance to top off, and we're giving our ammo production a chance to do its whole bit. And it's going as fast as it can, but it honestly looks like we could have probably used more smelters. And I have been tempted to go over here and add a couple more smelters onto this. Also check. Yeah, so you would slow down, so I don't think it's worth adding there. Because I could add speed modules onto all this. Which probably wouldn't be a terrible idea. Then leave the rest. Because I may have overkilled it with our crushers. Oh, I'm not making those speed modules, am I? I don't think we wait for them either. That'll be something for a future go. So we've got everything. We're just kind of waiting. Yeah, so let's go here and let's take those off the queue. Yes, we've got everything on here. We're just basically waiting for as fast as we can process stuff in here. Basically try and get the ore lane to practical saturation. Yeah, really didn't leave. Oh, actually, there's a gap every so often. Okay. Just to get a couple different places where we're merging things over. Yeah, see, ammo's getting around. We've already got all the way over here has ammo. Ah. So you're not going to get ammo at all. That gun's useless. They're wanting to try and keep an eye out as well. Just to make sure the bullets get the whole way around, they cover both sides of the belt this whole way around, everything's running smoothly. It looks like it is. Generally speaking, things look like they're going well. Let's take a look at, with the quality modules, how have you done as far as getting more of them? Not amazing, because we are using them. Speed module. Oh, because I don't have the blueprint. Can you import bullets faster from the ground to fill the guns faster? I can, in the event that I make a clear area to get the bullets over here. Alright, so we've got our first thing. Alright, so we got a problem there. There we go. So all the guns are starting to get their ammo. Double check the rest of this. Yeah, that looks good. But yeah, so what I'd want to do is I'd have to clear a whole path up here to get the bullets from this thing out there. Which isn't terrible. But part of it is to make sure we had things balanced out here. Okay, so what I'm leaning towards... Let's clear up this area a little bit. We can do here. Let's see, you can move the solar panel in the center one tile. Let's see. You can move the solar panel in the center left, one tile down and put a belt there. Move the solar panel in the center left. Oh, I may have already moved stuff around. Yes, with this, I potentially can go here. Okay, so we've increased our capacity here. Well, that's not what you want to see. We're not using our weapons at all, and the accumulators are turning on. Alright. That doesn't bode well for our laser guns. Luckily, the laser guns, I only have 8 on the entire craft. Yeah, so that should be a significant increase in our throughput. Efficiency modules? Yeah, that's actually a fair point. So let's go ahead and put in a, I think, are we making the efficiency module 1s or 2? I know we're making the 1s. We'll just worry about the 1s for right now. And we're going to bring them up. Go ahead and shove them on all of these. To try some space optimization to cram more solar panels, there is. Most likely I'll be able to like scooch stuff around. Like I could definitely wiggle this over to the right more, shift those solar panels to the left, and get a couple more accumulators in there. But I'm not gonna fuss with it too much. Because yeah, we're definitely not optimized by any metric. Alright, and suddenly everything gets their efficiency modules all in one go. Meanwhile, another thing we could do to help out a little bit here. You actually could bend a tile earlier. Put the other side of that lane to use. All right. So that'll be good. Pretty soon, we should start seeing... Yeah, we're starting to see the ammo pile up on the belt. It's just going to take a little bit more time to actually fill in. We're also seeing that the ore is continuing to pile up on the belt. That's another good thing. The water is slowly building up. The fuel is building up rather well. The oxidizer is building up rather well. Now, it could be a thing that I turn on the engines, and with 3 engines, it's just too much pressure on my front. All we'd have to do in that case is I can go to my various engines, and I could shut them off. I actually can't choose the engine. I could shut it off, and the way I could shut it off is I just go over to like one of these and just like pull the fuel line off of one side or the other, and just let the engine go off if I need to slow down, which we probably will. This is our main voyage. We don't have any quality up stuff. We don't have any special upgrades going. We're dealing with pretty low tech and all that, so that is what it is. Meanwhile, you're getting this all sealed off. Love to see it. Yeah, that whole defense line is basically done. So one of the things I'm going to actually do here, I just realized I don't have my blueprints up here. That's absolutely fine. I wonder... Nope, don't do that. Create a copy of this. Okay, we've got you sorted out. Okay, because we'll work on continue to extend that. Alright, so we're slowly seeing our ammo belt fill up. And this one is looping around, and I've noticed that this right side will always just be added. That's fine. Oh, you're right. There is a disconnect. I see. Well, that's easy to fix. There we go. That explained with the desync between those two and the volumes being so far off. I thought that was curious. Alright, so we're gonna have to balance these. We'll start with one that bounces this way. We'll follow that. The one that bounces the other way. Yeah, there's some of the ammo's getting in here because of me picking stuff up and all that. It actually seems to be reasonably balanced. This is ever so slightly falling behind, but that's okay. Will you produce oxidizer here if the tanks are full? I mean... if the water tanks fill up, we should still be getting oxidizer, yeah. Because both of these require water, and so we'll just keep making the water from the ice, and then we'll have these continue to produce their stuff. And we have this whole monstrosity over here, so if one of these overflows, we can just kick it out there kind of thing. There we go. That'll also help fill up those belts to give me more of a buffer. And very rapidly, our ammo belt is getting saturation. We're getting pretty close to our fuel containers being full. So it's all looking really good. So let's see. You can consume between 6 to 120 fuel and oxidizer per second. You produce 37. So once we start moving, running these engines will likely consume fuel faster than we make it. But if we put enough in our reserves, I can then cross the distance and then rebuild up the fuel on the other side to then go back. Close to Fulgora? Yeah, we're getting ready to hop on. We haven't actually left yet, but we are at the stage of just laying things up. Are you trying to jumpstart gear to Fulgora, or are you going to start from scratch there? I'm planning to start basically from scratch for the most part. I much prefer playing that way. I know you can't do that with Aquila, because that's, like, literally you build up the other ones to go to Aquila. But I do kind of like starting with relatively nothing on each of the planets. Meanwhile, while we're waiting on this, let's go back to Novice. And we can go here to you. Get you turned back on. Then you need blue circuits. That's fine. That way, while we're gone, I can start building up the next platform. I was curious to connect a wire to the engines and ultimately, like, turn off engines as fuel gets low. I probably could through doing stuff with, like, if I put pumps on these, I probably could have the pumps here and turn off the pumps to the other fuel to shut off engines on the go if needed. I don't think it'll be that important. Ultimately, if we do need to shut off an engine, I can, like, literally just snip, and just cut to as many or as few engines I want. Because once I pull the fuel off of it, it'll just turn off. Alright, so yeah, it does look like our ammo belts are basically going to be full by the time this is all said and done. And our fuel and our oxidizer are getting, they're already more than half filled. Water slowly building up as well. So I'm feeling pretty good about it. And thank you for the follow, welcome to stream. The big question is going to be once we start moving, if we can do damage fast enough to keep the asteroids off of us. And then the second thing is going to be once we start pushing out there, like, we are going to be burning through some of our ammo. Will we be burning through our ammo faster than we make it? Both of those would create a sustainability thing where I would be able to keep the platform going. Now, if I get to Fulgora and it manages to be able to hold out to like go there and just come home in the park over Novus until I'm ready for it, that's fine. Yeah, we continue to get all the laser turrets in there slowly. That's all fine. The rest of the stuff is all looking okay. Yeah, because that'll go on the network, that's fine. Yeah, so we'll be waiting for blue circuits. I'm pretty sure we got the blue circuits hooked up to... Yeah, the blue circuits are available. Ish. What about our tanks? How are they doing? They're starting to get all their batteries and stuff in here. They're not getting their defensive weapons quite yet. That one's got a drone port. Yeah, a couple of them got a drone port. Some of them got the batteries. None of them have got the laser defense yet. They're waiting on the blue circuits, which we just fixed. But that's all fine. Okay. Fuel is almost full. The ammo line is practically full. It's getting real close. Alright, so I'm seeing one problem with the way we've got this set up. Should it not be flipping to the other side? Okay, this is the inside lane. It should stay on the inside the whole way around. Yeah, okay, there you go. Because that way it'll saturate the inside lane at the end. Yeah, it'll saturate the inside lane, the inserters put it on the outside lane. And if at any point the inside lane backs up, yeah, I think that'll be good. And this is starting to hit saturation as well. And they cleaned that up as well. Alright, so water, we're not super worried about the water filling up. That's not immediately important. I just want the fuel to be in good place. Because water, broadly speaking, is going up. Time for another multi-hour side quest. Yep. Factory games and open world games, that's what they do. So the ammo is looking basically saturated at this stage. Like, by the time we're gone, it's full. We're just waiting on this thruster fuel and all that, because I just don't want to leave, get most of the way there, and then run into problems. I don't think we will. The big thing is if I have to get there, bail out, and then turn it back around. We'll see. If we notice we're on a net negative so far as ammo supply, that's when I'd potentially need to do that. But yeah. I guess in the meantime, let's see. Traveler 1. Okay. Create blueprint. There you go. Can you just stop and wait for more ammo and fuel to produce? If I'm along the trip, I will continue drifting one way or the other. If I get to the other side and I'm still on that net negative, then it'll be a whole thing. Because, yeah, no, you don't stop if you turn off your engines midway. If you're midway through and you're closer to where you started, you'll drift back. Like, you'll start going back the way you were. If you're over halfway, you'll start drifting towards your destination. But you can't actually, like, stop easily. I'm sure there's some balance you could do where you could, like, kind of flare it or whatever to effectively stop, but you're still going to get hit with asteroids and all that, they are adrift. Alright, 20k, 20k. We're getting close. Alright, and with that, we can go here and say, okay. Build new space platform. Traveler 2. Create. If you're out of fuel, you'll drift at 10 kilometers per hour to the closest planet, basically. Yes. That's actually the thing that got me in trouble the first time I did Space Age. I was on my way to Volcanus. Realized my ship wasn't, because I had all my defenses on the front for the most part, and then realized I just wasn't going to be in good shape, but I got over halfway, so I drifted all the way the rest of the way, like limping along to Volcanus because I had the guns in front and I was just desperately trying to fill them up. But did get to Volcanus. Come to realize I had all my guns in the front and they were getting hit from all sides, and it was like, the ship can't make it back, and the ship can't stay here. So I ended up having to, like, bail out of the thing, dump the junk on the ground, and then just work on building another ship back home to rescue me. Alright, so Traveler 2. So what I'm going to do now is grab that blueprint. And we can just ignore that, and home base can sit there. Is it over the character's stranded drifting platform? No, like if the drifting platform gets destroyed, you just spawn back home. It's just the same as like if you die anywhere else, you'll just spawn back. I believe if you die on like Fulgora or whatever, you'll just spawn on Fulgora. I don't know the exact rules and how the spawning works because I try not to die as best I can. 22k. But yeah, so the reason I did this is so that while we're sitting here, they will slowly build the other ship. And then if this one ends up having flaws, this will still be like 90% of what we're going to use. I can just adjust whatever the flaws are and make a new version of the ship kind of thing. Yeah, the ammo belt is at full saturation. Let's see, you can dump mats you don't need from Traveler 1 to Traveler 2. This is true. I was playing it as kind of keeping them on board in case we take damage and all that. You're not wrong, it's not a bad move. I'm actually not sure how that works. Because that orbital drops down to the planet. It's honestly not a bad move. So the chem labs, I probably won't need. Don't do that. Wait a second. They're going to orbital drop back down to Novus, and they're going to jam up my my science that I've got going on down there. So that's the orbital drop. That's fine. 23 and 23 are almost full. I'm also noticing Okay. Do the belt balancing again over here. Alright, 23k. That's still holding right around 4.5, 5. It is almost go time. And don't mind me, I'm gonna hit some buttons. For no discernible reason you need to worry about. Alright. So now... go space map. Gorgora. I just gotta remember how we interact with this. I thought it was something like... ah, here we go. Gorgora. And we are on the move. I feel like we're going really fast. Getting ready to snip some power lines to the engines if needed. That's actually going really smoothly. Alright, we're hearing the accumulators kick on a little bit. After how poorly my very first journey went to Volcanus, I think we over-prepared for this one. Ooh. Power is fluctuating. Luckily, my Gatling turrets don't need power. Okay, we're now slowly drifting. Oh, the inserters go off! Okay, new plan. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. Get out of here. Done. Nope, nope. Okay. Ship's coming back online. Yeah, we did make it. We took a little bit of damage, but nothing that wasn't immediately replaced by stuff we had in our storage. But yeah, so we are at Gorgora. What was wrong? So the laser turrets are pulling too much power, and so when they did, it shut down my inserters, and when the inserters shut off, it stopped feeding ammo into my other guns. Let's fill the gaps here. Alright, with that, we are seeing the accumulator. Oh, they're recharging. Alright, so it looks like we have successfully arrived. The ship is not in bad shape. Everything seems to be able to run and just replenish the ammo, so I think we're stable to just stay here. But with that said, drop to a planet, Bulgora. Welcome to our new home. Alright, so now we got a lot of figuring out to do. So you'll notice there's a blinking angry icon underneath me. And that's because this planet likes to get zappy with you. Alright. Any biters here? No, this planet does not have biters. Instead, this planet has a whole different nightmare. Yeah, let's hide under this. Alright, so we finished our first bit of research here. Okay, so we can go here and we get... up there. There's scrap recycling. Alright, so we have a bunch of scrap. That's good. Oh, right, we can pocket recycle to start with. That's right. So we've got scrap, and we're turning that scrap into materials. Okay, and then we got helium refining. I did not bring bots with me. I deliberately came here with nothing. I much prefer going to each planet and doing it as its own isolated thing until Aquila, because you can't do Aquila that way. I do have the platform up above that's got a bunch of stuff if I need, but that's not the plan. So I gotta remember, so for the recycler, I need concrete and blue circuits. Okay, so I got a gap in the storm. Did I pick that whole building up, or did I just destroy it? I'm pretty sure I just destroyed that thing to protect me. So you notice there's the lightning storm, and if I get too far away from those little towers, that I get a little zappy bolt over me. Basically, it's warning me, being like, hey buddy, if you stay out here, you're gonna get zapped. We're mostly running around. Pulling up the ruins of a lost civilization. Nope, here comes the storm. Alright. So I can go back over here again. Start processing it all. Because what we want to do is get a recycler going. That's going to take us getting 20 concrete. We got 18 so far. Because once you get a recycler going, the weird thing about this planet is all this scrap, it gives you some pretty high-level stuff like blue circuit boards, low-density structures, red circuit boards. You get a lot of good stuff out of the scrap. The problem is, you don't get simple stuff. You don't get iron, you don't get whatever. So you kind of have to, like, take the really high-tech fancy stuff and break it down into lower-tech stuff using scrap. The salvager things. And I believe the other thing we end up doing is I think you can put mining drills on those. That's a different nightmare. What, you don't enjoy the hilarious number of belts you need if you split everything out? Reverse factory, yeah. So it's like, this is one of the ones that's like just fascinating to deal with. Because you are taking like high tech and bringing it down to low tech versus the other way around. So while we're recycling that in our pocket, now you'll notice one catch here is like, if I wasn't ready for this planet, I don't have a way back up to my ship. Because I gotta make a rocket silo to do that. And those are some of the things you could do to kind of prepare. Is to get a bunch of that kind of stuff loaded up on your ship, bring it with you, so you get over here and you just plunk it down to get back up. Let's get back underneath these. Okay, so we got our first scrapper, or recycler, whatever. Right. We have to actually make the thing to power that. Where were you at? Let's take a check on the science. So, for this planet, we have the tungsten carbide. No, I don't think that's this planet. It's hard to remember which one. So that's heating tower, that's Aquila. Calcite is a different one. Right, so we're supposed to get these zappy towers. It's in here somewhere. There you are. In the meantime, clean all this crap up. We'll add stuff as we have available, and we need it. Alright, so we've got you. This is how we get power. We put you down here, you give me electricity. The next thing we'll end up needing here is we will want to get the accumulators. Unfortunately, I don't have iron yet. So to start this whole process, we need to grab our recycler, which I'll put down here. I can't make an insert yet. Yeah, so you'll get energy, which will power this up. Then ultimately, we'll end up needing a box either side. But in the meantime, what can I do to keep these things moving? Alright. Yeah, so I can process the scrap there. The other thing I can do is I can chuck in stuff like those gears, and it'll spit out stuff on the other side based on what's going in. We are going to run into some absolute nightmares here, but that's going to take time. The big problem I have is we'll need these to make power for me. You need more brick to do that. Come on, zap and turn this thing on. I don't need a lot. I just need some plates for some accumulators. Yeah. Forgot I can actually put you right there. Because basically what you do is you let the lightning storms power these up, and then you gotta ride on your accumulators between the storms. But then you have the interesting thing of you feed the scrap into one side, and then you have to like start filtering it all and all that. Which I'm already realizing I should rotate that. Towers don't block your power generation? These, I don't believe so. We can worry about that when we get there. For the moment, I'm just trying to get stuff out of the way. And we will be using an absolutely obnoxious amount of a lot of these things. And where do we get the power tower again? So you require brick. So I've got you set up to go there. Okay, you're out the defense, so that's fine. Alright. Got play of stones or bricks? I need to smelt them, though. Well, I'm making, I could use the solid fuel. Okay. Alright, so accumulators are slowly building up. Okay. So what we're going to start doing now is get our first electric drill going. Okay, you're out of the defensive line. Do you need more brick? Thank you. All right. So as you can see with what we got going here, I am going to be continuing to expand the coverage of our lightning towers. Because all the area, when we cover this, all the area in like that light blue is safe to be in. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do here is I need you down there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We'll start with that. So what I'd like to do now is we're just trying to get junk being fed into the network. We do get the red circuit boards and all that, so we can just go straight up for the big inserters. But step 1 is to get things processing, and then step 2 is, as it comes out of here, you split off what you want to feed into the next thing, to split off what you want to feed in the next thing. So let's go ahead and grab the bulk inserters. So you can see this is going to rapidly fill up with all sorts of random junk. A whole range of stuff. Yeah, so you got all this fancy stuff coming out here, but I don't have very basic materials. I don't have iron plates, I don't have copper plates, I don't have any of that stuff. So we've got a bunch of goodies coming out here, but we will want to filter that off. I'll use that doing splitters and all that. So what we'll want to end up doing here right now, I can manually feed you gears. All right. So I'll have you here. And then we can grab, we'll need our first splitter. Okay, so you'll have a filter on the gears. Go out to the right. Okay, so now we go here. Now start pulling that off. It seems like I'm gonna need some more accumulators. Now, the next problem you're probably noticing is, unfortunately, this thing, because of all this coming through, I'm gonna need to keep, you know, filtering off different sections to try and keep things moving. Unfortunately, I don't actually have filter inserters, so this is gonna be a real big pain point. But I've already got a plan for that. All inserters filter. Oh! I forgot they used to be their own thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, it used to be its own little thing that you had, like, they were purple inserters and all that. Regardless, I'll still end up doing it this way, so I need more of you. So here's some gears. Give me metal. Yeah, 2.0. Yeah, no, I gotcha. We can go down here, grab you. Make a few more of these. Okay, and so for right now, we'll have filter, solid fuel. You're going to go out to the left. Let's see. Put you on the bar. I'll take all the solid fuel off the line. Okay, and you will be for blue circuits. And you will be for the ice cubes, I guess. So the idea is, like, I'm just going to do, like, a quick and dirty thing where I'm just going to kind of shove all the things off to the sides like that. Yeah, no, the sushi belting isn't particularly hard here. It just takes a lot of space. Honestly, one of the harder things is balancing anything on Fulgora. Because you do have a whole lot of control over a lot of things, so you just keep destroying things. Alright, so you require me to get more circuit boards, which will eventually start breaking down the blue into red and all that kind of stuff. Alright. But the plan for right now is straightforward of, I don't really care about anything else, just get this all filtered out in their own things. We're gonna need to go through and be like, okay, I need green and red circuits. Okay, let's start breaking down the blue circuits into green and red circuits. I'm gonna need this. Let's break those down. You know, get the ice out of the way. You know, get the steel out of the way. So I just want boxes for each right now. Because one of the big difficulties of Agora is also limited space. Yeah, it's just destroying it. It's not giving me anything. So we can go here. Now it would start giving me green circuit boards to help out with this some. Okay. We can probably make another drill or two soon. That's fine. So we can make another drill to get this feeding faster. Alright, so you got all that going. Now, downside is, if we recycle all of that immediately, I'm going to end up having problems with that as well. So let's not do it that way quite yet. So you filter gears. Put a box up here. Alright, I need more splitters, which is more iron and more gears and all that stuff. Okay, we'll definitely want to expand all this as well. Bear with me for a moment, chat. I need to use the restroom real quick, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and we are back. Okay. Yeah, so you get the idea is like space is your big limiter on this one. Which that gets better as you build stuff. Let's just try our best to unjam these belts for 2 seconds. So give me these. Chuck you in there for a minute. Alright, this will be another one we can split off for a minute. Okay, so we'll put the low density frames on here. You know, grout the circuit boards and all that. Zappy zappy trash pant go burr. Yup. Alright, so we got another one done. I'm just processing a bunch. So you want me to make that... And I make you in what? Foundry and a chem lab. Or, like, the assembly building a chem lab. Because once I get all of these different materials into boxes... then that won't jam nearly as much. Which will help out a lot. Guess we're getting there. Let's take the ice for right now. Okay. Okay, next up we have the concrete. Okay, so there goes our power again. That's gonna happen a lot. Alright, so we might take a very messy approach here. Because a very messy approach could be just taking literally anything that gets past here and just shoving into a recycler at the end. Until we've got more stuff going on. Let's see here. What else do we want to get going? Alright, because the more and more we get, the better off we'll be. Okay. So the next one we're probably getting the most of is steel. So plan to get that going. And part of the reason I'm using these and not inserters is the inserters, if stuff goes too fast, they end up missing things. You'll definitely want to get way more stuff being fed into our recyclers. We'll end up needing multiple recyclers and a whole bunch of stuff. So that's good news, that's balancing out a little bit better. So you need green circuit boards. You can process the reds back down to green. Let's see, you make a lot of materials. You give me copper and plastic and all that. Alright, that's not what I need right now. I need iron. Okay, so we're just missing more circuit boards. Let's see, you can check what item breaks down to the Factorio. Electric, yeah. I just didn't check as it was going on memory. Like, that's on me, not doing the homework, as it were. Okay, so we still got more stuff to process. We've got some more scrap on me. Okay, keep that going. Yeah, because you won't scrap into anything we care about, unfortunately. Because you're a smelted good. We'll please actually use sushi belt unironically. Yep. Yeah, it's a speed gears. Chuck him in. Get him done. Alright, so next up would be stone. Yeah, getting close to the point where there won't be anything we don't have at least going into a box. We're gonna have to do a lot more with it before we're done. But, you know, that's where you start. So let's go ahead and chuck all you in there to get you broken down to red circuits and green circuits. Okay. I'm gonna need more other stuff soon. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna end up needing more of the accumulator soon. Among other things. Okay, so from here we'll set you to copper wire. Alright. Yeah, I need more iron plate is what's the problem. This planet you end up being so wasteful on so many materials. A lot of it feels really weird too. We can make the regular splitter because that's part of the requirements for you. And I completely forgot that I actually needed these, which is just iron and iron. Does he work so hard on Novus to make blue chips, and you get here and you throw them in a bin? It's a wild chain. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things you're like, you know, just, oh, it's another blue chip. Oh, darn. Alright, so this one's going to be for the batteries. We've almost got every first level thing filtered. You just have yellow just to start with? Yeah, no, I definitely should have just gone with yellow to begin with. But now I'm kind of in that, well, I've already built them. Sure, let's just follow through. But no, I was thinking the same thing. It's like, man, I really shouldn't have gone this far up the tech. It's fine. Oh, all of this is going to be changed. Don't worry about that. Right now, I'm just trying to filter it so I can keep this running. But then I'm gonna have to sit there and, you know, like, I'm gonna have to go, okay, you know, if this is more than that, you know, send it into the grinder. Are you literally gapped between these two? I need more iron plates. Yeah, so it looks like it's just the last two there. Just need one last splitter and then two last inserters. And then at least from that angle, everything's handled. We're gonna chuck the U in there to get more green circuits. Yeah, no, I definitely need to get a bunch of these things. What am I missing for more lightning rods? Nothing. Nothing at all. Yeah, no, that's the idea, is the Helium ore will get a box there, and then the red circuits will get a box here. And that should be everything. Probably a question you've answered already, but why steel chest is the output from the main recycler? For right now, it's just earlier on, that's what I had before I had the belt down, and I haven't removed it. It'll ultimately, all of this is going to go away. This is purely so I can make this manageable. Mrs. Streamer. I mean, in this case, it's temporary because it's going to be in the freaking way. Like, that's the thing. I'm going to try and find some place that I've got a little bit more room to work with. Probably down. Did I see a bootstrap version of this? Yeah. What I'll probably end up doing is I'll probably end up working and going back down here. And trying to set up the actual factory, and this is just so I have materials at all. Okay, so you need some iron plates, so get in there. Alright. Need more miners? I do. You are not wrong. I'm trying to get all filtering because it's all backing up in the meantime. So all I'll do with more miners is just jam the whole thing up even faster. Okay, well, you're sorting your stuff out. It looks like there's a big chunk of land over here. At the next lightning storm, let's go up there and see what we've got. And that might be where we start setting up like our actual proper factory. Oh my god, please stop clicking on the wrong thing. Fine, I'll need those here eventually anyways. Alright. You've taken to using the carousel belts in your game lately. You think this is the one spot where they would work well? You can filter this stuff off using inserters in about half the space, Yeah, no, that's the thing, is the pro and the con of using the inserters is stuff can get past the inserters and it can become an issue. Whereas the other stuff has its own things. Alright, so let's try and cross over here really fast. Because it looks like I've actually got a really big area to work with up here. Oh, yeah. So this can live down here for a moment. Yeah, and I can't build on that, unfortunately. It looks like I got a big old ruin over here. Okay, so I've got tons and tons and tons of space over here. Oh, this is just space for days. That's what airport baggage carousel means. Stuff comes back in the past inserts. Yeah, no, I gotcha. So this is fine for all that stuff. Yep. That's always the catch. There is a bunch of scrap here, though. Like, there's 152, 147,000. There's definitely way more scrap down here. That's part of why I was like, let me set this up first. Because then this could be a place I can come back to when I'm just really out of something. I can just kind of go, okay, I need more gears, bam. I need more blue circuits, bam. And we can just let this sit here and churn. Rails can cross? Air filtering? Yeah, I am. Right there. Okay. So let's see here. So for you, I need more iron plate. Shocking literally nobody. Wifey.
I'm heading downstairs.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well, I love you.
I love you more.
Uh-uh.
It is what it is.
No. Love you.
Mm. No. I don't have them because I'm not doing purple or yellow. Because there's an achievement lock behind that. Okay. So we're gonna need a bunch of stuff built here. Yep, rush to space. Okay, so for right now, we can leave the rest of that just sitting there. Alright, so I need to give myself... some iron plate. That's gonna get mixed into this box, so we don't already have it filtered out. Yeah, no, you're all good. We're just waiting for the next lightning storm. Yeah, because this will be a place I can just come back to and collect whatever I need to collect periodically. And then we're going to try and get, like, an actual setup going on. Now, I'll definitely eventually want, like, the elevated rails to move stuff across. Alright, so there we go. So we got 44 plate. For right now, you can just hold on to that for a minute. Okay, so with that, once the storm passes, one run up there. So give me the steel, give me the batteries, give me the wire. Give me the red circuits. I don't think we care about any of the other stuff. Alright. Yeah, looks like we're clear. Oh, nope, nope, nope. I'm wrong. Yeah, no, we can use more there. I'm trying, like, that should be okay for now. I want to start trying to get this area set up. I get a bunch of scrap over here. All right. Just want to clear out a bunch of this. And what I want to do is make like an actual proper setup where we can go through and get all our different materials. And it's going to be a little bit of a mess, but I'm going to try and go kind of a bus belt style. Where you just have all the scrap rolling through and all that. And then we can go and say like, okay. Alright, let's get back to safety. You think you have to get Space Age now? Oh yeah, no, Space Age, it's like, mechanically the game is still the same game. But ultimately, it completely changed, like, each planet has a completely different approach to the same core idea. Alright. So I definitely have lots of space I could work with down here. Okay. Alright, so I've got all that covered. So I'm going to start working down here just because I think I'll have plenty of space. So the plan is, down here along the bottom, that's just going to be where our recyclers are. There's got a bunch of recyclers down here over the long term. That'll take whatever junk we bring over and process it. Let's leave at least enough space so we could potentially sneak in a rail station. Okay. But yeah, and each of the planets has an entirely different thing to deal with. Alright, so. One recycler to start with. We'll have you here. And this time I'm not going to be nearly as reckless and be like, all right, let's just use the best of the best. Okay, so you'll have that. So scrap comes in here. And it gets fed through. As far as the actual scrap, got a tiny bit there and there. We'll just use what's available. Let's get a drill. For the moment, you go into a box. I'll need accumulators. For your moment, boom, and boom. You can also go into a box. All right. But ideally what we want to do is start getting it set up where I can go, okay, you know, I need iron plates. Set this up so it can make iron plates. And then we can use a bunch of the comparing things and basically say, hey, do you have this much material in this box? No? Okay, then turn this thing on. Or if this is more than that, you know, scrap. So we're going to need more scrappers. Grab 2 more of those. So we can start this off with the blue circuit board. So let's go ahead and chuck you down around here. All right, we'll have you go over here. All right. You know, can't look at it right now. But if I use the system kind of like I did a minute ago, I could have the box that gets filled up and have the inserter on the other side. And the inserter on the other side can be turned on and off based on the comparison. Just have everything filter in a box. Now granted, that doesn't make the stuff available up the line. We should probably get the accumulators and all that automating though. Because right now I'm just chucking this all into a box again, which is fine. Alright. So we'd have... Alright. So I can go over here. Now what I could do here is put a splitter. And this will be for the blue circuit boards. And then what I could do is I can have here oh, you know what? I remember how I had to do this the last time. I had to feed things back into the system is what I had to do. You can output blue circuit boards. Grab you. Grab an inserter. Alright, I'm gonna regret this pretty soon. So the idea behind this is blue circuit boards come in here and they get fed back through to become other stuff. We definitely want to not have this... Actually, one second. We need to have a little bit more space because I need to have space for boxes to compare. Let's go up 2 more. Then do this. Blue circuit boards. Alright. How do I want to do this? Because that gives me blue circuit boards, red circuit boards, and wire. I remember I had a whole way I set this up the last time. Basically, I had buffers. The other possibility is just we start making a bus system based on these. Okay. Green circuit boards, you're coming off. I know we don't have those yet, but you'll see the method behind the madness maybe in a bit. I keep changing my plan on what we're doing. Okay, so for the very basic material, we have gears. Gears are the lowest level material we've got. So we'll start there. So, you get pulled off over here. What I'll want to do... So I can put you here. So what I'm thinking I want to do is ultimately, let me figure this out real fast. We can go ahead and grab the boxes. So the plan to be, say, like, you would be gears, you would be metal plates, and we do the comparison between the two. And if the gears were more than the metal plates, start chucking them into the recycler to get more metal plates, and like kind of going through that process of effectively going through and just downgrading them. So that's going to be the output here. Yeah, but actually I'd want that up here, wouldn't I? So you don't go down here. You go up here. Because I want to automate this so I'm not have to like constantly compare values and all this. So then you'd go wire, wire, wire. And... oh, that'd be a comparator, wouldn't it? It's not the end of the world. Actually, I can do this. We can go here. If metal plate is less than gears, you'll run. So chuck the gears in there. And then after a little bit, it'll turn off. Okay. I need to stop making the good belts, or the good stuff. There. So stop making the good stuff. Stop having these habits. Get all this good stuff off my bar. Just train my habit of having all that stuff. And I'm just dooming myself because I don't need that kind of throughput. It's just making a mess. Oh, you're out of salvage. That's fine. They're going to be incredibly wasteful on... Oh, right. Incredibly wasteful on this thing. Just downright repulsively wasteful. I'm going to feed this directly back into that. Alright. So the next setup would be our green circuits down here. As technically it would be our wire. We get wire directly, so let's not chew up the wire. Actually, I'm just going to do that for right now. And I'll need a splitter. The joint on the belt. Okay, so that's just looping around now. It'll get self-sorted. So this does give me everything I need to make my own belts. So if we build ourselves a real crappy assembler, I can use that for actually producing belts automatically to save myself a lot of pain. Anyway, just need a couple of things here. Alright, we're officially making our belts. So small favors. Now, next thing we want to do is try and get, like, the green circuit boards and all that on there. So that's going to be a little bit of a dance where we have the blue circuit boards, the green, and the red. What we're ultimately going to want to do is be like, hey, is there more blue than red? You know, is there more red than green, like that kind of thing? We're going to want to go ahead and work on some of that. And meanwhile, we're going to keep knocking down these runes for supplies as well as getting them out of the way. Because green circuit board's going to be like another pain material. Now, ultimately, long term, I probably don't want to have the circuit boards and all that down here. We're going to want to be able to grab the calcium or whatever it is. Or helium or whatever. We're going to be able to grab that off and process that. That might actually be something I do real fast is... Here's more scrap. So was the... So you're used to make helium solution using stone, water, and all that. That's actually not going to be too bad to set up. So what I could do here is I'll need more splitters. So I'll be more iron plate. Which is just going to take a while because we are actively working on that. When the lightning storm passes, we're going to run back over to the other side where I've got everything kind of just running right now. And just grab some of that stuff we got from earlier. But if we go over there, we should be able to make that stuff happen. Yeah, because you're just churning away down there the whole time. Come on. Look, ease up. We're not actually in the clear, but it's not as severe. Okay, you are out of scrap. There you go. You are out of scrap. There you go. Alright, so we can go over here. You got several hundred gears sitting there. Anything else I want to grab right now? Probably not right this second. Okay. So with this, since I've got this setup over here, I can just chuck the gears in that top box, and it should feed everything through and start automatically balancing and all that kind of stuff. Which will be a little scuffed because the recycler takes a minute to process. That's good. Not a whole lot. Just dealing with the zippy zappities. As we run around on the zappy planet. There's more scrap for you. Okay, and here are your gears. Alright, Winson. I mean, it's going well. And there goes our power. Shocking pretty much no one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Get more of those down. Thank you. Yeah, no, it's it was a Christmas gift from Tomb. What is the point of going to other planets? All of the other planets have all sorts of technology locked behind them. So if you look at this, all of the stuff after here is locked behind the green technology. All stuff locked behind here is that. And then ultimately when you're playing the game, the final objective of the game is to escape the solar system, which is there. And to do that, you need all this tech. Or at least a lot of the tech. I shouldn't say necessarily all of it, but most of the tech. But then, you know, you also have because for example, these recyclers here, these are extremely useful for qualitying up things, but you can't have them until you go here. That is a requirement of going to this planet to get a hold of them. Alright. We'll need a chem lab. Guess what I'm gonna go ahead and do on this side. Grab you. You're filtering the ice off. Recycling is not something you can think about before going to another planet. Yep. I should not be pocket crafting those. It's literally the only thing I got automated. Hey, Loki TT RPG, how's it going? Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Did we get a shout out? All right. I will need to step into not being murdered by the lightning real quick. But how was your stream and all that good stuff? The Horns of Gondor sound. There's actually some secret ones on there as well that people don't seem to notice too much. But playing some art. I hope your art went well and all that good stuff. Well, welcome in Raiders and all that. The stream is chill and good. Chill and good is perfect. Yeah, honestly, it's a little bit of a waste of power, but keep that going. And a recommendation from Grant. Nice, well thank you. But yeah, for those, first of all, if you're looking for some art, you can find that over there. I'm assuming that's your normal content. If not, like, let me know what your normal content is. But for those popping in here, I am Rual Storge, and I do play a whole range of games. A lot of simulation, settlement builders, city builders. We're doing some factory automation today. I also do like slice of life / life sim, so you're like Stardew Valleys, your Coral Islands, those kind of games. Roguelites. I do a really wide range of games on here, but it's always a good time. But today we're doing some Factorio. We just got to the planet Fulgora, which is like, when you're playing factory games, one of the things you're told to never, ever, ever, ever do, because it's just awful, is what's called sushi belting. Sushi belting is when you throw all of your stuff on the same belt and just say, to hell with it. It's always a bad time. With Fulgora, they take that option off the table and say, you're getting this on here, because you put the scrap in there, and it just breaks it down into literally whatever. And just chucks it out there, and you just gotta live with it. So we're having fun getting this set up. Oh, I didn't realize that was actual ruin. Okay. So that's for making our ice. And we can go here. Oh, did I not make the chem lab yet? I thought I made the... Oh, yeah, there it is. We can melt ice into water. Sushi belting, you like the term? Yeah, no, it's not one I came up with. It's a pretty solid term. But yeah, no, it's just sushi belting. Everything goes on the belt, and it works how it works out on the other side. All right, so I need more iron plates. But yeah, so this is a cool planet they added to the game with the DLC. Because, like, normally you start out, you go, you know, you take, like, your iron ore, and you make it into iron plate, and then you make that into the steel, and then you make it into the next thing. This one kind of works in reverse, where they give you all, like, the really advanced stuff here, like the blue circuits. And then they're like, okay, but you don't have any of the basic materials. You're gonna have to figure that out yourself. And so you have to kind of, like, downgrade the stuff. All right, one second, don't zap my container. Don't zap me either. There we go. Just in time. Alright, so let's connect our water. Because what I want to do is slowly take the things off this belt, process them into other things, and whatnot. It's a weird planet. It's also a planet that can be deeply upsetting if you take really, really high-end materials and you just go, hey, I just need to be rid of this. And then just throwing it into the bin. Alright, so there's a bunch of water ice in my pocket. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is I have to make a helium solution. And that's helium ore, stone, and water in a chem lab. So I need to make a second chem lab. Alright, we can put you right there. You're gonna make helium solution. Let me grab more plates. This whole thing's locked up and seized. We're gonna have to deal with that. Okay, now be an output there. Alright. So, with you all seized up, I just need to unjam you for a moment, and you'll start filtering all this crap off. Here, you can have that. Alright. How are you frozen already again? Okay, we can go over here. Add more of that. You can have this. Don't need more iron plate. Oh, if you link to clip or anything, Twitch suppresses those. The rest of us will just see 3 asterisks. Because otherwise we get blasted by bots. Okay, so next we need helium plate. That's literally just helium solution in an assembler. I can tell you to make the plate. Oh, you know what? I bet you has to be an assembler too. Yeah, assembler 2. That's fine. Assembler 2 is just some circuit boards. That was a link to a Google search. Holmium pronunciation. Ah, gotcha. I reserve the right to mispronounce things. Nah, it's fine. You get into focus mode and you'll honestly, like, completely not pay attention to, like, missing entire letters, all that kind of stuff. Alright. That gets us the plate. For right now, I'm just going to chuck that into a box. I don't have a reason to not just use it all. Was he late to chat? Sorry. Loki TT RGB. This is the second channel for Clyde Plays Live. Clyde is normally a World of Warship streamer, but has been doing sneaky test art stream until he got raided by another Warship streamer. Gotcha. Alright, so we're now officially making the plate. And I can do what with you? So you are used in a bunch of stuff from another planet we're not worried about yet. Oh, right. Okay, so we'll get the electrostatic plant eventually. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and chuck down some more accumulators. I'll need stone for you, that's fine. But yeah, so you have to stay near these lightning towers as the storms come through. If you get caught out with the storms, they'll kill you real fast. Recycle everything? Yep. You see how this is like blinking yellow? It's basically warning me that saying, hey, buddy, you're not under the safety of a lightning rod. Unfortunately, I cannot put them in the liquid here, so... It is what it is. Alright, so I'll grab you up. And plunk you there. So grab a stack of you. Grab you. Let me just pick that up. And that. Oh, time to back off. Oh, when do you get the good landfill again? That is... That's the artificial soil. That's not what we're looking for. Well, I'll say it's a good ways down here. That's the overgrowth soil. There's the one you're talking about. Foundation. After basically everything. We're just giving the storm a chance to lighten up. Then we'll cut across to the other side. Because if we look at it, I got room to build over here, but there's not a lot of scrap. Over here, I got more scrap than I know what to do with, but no room to build. And unfortunately, later on, I'll be able to get a train that can go across here, but not yet. You're guessing it's one thing to move soil about one planet, but terraforming is another game entirely. Yeah, no, you can go and do, like, a lot of cool stuff. But that's kind of the idea, is every planet has their contribution to what's going on. Let's go and check back at home. How's Novice doing? So you got the entire defensive perimeter set up there. You got that mostly done. It's missing a lot of its guns still. I'm not seeing any of the material is out. We have that tiny copper mine is about gone, but our big one's still okay. Probably will have to go after another copper area before super long here. So one thing we can do real fast is while we're waiting. Okay. Let's see, you can just pave over the mud here, like Novice. No, so this stuff here requires special filler. Like, I believe if I go here and I just make that. Can't put it over oil. Because the ocean here is oil, not water. Which is why I have to set this whole setup to get water. Alright, so you're frozen up again. That's because I got a lot of materials here I'm not doing anything with. So we've got you over here. I'll make an electromagnetic plant eventually. And you're balancing out so I can actually get some iron plates and whatnot. Right, so I was going to make some more lightning rods and all that. We do have a smelter here. Oh, right. I need to pull the stone off of here. Because you need stone and what? What did you need? Stone and helium. Alright, so... 1, 2. Okay, so you're going to be filtering out stone. You're going to be filtering out holmium or whatever it is. They'll save me one inserter. Okay. You can't even use it for power because the water is a limited resource. Driving me nuts on this planet, there's infinite free oil and most of it is no use. Yeah. There's ways you can put it to use, but yeah, no, it's you can do stuff like make it into solid fuel and all that, and it's a weird feeling, I agree, where you're just kinda like you're putting all that in there and going, but so much of this is just kind of going into the bin. Okay, so that'll give us more space. Alright, I see what's got to change here. We can make this work easier. So you... There. Ah, right. If you have it set to filter, then it'll just jam up when it runs out. And the way I work around this is I can put a splitter with a priority back here. So just scooch that over, splitter with a priority onto this lane, and just have it shuffle back and forth. But it will unjam itself occasionally. And I'm gonna have to ask you to please keep it in English. I have an obligation to moderate my chat and all that, and unfortunately, if you type in a language I don't know, I can't moderate it. Like, literally, you can get your channel suspended if you don't moderate. Balancing the gear belt will give it a little bit more of a buffer, but it won't solve the ultimate problem there. I'm gonna need another splitter here. Okay, we can go over here. Drop you off. Yeah, so I'm going to have to do that kind of thing along the way to go with that. Because ultimately what this does is now it'll go over here. If it can, it'll try and shove it through there. If not, it'll just pass through. So that way, if this backs up, it'll just keep on going by. That'll also make it so if this fills up, it'll just pass things through as well. Alright, so we did get our first new thing here. You need to be made in the assembler. That requires refined concrete, steel, and the other stuff. Refined concrete is made through water, concrete, iron sticks, and such. You set the input right to the splitter just after the recycler. It should keep the sushi belt moving. Let's see. If you set the input priority right at the split. Oh, right. You're supposed to be the other way. Because it should want that to go through. Like, right now it's jamming up because there's nowhere for it to go, and then these ones are wrong. So I gotta fix these ones. At the very start. Well, it also shouldn't jam up with this either. The reason it's jamming is the other side. Oh, not output priority. Get that out of here. Yeah, so I gotta go through and fix all of this stuff. So let's go ahead and get you unfrozen. Same basic technique. We go boom, grab you, boom, boom. You now have an ice filter. There's your bypass lane. I want you to output on this side. And input on that side. This one will be a little bit more annoying because they're kind of bunched up, but that's okay. We need more iron plates. Give those to me. Can you explain this filter split up? Sure. So what happens is the ore goes, or everything goes in here, and it will try to go on this side first, if it can. If it can't, it'll just pass it on through. So the idea is it'll try to put it on this lane, and then if we have the gears, it'll pull it off there. Now, if the gear backs up, this lane gets blocked, which means everything passes through. Now, if something goes through here that's not a gear, I want it to go back through that way. So it's basically, this is a kind of a safety valve so that if this backfeeds, it doesn't shut down the whole line like it's going right now. Because this is what's happened here, is because that's full and there's more stone on this line, it can't get through. And that's what I'm trying to remedy. And there's probably a more efficient way that I'm just missing out on, but Grab you, turn your filter off. You are now priority out here. Priority input here. I would just filter everything before doing something with it. Well, that's what we're I mean, yes, I could definitely do that. But, that's actually what we did on the other side over there. Like, you can work on slowly working up a bus system, which is honestly not a bad move. I think that's how I did it the last time I did a playthrough of this. Or not input, you need that. Alright. So now the whole thing should be unjammed, where we'll just rotate it around. Now, over time, it is going to get too much of different materials. It'll back it up more and all that. Okay, so if we want to continue with the route of going on this, we get the electromagnetic plant, which is really good stuff. It's very fast compared to your normal thing. Way more power hungry. It's hilarious the number of lanes to split it all out to. But it works, yes. I think the last set priority is flipped. Oh, yeah, you're right. There we go. Yeah, because you can see that's going to keep backing up. I got to keep clearing stuff off of here. Let's go ahead and I need more of the lightning towers. Means I need more of the block. I do have a smelter here. Okay, so for the electromagnetic thing, where are you at? You're here. So you require the refined quartz is the thing we go, because the blue circuits and the steel are already on the system, but I need the refined quartz, or the refined concrete. Now that requires steel, iron sticks, concrete, and water. So the good news is, I believe other than the iron sticks, everything else is already in the system. We would just need to get it splintered off. That's gonna be a whole thing. Yeah, so refined concrete. Yeah, so that's water, concrete, steel, and the rods. So let's go ahead and put this over here. So we'll start with, you're gonna make rods. Congratulations. So that's the rods being made. Now I need to go over here. And make sure we got room for you. Nope, the miner's out. Yep. Yeah, that's gonna be depleting because there's not a bunch of material on here. Alright, so we need the refined concrete, so we turn you. And we'll get the water hooked up. There's your water. So now I need steel and concrete. So I'll do this like little jigsaw puzzle nonsense I got going on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you'll be the steel. Now you need concrete as well. Honestly, with this, I probably shouldn't be doing it this way. And I know it. 1 second. This needs to not be done this way. This is fine on the other side, but with the way I'm doing this now, this is going to lead me into problems. So what we'll do here... So grab you. Grab you, grab you. You use filter. You grab steel. Good job. And you grab the actual concrete. And I'll explain why that's going to be a problem in a minute. With these and the backing up and how space sensitive it is, I'm also going to run into a problem where literally only, this is the only place ice will ever go most of the time. This will be just a way to deal with that. I mean, actually, my little zigzag thing would also work with that, but let's not fuss with that. Alright, so we now just need to get the iron sticks over here. And that's just going to be honestly just fishing it under all this. So you need more iron plate. Grab you. All right. Okay, so we're getting the iron rods. Prioritize that input. Keep it cycling. Why are you not moving? Oh, because your priorities. That's fine. Okay. So we're just waiting for the metal rods to get over there. Why are they not getting here? Oh, is it just not enough? Gotcha. Alright, so that does give me the next piece of the puzzle for making these things. So literally I have all the rest I need. I just need to get it down here. So for you, I need more metal plate. Ultimately, I'm going to need to just pull a bunch of stuff off. One thing we could probably do for right now is let's grab a box here and a box there. So you're going to be set filtered to solid fuel. Get it off of there. The other one we don't need right this second. That should slowly filter off that fuel. Put it aside for me. Actually, no, we can do. Where are you again? Okay, and you have a filter for stone. Alright, now I got brick automated so I don't have to babysit it. Okay. Okay, so you're slowly working on that. We need way more ice coming off that thing. So I need another one of these at level 2. Yeah, so you're just consuming all of that. Yeah, more and more stuff's getting on there, which is good. And how's our power grid doing? Yeah, power grid's doing okay so far. Alright. We can pop over here. Actually, no, we can do. So I can go over here. And run down here. There's a bunch of you. Here's some scrap. so you're working on all that. Right, now I needed to get a better assembler. Which is waiting on iron plates. I also just realized I got tons of ice on me. So let's go ahead and make a couple more steel boxes. Okay, this will just be all that. So you can keep processing that. Okay. Okay, so little by little we're getting that all made up and all that good stuff. You're producing water. You have the refined concrete on you. I've got to get it through here. Honestly, when this thing is like out, there's another 1,000 there. So when this thing's out in that area, it'd be easy enough to just hijack this line and bring the stuff down here for the refined concrete. I can get around that though. The big thing I'm dealing with at the moment is getting enough iron plates to do anything. There we go. At least a little bit's getting in here. Okay, so we can go to you. You require that. Yeah, I can split those off down here. Okay. Yep, so we want to start working on bringing that down. Okay, so you need steel, refined concrete, and a couple other things. What I could do is over here. You now grab steel. Congratulations. What's the other thing you need? You need blue circuits. So you now grab blue circuits. And now I just need an underground, which is going to be more iron plates. Which is just waiting on more and more gears to get in. I'll start ripping some of these other things off the belt. That's kind of what's happening, is like little by little we're getting more and more of that. We'll need to be bringing in way more scrap than we are. Which is just going to be me not working on this for a minute and doing that. Maybe over the starter island again? Yeah, I probably just need to. I'd also grab it here. Okay, because these will give me a lot of materials as well. I do need to clear out the space. Let's bring this back down. There's a bunch more scrap. Okay, we can make our underground now. Okay, so now you're just missing your refined concrete, which is right there. So I'll need to bring that over. So I could easily run it along this side, which I think is going to be the answer. Because actually, I can do that. You don't need an underground. Till up here. Alright. So give me those and those. Is there a point where you don't need interplanetary transport? No, I mean you always ride your ship back and forth. There's no like teleporter if that's what you're asking. Alright, so we're definitely getting more and more off the belt. Like, we do have the concrete itself. Batteries, red circuits, and wires are still kind of on there. Which I want to do something with that. We can worry about that once the rest of this is all sorted out. Okay. Toss some more of these gears in there. Probably want to wire all that up later, but that's fine. I'm just grabbing scrap and all that. Yeah, so eventually we want to go through and start really getting a bunch of our stuff going. One nice thing about a lot of the oil stuff is while the ice on the planet's a pretty limited supply, there is one thing we actually can do about this. If we want, one cool thing I could do is I can have this ship up here, which does have a bunch of water and it has a bunch of ice here. I can potentially pull the... One second. Why is there like... Why are you all frozen? What's going on here? Okay, so we're gonna unjam this. Ah, there we go. As it overloads, it'll go and do that. That should unjam it. As there's like, where's all my ice cubes? Because what it's going to say is it wouldn't be too hard for me to put ice into this thing and then to launch it down here to catch it. And use that as a primary source for water. As opposed to my existing system. Anyways, we can go to you now. Get her underground. And with this, we are now making the electromagnetic plants. So you need more of the liquid. That means you need more of the ore. I have a bunch of scrap on me. Yeah, and so we still have the red circuit boards, copper wire. Let's see, you only want to make one of those in an assembler. After that, you can make EM plants and EM plant for the production bonus. Yeah. Which then I can just pull this up and just adjust as needed. Alright, so let's run back over. I probably have a bunch of the, I probably have a whole bunch of the material already over here. So far as the, helmium or whatever it is. Helmium. The pink rock. I have a bunch of pink rock already over here. $240. I'll grab the ice as well. Have that for right now. Alright. But yeah, so now you see why I set that thing up initially, is just let it churn away, come back and steal what I need. Eventually it'll start backing up, but then we just chuck down another box with another thing. We can unstick that. Another thing we can also do. So that way, no matter what material we're trying to add back into the circuit, I can just chuck it there and it'll work its way around. By the time I'm like, oh, I need gears on here, oh, I need that. We can just keep chucking things like that in here. Let's make a bunch of power poles and start hooking up all these. Because they're getting zapped, they might as well be giving me power. Alright. For accumulators on the grid. Because remember, this thing ends up being pretty power hungry. They're about to get that built. And the cool thing is, it's basically the same idea as your assemblers, but faster. It's just, again, it's way, way more power hungry. Oh, is it 200? That's fine. Alright, so the next thing I need to be doing is I need to be dealing with this. For a temporary solution to this, because it is getting to be more and more of a immediate issue. We are going to start just yoinking things off. And chucking them in the boxes for now. So, red circuit boards, get in the box. Batteries, get in the box. Copper wire, get in the box. And then we have low density frames. Get in the box. What's the point from... What is the point from going from assemblers to EM plants? Like I said a couple of times, the EM plants are just way, way faster. Like, they're substantially faster, more powerful, whatever you want to go with, and there's some recipes that only they can do. I wouldn't say it's worth going and taking all of your assemblers and then switching them to EM plants. Because there's just some buildings you won't care about the production bonus. But the production bonus is pretty nice for a lot of things. Okay, so you're getting pretty low. We're going to want to make sure we have another drill here soon. Yeah, now the big negative is, like I said, they're pretty power hungry. All right. So before we go farther, unhook all these. Because what I'm going to do here is we got our first one of those. Alright. But yeah, so it's got a 50% productivity, so we have a chance of getting more. And it's got room for 5 productivity module, or 5 modules to it. So you compare that against another normal one. This has a base productivity of 0, a crafting speed of 0.75. This one's crafting speed is 2, so this thing is a little bit over 2 times the speed of that one. It has a chance at every, every third cycle it gets an extra item. No, sorry, every 2 cycles you'll get a third item for free. But the downside is this thing takes 2.07 megawatts max. That takes 155 kilowatts max. So like this thing is a power vampire. But it's super fast and it gives you freebies. Now, with that, you can kind of abuse some of the things here where I can go to stuff like this and be like, all right, give me extra gears, give me extra conveyor belts, all that kind of stuff. So I'll probably want to go through some of these different buildings and do that. But you'll probably also notice it's got more of a limitation on recipes. I don't want to mess with that right now while it's operating. Oh, hey, I've got a bunch of your junk in here. So take that, take those. Take that. And what's holding you up? Hey, Azrael's, how's it going? How's it going? You've got water. Oh, you're missing the regular concrete. Yeah, you've got it filtering off. There's just not enough of it. And you're still pulling everything off of here and feeding it onto the system. You're actively working on melting all the water. Oh, you're not hooked up. I was like, why is this not getting anywhere? Okay, so you're just going to keep on processing that down. Oh, it's you're barely running now because of the drills. Gotcha. So we're at the point I just need more drills. Can we get a shout out for Azrael, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. There's a tiny bit of scrap right there. There's a bunch of scrap up here. Okay, you're not in the safe area. Okay. Are there other resource nodes besides scrap? On this planet, no. That's kind of the whole gimmick of this planet, is you have to get scrap and you process the scrap down to other things. Other planets will have their own things, but this planet, it's basically everything is scrap. You do also have oil for the ocean, but this planet, it's taking the scrap and processing it down. Broadly speaking, the other planets don't take quite as much time as Novice Novice getting it set up. But there's still a lot there to be done. Alright. I mean, I guess you could consider the buildings themselves as resource nodes. But yeah. That's just the nature of this planet, is that you're taking scrap and you're processing it down. I'm doing pretty good. Let me go and get you that shout out. I think you got some sleeping mods. Which is totally good. Like, I'm not trying to call you out. Yeah, again, check out Azrael. Plays a lot of simulation, but doing some World of Warcraft recently and all that stuff. Miner's power hooked in? Not yet. I need to get stuff. So that ran out just a second. You allow your mods to sleep? I mean, they're probably playing their own games. That's fine. I always make the comment, you know, there's no expectations unless I pay them. And I can't afford to pay them. There's no expectations. Like, I appreciate the effort all my mods put in, all that stuff, but you know, I won't ever be like, how dare you not be here or anything like that, because again, I'd love to be able to pay the mods, but man, bill collector's eating up all my money. Okay, so we got another electromagnetic plant. So the next thing we need to worry about is... Right, so we can make the electromagnetism science pack. So to make the electromagnetism science pack, we need to make the supercapacitors. To make the supercapacitors, I need to make electrolyte and superconductors. To make the electrolyte, I need to use heavy oil, helium solution, and stone. So we're going to have to get the oil pulled up. And for the superconductors, I need light oil and all that kind of stuff. So basically what we need to be doing now is we need oil. So let's get the oil refinery stuff going, which is going to be, once again, grabbing you. Oh, I got a bunch of scrap on me again. Okay, we're also at the point where let's improve the throughput of our scrappers. So you need blue circuits? That's unfortunate. Alright, let's go to our other island and ransack it. Okay. I'm actually surprised your power's done. Let's see here. Give me that. Give me this, give me those. Give me that. Ooh, 1,000 some gears. Give me that. Okay. And I just gave myself a little bit of cover. Because what we can do from over here is we're working our way off to the other area. I remember, I know the lightning hurts bad. I'm trying to remember how bad. Let's take a thwack to the head. Come on. Alright, never mind. Lightning's scared. Like, I know it hurts bad. I don't think it one-taps you. But I want to say it gives you a pretty good punch in the face. Okay, so what I wanted to do here, and why we ran over there, is we want to go ahead and start dropping off a bunch of stuff. So here's the red circuits. Actually, give me a stack of those. Here's the big one, gears. Have a good time. I'll take one stack back. There's a bunch of steel for you, I guess. There's the ice. Drop off the concrete. Have a lovely day. Oh, drop you off. And you have that. Alright, so what's going to happen here is we want to get a couple of these recyclers online. Which is... Oh, I needed the concrete. 1 second. Give me that. 1, 2, 3. Because it's time to scale this up at least a little bit. Does mean a quick change in plan. So you are no longer going to be using a buffer box, because that's just a waste of time. Okay. Alright, and I have a pretty decent amount of scrap in my bag, so what we're going to go ahead and do another one of these jobbies. Where I just have that sitting there. Okay, so that should really speed up the rate we're putting stuff on here and keep the factory running. This is going to also put some constraints on a lot of things. Alright, so back to whatever the heck it was we were doing here, whatever this game is. Alright, so I want to start pursuing the... Alright. Right, so we needed oil. That's right, we were making oil happen. So I need the bricks from you. So I'll get a plant there. I will need an offshore pump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, one of the big catches here is we are using that water for a lot of things. So this does get to be a little tricky on what we want to do with the with all of our offshore pump stuff. Because you could very easily just murder your entire water supply. So there's the oil. Oh, right, it gives you heavy oil. That's right, it goes straight to heavy oil. Not petroleum. So I actually didn't need the oil refinery at all, so... Rip. That's fine. Those materials are just gone forever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's also not put it over there. We can put it over here so I have room to do the oil refining and all that stuff. Alright, so we'll start here. You've only had a recycler to feed it into? Fair point. Goodbye to you. Alright. Yeah, so it's accumulators. Okay, so just make me a big old stack of accumulators. It seems like the accumulators, if we look at our stuff here, I'll actually need both. All right. We'll also need more iron plate for stuff. We'll worry about that in a minute. I just have an extra recycler here. Keep on processing the trash. Okay. So basically we want to keep the accumulators going. Now the accumulators, you're what, just stone and batter, or what are the accumulators? What is your recipe again? Batteries and iron plates. Alright, we've got attack back home. It's doing fine. Yeah, so we're going to keep expanding our power grid and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, and this is all the junk I piled in here. Yep. Like, I probably need to be using the accumulator, or the, EM plants just in general. The problem is the power. But we'll get there. Meanwhile, I need more iron plates. It's almost like it was listening. 1, 2, 3, 4. Grab a bunch of these. Need more power towers. Alright. We're waiting for a lightning storm to start topping off our power more. So there is the heavy fuel. Oh, right. To make you into light, I have to bring water over here, don't I? Right. That's annoying. So do one of these jobs. If light oil is less than heavy oil, you get turned on. And meanwhile, there we go. All right. Okay. Need more accumulators so you have more power, so you can power more EM plants so you can make accumulators. Yep. Yep. So unfortunately, I gotta ship the water over. Okay, and then we'll need a bunch of those. But then now let us start getting both the heavy and the light oil. And you gotta be real careful, because this... It's real easy in this to get ahead of what your water can produce. And suddenly have yourself a big problem. Okay. So, the accumulators are iron plates and batteries. Let's make this nightmare end with that. So we can go over here. So for right now, I'll make an underground. Okay, you make accumulators now. And if anyone's like, why wouldn't you just be able to use solar on a planet like this? Wouldn't that be good? They actually have it set up so that most of the other planets don't have good sunlight. That you have like less sunlight and all that, so they just don't work as well. Alright, and then we got you. Get some more boxes. Plunk you down right there. Okay, and the accumulators are in production. Now for my lightning rod things. You are stone, copper wire, and steel. Okay. You're conveniently in absolutely the worst possible place for me to do this, but that wouldn't be hard to fix, because there's the copper wire, and I got steel over here. So I'll get the copper wire and the steel by itself. But I will still use the inserters just, again, kind of as a buffer. And then we would just need the stone. So I'm going to do to fix the stone, and I'm going to regret this immediately, is yoink you off of here. And go run up here real quick. And I'm going to drop the... Drop the smelter there. You can go in here. Have some fuel. You'll use filter for stone. And you'll use a filter for solid fuel. Okay, so we are now producing these things in bulk. You can continue putting the lightning rods up as well. Okay. Hey, look, the power went out for some reason. I wonder why that may be. I'm definitely not building entirely too many of any of these things. Now, I was trying to remember if you actually do want to spread out these, like, later on, or if it works to just kind of, like, really bunch them up. Okay, so we are getting all these made. Making our light oil and all that. So, for the next step, to make the electrolyte, I would need the holmium and the heavy oil. So heavy oil's there. Holmium is supposedly that box is there. Needless to say, not a whole lot's getting done in that spot right now. But what we can do is work on getting you to the other side here. I believe that needs to be done in here. Okay. So now I need to get the heavy oil over there. Well, that's easy. And then you need stone, and you need all these containers. Actually, that's fine. Okay, so then we need to get the stone over there. So far, the stone is being used here. It's being used there. Just chuck that in there for right now. But I'll need to break off a thread of stone to get over here. So what we can do with that is I can just grab you. I'm noticing that belt's going to need to have some stuff dumped off of it. The tank should be, it's just not producing yet, it needs stone. So problem we see here is I got a whole lot of concrete there. Like a whole lot of concrete going on here. So I can put a buffer chest here, because it's the only place we're using concrete. Don't. It's actually weirdly fine. But don't do that. Okay, filter. So basically it's going to just keep yoinking concrete off there and filling up this box. Eventually we're going to have to process it away somewhere else. Yeah, we need them to keep working on that. I'm not seeing the construction bots move around. What is going on here? So you're fine there. Trains are still moving down there. Trains are still moving over here. We're now looking at some train traffic jam. Where are my laser turrets and why are they not going? So here's the laser turrets. So they need the green circuits. The green circuits are waiting on... what? Iron plate. What's going on with the iron plate? We got the iron plate here, we got steel there. You're collecting up here. I mean, I guess it's just the steel's consuming too much of it. But that should sort itself out. That's fine. Okay, so back to whatever the heck it was we were doing and whatever this game is. Alright, so we got a whole bunch of those accumulators down there. Got more of the lightning things. For the moment, I'm kind of just making so basically anything on our little continent here. For at least a little while is good. The one thing I don't remember is if I were to just put like a bunch of those lightning rods in one spot. If that works at all well, or if there was like some kind of, you know, because they're overlapping coverage, you don't really benefit from it. They protect an area? Yeah, so that was the whole thing, is you wanted to really spread them out. That's fine. Alright, so we got more of those going. We should also get more drills online, which is more iron plate. Okay, so that's all working fine. Oh, no, 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 don't do that. Just that, please. Okay, so you're doing your stuff here. So what else do we have that we need? So we have the Electrum. And then we also need the superconductors. which is plastic, copper, helium plate, and light oil. And then this requires both. So this is going to be one of those ones that we're going to have to process the red circuits down into plastic to get this one. And we can take the extra copper wire and process that down into copper plates. So let's go ahead and get a couple of recyclers over here. I shouldn't need a bunch, just like 2 or 3 of them. Let's go to you. Right now, just start feeding it over there. Okay. Because we process those, I'll get plastic, green circuit boards, and wire. Oh, you need to be... So there's the plastic, green circuit boards, and wire. So from here, I need a couple of places that we can pull stuff off. We'll deal with that in a moment. All right. So one of the other things we need to do is make copper plates. Grab a couple of you. What you're going to do is use the filters, and I don't need... We want this and this. Hang on a tick. Okay, so that does give me copper plates. All right. So one thing we want to do here is if for right now, I'm gonna plug that in down there to not have to think about it. Okay. Actually, don't do that. Where's that copper? Where's that plate? So I'm going to want to do a little bit of filtering. One, that I can take the iron plates, bring them around. Because that'll give me the copper plates, the iron plates, and more of the wire. Alright, how do I want to approach this? And also, why are you not running? Power grid's on. Why aren't you running? Oh, you're blocked by plastic. That's fine. Actually, move this around. can put you right here. Do this. Use filters, green circuits, copper wire. Okay. So we get that. So that's got more copper wire and all that junk. And we're ultimately aiming to have what? We're ultimately aiming here to have copper plate, plastic, chromium, and that. So we would need to plug you in up here. And let's get an actual splitter here. Because then I can split off the stuff I don't need and just get rid of it. So you are going to split off that copper wire. I don't need you. You don't help out with my current situation. Okay. And next up, another splitter. This time for the iron plate, because again, I don't need it. And we're going to bring that across, and we will feed it into the box over here, where we have the rest of our iron plate. Okay, and we can go underneath. And then up here. Okay, so that gets that out. So that should leave just the copper wire as the only thing coming from here. And then we got the plastic down here. So what I could probably do... be a little cheeky, a little lazy. And that's the plastic. And then we'll have the copper plate coming in from this side. And then this gets us our light oil. Filter plastic, thank you for the reminder. Yeah, so that should loop back around for that. So that's gonna be a headache. One second, we got a way we can make this work a little better. Instead of doing it that way, use filters, plastic, turn you this way. And I know you could use a long insert. Well, yeah, I could have used a long inserter, that's fine. There. That way we'll start buffering the stuff here. Meanwhile, input priority is left side. Stop doing that. Is there anything that'll get me in real trouble if I put it on here? Yeah, a lot of it will actually get me into trouble if I put it on there. Because I need it to keep spinning. Gets me a temporary fix. It won't last. Alright, so while that's sorted out, so the other thing is the plates, and those are way down here, and they are all being used. I can easily run that down and up. Let's do that. There. Okay, I'll need some undergrounds, another one of these. So now we fight over it. Ah, I figured it was going to be too short. It's fine, we can get around that. Okay, so with that, we should have everything going in here that you need. Let's not have you make a bajillion of those if we can help it. Okay. So that means it's time to run back down here and grab more of these. I have to figure out how to fix the throughput on that, but that'll be the next thing. Step 1 is to get a non-zero amount of what I need. Step 2 is to get a decent amount of what I need. So now we need superconductors, which is batteries, green circuits. Ooh, okay. Hold up, stop it. Change of plan. Where are you coming from? You'll be processing wires. So get rid of all this. All of this is gone. All of that is gone. Okay. And instead, there you are. You are grabbing just the wire. To process into copper plates. Okay, so you need green circuits, more of the helium, the superconductors, the electrolyte, and batteries. Alright. So. That's a little annoying, but it is what it is. We can grab the splitter. And chuck it here. That's fine, we can make it work. Bump it up to a red underground. Bleed the light go a little farther. You don't need to be scooched up. A couple of tiles. And grab you and grab you. Drop you here. Okay, so now that we got a red underground, I believe that can go farther. It can. Okay. So you need electrolyte, green circuit boards, and batteries. The electrolyte's right down here. What? Okay, there's that. And that just leaves the green circuits and the batteries. We got green circuits down here. Use filter, green circuits. And we can grab an underground. That's cleaning more junk off of there. And now you just need batteries. And we have batteries in a box over here. And those are going right here, so we'll put a splitter right here. I'll need to go grab more conveyor belts. And a couple more inserters. Aren't you using bots to break down ruins? I don't have bots. I'd have to make the bots here. We could do those eventually. Like, we actually have what we need to make it happen, because I could turn the oil into, Alright, so we now can make science. So that's the holmium solution, electrolyte, accumulators, and superconductors to make that science. Okay. So, we got the accumulators here. Let's grab you. And this is your science. Let's start by wiring up the liquids. Don't forget to limit the chest. Thank you. And we'll get you power up here. That's that one. Okay, once I get this set up, it'll actually be time to work on trying to get what I would need to send rockets back. Which will be a whole extra process. Alright, so we need the accumulators. Those are down here. So easy enough. We just need to put down the pipe right here. And that's just the holmium solution, which is over here. And has no actual solution left. And that should be all of the materials required to make that. What's your deal? You're waiting on the holmium plate. Okay, so we do have everything we now need to make this science. Which I'm going to let get pretty ridiculous. Looks like you no longer have a concrete problem on the sushi belt. You're right. I do no longer have a concrete problem on my sushi belt. I have a different problem, but, you know, we could deal with that too for right now. So for right now, I'll go here. I'll need to clean up a lot of this stuff. Just give me that. But yeah, so what we'll ultimately need to do is, as these back up, I will need to make it so I can pull them off the belt and just shove them into a recycler, effectively to delete them from existence. Alright, so it's clearing off a bunch of that steel. Oh, you're running out of things to recycle. No, you're not. You just don't have the throughput. Is there an item void mechanic, Vanilla, apart from lava? You just put it in the recycler until, like, each pass it'll have a chance of, like, breaking it down more and more. If you keep feeding it in, it'll eventually just get rid of stuff. Like, either if it can't be broken down more, or whatever. Okay. That's kind of what I'm going to need to do. Just because this is getting jammed now. Alright, 1 second. You need to be a fast inserter so you can actually get that. Another thing we can do to help out with this. You're a box now. Okay, so little by little pull that off so that it'll unjam. This is still a mess. When does the Space DLC start? Is it after Blue Science? It's after Blue Science, yeah. It's like right after Blue Science. You can technically do like pink or yellow or whatever. I'm wondering how far you should run your 2.0 save before buying. Oh, ooh, people can answer me if I'm wrong. I believe with the regular 2.0 save, I want to say there's differences with the Space Age that you would probably want to start a fresh run. I could be wrong in that, though. Okay, so you're struggling with the actual ore. So, what we're going to need to do is I gotta figure out something to do with all these materials. Because now that these are backed up and they're waiting on our things, these are overflowing. It imports across mostly in tech. You might lose some text, have some text unlocked earlier. Gotcha, okay. So Burning Sun's basically saying it's like it's not that big a deal. Alright, so I'm trying to think of the best way to handle all of this. Oh, I can't have you up here, sorry. You need to be down here. Make it a fast inserter. Okay, this is another one of those ones that we will put the stone in as a buffer here. Because this will end up jamming up eventually. Alright. basically just adding more and more what are effectively buffer chests. Yeah, so we got a bunch of buffer chests. And even eventually those will be a whole thing. Okay, so that's basically clearing this off in a good way. Another thing it could ultimately do is doing the whole thing where you do like fast stack inserter and then put a bunch of boxes and like all that. Again, just to make a ridiculously large buffer. Alright, so we got all that stuff going. Oh man, you're okay, so we're gonna have to make lubricant. Because to make the rocket launch thing, I'll need all that. 1 second though. Snooze. And we have officially made electromagnetic science. Now the catch is, to do research, I have to have all the science in the same lab. I can't just put a lab here and chuck it over there and then let the labs in opposite parts of the universe do stuff. You doing alright over there? Alright, 1 moment. News that again. Okay, so I need to work my way around. Oh wait, did it figure it out? That's fine, you can just sit right there. Yeah, it looks like it eventually aggroed over and went after that. And what's going on? So you still got iron loading up at speed. You're still processing that. You are getting a bump in priority. Because that's been starved for way too long. Alright. Okay, but yeah, so the next move I would need to do is potentially get the rocket silo and all the things needed to get that going. Eventually you could throw it all into Robo Network and let the bot shred whatever gets too high. Yeah. I was like, next I could get the rocket going here, so I could launch this over to the other planet so I can do the research. Because once that's done, we finish the achievement, and I can just open up the production and efficiency sciences and all that kind of stuff. With that said, though, Chad, I've already gone way longer than I should have. So I'm going to be wrapping up for the night. But don't go anywhere, because we're going to go raid out to someone else and all that good stuff. As a reminder, I will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST, where we're going to be checking out, it is a game that's kind of like the Planet Crafter meets Astroneer, where you're like terraforming planets, but like you have like your cars with the cables and all that you drag around and do a bunch of stuff. First time checking that is for a sponsored segment, so it does mean a lot if you all hang out for that. If you're watching over YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you over there on the YouTube side, but thank you so much for tuning in. And for those over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and finding someone for us to raid, because it is late for me.